I got this picture in my closet. It's gathering dust right now, and the edges have been folded once or twice. It doesn't look the same no more, 'cause the sun has made it pale. I used to have it hanging on my wall some time ago. A picture of you, 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 a picture of you. Could talk to you for hours, and we stay up all night. And when morning came, we'd make breakfast in bed. I don't know why I threw away what we had. What's wrong with me? I don't know why I threw it all away. Picture of you, a picture of you, a picture of you, a picture of you.
Hello everyone, happy Mother's Day to you and yours, and welcome to another month of Shadowverse Open. We are ourselves quite the show this time around as we have an almost entirely new top cut. We have 8 players stepping into the ring to test their card game prowess as we get closer and closer to the World Grand Prix. Joining us today, as always, is Lewis the Panda, and broadcasting live in front of the Morning Star, Wonder Chef. It's great to see you both. Now, tell the folks at home a little bit about what we can expect for today's show.
I'm doing great. It's going to be a fantastic show. We have so many different decks, a lot of variety in the meta, and I just can't wait to see how it's going to play out today.
Yeah, the meta's never been like it is right now. I mean, not for a very long time. There's so many different decks that we could see, and there's like weird counter picks, things that we might not see because people are afraid of counter picks, but then counter picks of those. There's so much to go into. We'll go into that later. But also, I just want to mention, the background, which I shouldn't be moving in front of too much. It's an official background that the Shadowverse Twitter put out for lots of stay-at-home stuff, which is pretty appropriate to what we're doing right now. So I figured I'd use it and not actually have to clean up all the stuff behind me.
Hey man, I dig it. And for those of you, this is your first time here, let me take you down with the format real quick on how we do things at the Shadowverse Open. Yesterday we had ourselves the Swiss tournament where we got into our top 16 playoffs with the current rotation, and of course you can bring 3 decks while 1 gets banned. Over to the day 2, where we get our top 8 single elimination with the current rotation. And again, still keeping that rule consistent, 3 decks, 1 ban. And of course, you see below there the monthly prizing. Every single one of these Shadowverse Open events gives you $4,000. And you can make it into the top 8 with a lion's share of $1,000 going towards first, second place, getting 600, third and fourth with 400, as well as 5th through 8th sharing getting 200 apiece. And of course, the top 8 getting $100 regardless, webcam or not, during these certain times, right? And let's take a look at our standings.
All right, and I hate to interrupt you right here, but I just gotta say, look at these standings. This is the closest that I've literally ever seen it in all of my time watching Shadowverse Open. I have never seen it where everybody in the top 12 is within 2 points of each other. That's like 1 match. And plus, I don't even know how far down it goes where people would be probably within even like 5 points of each other. This is by far, especially this late in the season, the closest I've ever seen it.
That's right, a lot of players in contention with EJ at the front, Azure Cloud tied up, Anonymous trying to get there too, Vapo, Athanas, and Pain closely behind, as well as Doolin, Noir, Sai, Hishiro, Himari, and Auto Aim, all at 26.
Jeez.
And what we could expect for our top 8 bracket today. In our quarterfinals, we're going to have Raindrop versus Dallas going up first, Dulon versus Praetorian going up second, Ray Mondo versus Doc Dodo. I said it right this time. And then Cyrus going up against Z Vision. And that's going to be our quarterfinals for today. If you haven't noticed, we only have 1 returning player into this top 8 for this year, and that's the Doc. Everybody else, this is their first time into the top 8. However, it is definitely not their first time showing up at the Shadowverse Open.
Yeah, we see the Dawnbreaker boys coming back from Contenders Cup. And when we saw the standings, a lot of those players are not here today. It's such a rough Swiss bracket. A lot of them going 4-3, which will still get them points, but now it's time for the new faces to shine in, this year's Shadowverse Open.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to what we were talking about earlier, where the meta is shifting so much, really. So we're seeing a lot of new things right now. Like, the meta is shifting super late into the expansion. Not super late, but, we're getting kind of close to the mini-expansion, and we're still seeing the whole thing shift around constantly. And I think the people who've stayed on top of the curve are the ones who are most successful right now.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our quarterfinals. Game number 1, we have Raindrop going up against Dallas EXE, right? And they're bringing to the table Machina Forest, Natura Rune, as well as Machina Ilana Haven on the side of Raindrop. And then Dallas bringing Artifact Portal, Natura Dragon, and Control Forest, with Natura Rune being banned on one side and Artifact Portal being banned on the other.
I really want to see the Artifact deck. It's currently my favorite deck to play, and I'm so glad that we're finally seeing it in the top 8 here.
Yeah, but unfortunately not in this match. This has been my favorite deck by far too, unfortunately, so we'll probably see it a little bit later.
So we do have the Machina Forest up on deck for Raindrop. Let's take a look at why this deck has been showing up more and more in this meta.
Yeah, so Raindrop is the only player with Machina Forest. We saw Machina Forest last month and it performed quite well. Now Raindrop is playing a very, very spicy one of Haven's Gate, and it's such a interesting card. It can result in very wild games. whether it's like, a meme. I mean, he's here in the top 8. He was undefeated in Swiss yesterday, so I want to see what he could do.
Yeah, I mean, Raindrop has consistently been a consistent player. It's a weird thing to say, but it's true. Has made a lot of top 8s over time. So normally I do tend to personally see the Heaven's Gate decks as a little bit of like a gimmick, but I mean, to especially get this far undefeated, it's hard to say that we're going to see that.
And now we have Dallas bringing the Control Force, one of the more technical decks, but it's still the tried and true. Break it down for me, fellas. What's so special about this deck?
I mean, the Roach combo is as good as ever, as long as you can draw your Roaches. There's nothing too crazy here for Dallas's lineup. We see the Gaia, just such a great card. All the card draw the Roach, bounce the Roach, win the game.
Yeah, and so luckily I did get a chance to speak to Dallas a little bit before the broadcast. I had a little chat with him on Twitter, and he gave me some explanations of like why he brought some of his decks. For this one in particular, for the Control Forest, said a lot of it has to do with like the fact that Lana, or the Machina Lana Haven, is really popular right now, especially after Operation Tokyo tournament. Seeing a lot more, especially I believe in the Japan scene. So that could be one of the reasons why we're seeing a few of them up here. But I mean, Control Forest has been so solid for such a long time now. I mean, even throughout expansions, with only like really like 1 to 2 changes over the past, I guess, 2 expansions. Like since it kind of came into the meta, it's always good, right? It's never like bad.
Yeah, Control Force is one of those decks where even though it might not be a fantastic ladder deck, it can always find its way into the tournament lineups, as we've seen it so many times.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like not a great ladder deck to begin with because you'll play like 3 matches and it'll take like 3 hours. I mean, okay, not that extreme, right? I mean, it is a really heavy like thinking and waiting deck though, so it's maybe not like the most fun deck to play on ladder, but it holds a spot that I think a lot of decks don't have, and also putting people on a timer with Roach is pretty different. But whoa.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting top 8, and I have to give a quick shout out to Dallas. He's a member of the community, mine specifically, so I interact with him a lot. And if you guys don't know, Dallas he's a speedrunner. He's currently the world record holder for Mega Man Battle Network 1, 2, and 3.
What?
He holds the world record. Very, very impressive. So a huge shout out to Dallas.
Wow,
I'll try and not be too biased.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. No, you can be a little bit. No, these are both great players, and we are going to see the Mirror of Forest, but a very, very different playstyle from both decks. And for a speedrunner playing maybe the slowest deck in the meta, that's kind of ironic. But I mean, if you can speedrun the Roaches out, then you can win pretty quick, right?
Yeah, oftentimes it's gonna come down to how early you could draw and play the Roach. We saw that game last month where I can't remember the player's name, but he just could not find the Roaches till the bottom 3, and hopefully it plays out different this time around.
Yeah, so I'm embarrassed to say, but after the fact, I did see somebody saying that we missed it, or I missed it, that there was one of the Roaches was burned. So it might not have actually been the bottom 3, but regardless, it's 2 of the 3 in the bottom 3, and that was really unfortunate because that was a match where, it was so in control until the end where you're just guaranteed to deck out. Now, this is a different match. This is actually not one that I've really seen all that much in this expansion. Machina Forest versus Control Forest. Now, Machina Forest, of course, wants to go in with the aggression and, take you out very quickly, especially with this potential Heaven's Gate strategy, which I really hope we see. But do you have any experience watching this match or playing this match in this expansion?
Yeah, so like you were saying, Machina Forest, of all the Machina decks, it might be the more aggressive one. You can already see on turn 1, look at that play, get a 1-1, the Rush Beetle becomes a 2-2 with the Clash effect. It's very aggressive, you get on the board early on, and although Control Force is known for being the deck that can clear any board, sometimes they need the play points to get there, so you can play your cards and then whirlwind after. And if the Machina Force can get enough damage early on, and then maybe close the game out with a Damien, that's how Raindrop would win this matchup, right?
Yeah, and one thing that we see for sure with Control Forest is that it's really hard to stick damage onto it, but the decks that can do a lot of damage in one turn I think they tend to give it some more problems. I mean, obviously Natural Rune is a great example of that, but this deck, like you said, with Damien, can do so much damage on one turn, especially if it's discounted, or you can get like 1 to 2 Damiens, both discounted, play it maybe, even with the Heaven's Gate, you could play that on turn 7, right? Very easily, like a double
Yeah.
Damien turn, which could be more than 20 pretty easily.
And although we're putting a lot of emphasis on the Haven's Gate, I think it's important to point out that it is an option that Raindrop has. It is not like he has to turn 5 pass and get the Haven's Gate. If he has great board control early on, like he does right now, you could just, fight for the board and not opt to go for the Haven's Gate at all. So it's just nice to have the option for it.
Yeah, and I mean, we can see the hands right now. There's not a lot of clear, actually, in Dallas's hand, which is going to make this board really scary. Could make the favorable trade here with the Beetle and get a little bit more damage on it, but 3 face is so hard to argue with, right?
Yeah, on turn 3, Raindrop already doing 7 damage is so much. And the Control Force has the life gain primarily from the Giant, which we could see, but like you were saying, Dallas's hand is not great at clearing, at least not right now.
Yeah, I mean, life gain is there, but this board is just going to get bigger and bigger. I mean, there's even like clear in there. There's an Amochinus if it even gets to turn 7, which at this point is no guarantee for sure. And another big issue here is that we see the Gaias in hand that need the 4 cards played to start lowering their cost, but all of these cards have to go to just surviving, right? Just to living on board. And so we're not going to see it played, 4 played out like too often. Obviously, you see it that turn because the May came out, but like for instance, next turn, well, I guess we could potentially see it 1, 2.
We could see Raindrop start to with a face, I think. At some point you expect your board's going to get answered, but while Dallas can heal and not answer the board, like, he's going to keep taking that damage, right?
Yeah, well, especially going second. If you're in such an aggressive spot going second and you have that extra evolution point, I feel like that's great. I mean, you could also Evo here just to get over the ward, right, and build a little bit of a bigger, but that's essentially close to Evoing things, right?
Yeah, and honestly, in this game, the Beetle has been such an MVP, as a 1-1 with Rush, and then the Clash +1/+1. It got to clear the board and go face for 3 damage, and it's still a follower left up. And that's just a 1-drop, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the best 1-drops in the current meta. And we do see the Evo for a little bit more value from the Cherub, just to get the tree in hand, which means a little bit less damage, but it is going to build a scarier board. At this point, the only real answer is going to be a Whirlwind, which unfortunately we don't see. So is there an opportunity maybe for... Well, actually, we get one more draw. Let's see.
Well, Dallas might not be able to fully clear the board, but, with 5 play points, he has access to the Maze Knives. He drew a Roach, which he could play and Evo it to get some clear. So,
yeah.
Even if he's not fully clearing the board, taking damage off the table is going to be good for him.
You're right, and then this could be double May. Now let's see if it pings the Cherub. That's the optimal hit.
Gets the Beetle. It's not bad.
Oh, yeah. I mean, not bad. Definitely wanted the May off board. So this is a potential at least 6 face just on board with the Evo. No damage from hand really.
So it looks like Raindrop is gonna set up for the Haven's Gate pass by using all your cards into the Almachinas. It means that you guarantee the Haven's Gate is going to discount it. The way Haven's Gate works is that it discounts before you draw a card for your turn. This is what we see the Baphomet deck does, essentially.
I'm super excited for this. So what got lowered? Was it the Traveler's Spite got taken down to 0 in Dallas's hand. So that free draw, free card into a free card is actually really, really good in this situation. That means that this turn, both of the guys are probably going to go down to 0. The Mays are going to be active. I don't know if there's a third May in the deck, but if there is, or if they can bounce one of these Mays, that's going to be really nice too.
The thing is, early on, Dallas needed to clear the board, and, he wasn't able to. But now if he clears the board, he could very easily just die to the storm damage, right? If Raindrop draws, like, 2 Damiens, and they're discounted by 3, and he gets a Bagworm, like, he could do a crazy amount of damage next turn.
Yeah, I mean, even just 1 Damien might be enough at this point.
Yeah, maybe.
Board, but I mean, this is going to clear 1 thing, and you're going to leave 3 damage up, or... Oh, no, going to use the Evo, actually, to clear the other one.
Yeah, usually the Control Force wants to use their Evos as a free bounce for the Roach, but the
Yeah.
Roach can't trade against followers with 3 attack. Let's see what the draw is for Raindrop. He's going to fuse the Beetle before playing, which is, definitely correct there. Gets the Fanfare enough damage to clear the ward.
All right, now we got to see if Damien gets drawn. That's the real big question mark here. Although
Okay,
somebody
so He got a Damien. There's the bounce. No, Machina Claw.
Yeah,
He has
but
an Evo to Evo the face, but
I mean, this could still at least build a really big board, right? You're not really going to lethal this turn anyway. You don't really have the cost for it. And the nice thing is this is, of course, the earliest that you could possibly get out the Machinus in this deck. This turn 6.
now one of the cool things about the Haven's Gate in this deck too is that the Guard of the Machina tree can bounce it back to your hand, so that, you know, he already got what he wanted by discounting the Machinas. He can deny the opponent from getting that benefit as well, which is really cool.
Yeah, and he actually has the option, though, to just leave it there right now. Okay, he's going to bounce it. I was going to say, has the second Almachinus in hand, could play a 1-cost Almachinus next turn, which would be pretty disgusting, but already I think is considering that he has just too good of a board and too strong of an option, potentially lethaling with Damien next turn. And
Yeah, and I think this has been a great showing of how the Machina Force is working, where Raindrop had amazing early game, was able to transition into his Haven's Gate power play, and then take it off the board so your opponent doesn't get the extra benefit as well.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I love the decision that was going on there for Raindrop. He was deciding whether or not he wanted to board lock himself, and if he could potentially threaten lethal, even though he was board locked, if they did manage to, like, try to wait out another turn and maybe just build up some roaches. But I guess did the math and decided that there was lethal showing, and then they'd have to clear something, and that would leave room for Damien, etc. And double
There's no
Kokoro.
Whirlwinds. So late for Dallas though, but
Well, let's see. In hand, Heaven's Gate's gone, so you'll have not really a very strong Damien, actually, if this is all cleared.
okay, so the guy fully clears the board. That's the power of the Gaia, you know. After having so many turns of, you know, struggles, the guy costs 0 play points. Really great, powerful follower. But is there going to be lethal for Raindrop?
Oh, those draws were amazing.
Yeah.
Those were some incredible draws. I mean, that is going to pump the Damien. It's got storm damage from the Iron Claw, and I think that cost fits out perfectly. I'm trying to think of how much damage you actually get here, right? Because you get to play Bagworm, Iron Claw.
Yeah, he wants to have
hoverboard.
5 Machina followers on the board to get 5 damage off of Damien, essentially, right?
Right.
And he can also get 3 from the Machina Claw, so that's 3 plus 5 is 8, and 4 from Damien is 12.
Huh.
So the way I'm seeing it, he's currently 1 off lethal because of the ward. Although let's see if there's perhaps another play that can get him lethal.
Was that including the Evo?
Well, I'm using the Evo to clear the ward because
Right.
it's better if the Machina Claw goes phase than to clear the ward because it's 3 damage compared to 2, right?
Yeah.
But you see how explosive his hand is? Like,
Well-
man, you know, Damien, his effect wasn't changed, it's just the cost. If you can play him for cheap, it's still such an incredibly powerful effect.
You know, this is a tough decision because obviously that's a great play, but also if you run out of steam at that point and then heal back quite a bit, then you might not be able to close this game out at any point in the future.
Yeah,
so we
and
are
it's such a key turn, and like I've been there multiple times where what happens is you're like very, very close to lethal, right? So you spend the majority of the turn figuring out like how you get the lethal, and once you realize that you don't have lethal, you don't have a lot of time, and now it's like, since I don't go for lethal, what is the optimal play? But now you don't have the time to figure it out, right?
Yeah, and
Those are tough turns.
This is tough. Didn't use the Evo, actually, so we're going to leave the opponent at 8. And now we're seeing quite a few bounces here on the Roach. Oh, another bounce actually available. But I'm assuming we're going to see some sort of Whirlwind turn here just to clear everything.
Yeah, you know, with the board being able to get cleared and Dallas going up to 8 life, you know, is this the turning point where now Raindrop doesn't have enough fuel to close the game out and the Roach lethal is coming relatively soon?
I miscounted there. I forgot about the guy. Actually, this is a really nice situation here. Now,
Yeah,
we do
Dallas
see the
has
second
played-
Damien in hand, but that's kind of bad,
actually-
right?
Yeah, because now it's not discounted, right?
Yeah.
And the Dallas' play is better than using Whirlwind because with the guy, he gets to keep the 2/2 ward, which could make all the difference.
Okay, so this Iron Glider could draw lethal.
Actually,
it would
if
have
he gets
to be
another Machina Claw, right?
Wait, what?
if he gets another Machina Claw, it would be lethal.
Yeah, if he gets another Iron Claw or whatever it's called, yeah, that's lethal. And he's got a lot of opportunities to draw, right? There's a hoverboard.
And he gets it.
That's it. Wow.
It was such a close game. I think played really well from both players. You know, Dallas using his resources, clearing the board when he could. Raindrop understanding he didn't have lethal, setting up for next turn lethal. Finds the card he needs, and Raindrop takes game number 1.
Yeah, that was. I think that was extremely well played. I don't see. I mean, every line of like play there seemed relatively well thought out, and it seemed like it just came down to the end, right? Which is kind of how it tends to be when you have two players that are playing really well. It was like if he didn't find 2 Iron Claws on that one turn, then there was just no way of winning. But in the end, I do have to say, like choosing the choice, that's a weird thing to say, to keep the Evo point ended up winning the game, which was pretty good.
And I do want to say that it's easy to focus on the very end of that game, but what I would say is that the key card and moment in the game was the early game. The Beetle from Raindrop put so much work, did so much damage early game, and it allowed him to get enough damage, you know, to close the game out later on.
Yeah, so we are going to see the Alana Machina Haven Craft, which is exciting. This is actually the first time that we've seen this on the SVO West stream. We did see this played on the SVO SEAO stream, and we've seen it on a few other tournament streams, but I think this is the first time that we've seen it here.
Yeah, so the Machina Haven is a pretty solid deck. It's, you know, like the Machina decks, it's one of those decks that with all the discounts you can get some really crazy boards with Alana and the 2-drop, the Rubble Whip Reverend. You know, the heal gives you so many stats. You get, you know, cheap followers, and then your board just becomes like unclearable, you know?
Yeah,
it is a very hard deck
to
play, and it's one of the decks that requires a lot of actions, right?
Yeah, action, first of all, but then also just like deciding what lines of play you want to take, because there are the opportunities to play more of these like Nature Almachinist turns where you do play like a million things, but you can also play a little bit more of like a base Alana game plan if that's kind of how your hand plays out or how their board plays out. Now, against Control Forest though, Control Forest usually has pretty unique matchups against decks, and I don't know how this one matches up in particular, but like I said earlier, I talked to Dallas, and this was one of the matchups that choosing Control Forest for, which is probably why he left it banned, right? So
yeah.
He wanted to run to this particular map.
That makes perfect sense to me, because when you think Control Forest, you think of they can just answer boards. That's literally what they do, right? And what is the Machina Ilana doing? They're making boards. So, you know, the Roach combo is going to do 20 damage, so the heal's not going to matter. And if he has the right tools and he plays his resources well, he should be able to clear the boards, right? We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean, there are some boards that can build up to be pretty ridiculous, but I mean, the nice thing here is Awaken Gaia. I mean, like, before this card, I would say there was the chance that you just run out of board players, but that card has helped Control Force so much. I mean, just like raw destruction for like nearly an entire board is huge, especially in this match, I'd have to assume.
At the same time, though, you could say the other thing where if there's like one turn in the mid to late game where Dallas can't full clear, then the Alana can just, you know, do 20 damage in one turn as well, right?
Yeah. That's totally true. It's definitely going to be like one of those matchups that depends on very, very specifically on key turns, right? I mean, most matchups do, but this one in particular, it's like you have to be very, very ready for the big like potential Alana plus Neutral Machinist turn, just building up these huge boards. So we'll see, but we do see the Awakened Gaia in hand. We see a Whirlwind in hand. We see a May for clear. So pretty good hand as far as just actual clear goes. Still no Roach though, but that's okay. That can wait, right?
Yeah, for Raindrop, we're not seeing the key 4 drops. The Machina Haven relies heavily on Alana on 4 or the I'm blanking on the name right now. Limonia, right? Because Limonia enables you to cheat at the Almachinas, you know, get more play points, feed fusion cards into him, and you really want to have either of those 2 4 drops on turn 4, and you know, Raindrop does not.
Yeah, So is this one of those decks that, okay, so actually I'll ask that question in a minute, because right now we're already seeing a really large board, even though you do want to set up a few more things maybe early on in the game for this deck, like you were just saying. This is a weird deck that can play kind of aggressively in situations like this. I feel like I tend to see it a lot less played like this, but the Robo Falcon is clearly built a pretty strong board here. Just a little synergies within the deck, right?
Yeah, I think the idea is that Control Forest can clear the boards well, but we often talk about how many resources they spend to do so. So Raindrop knows this board is not going to win the game, but if it takes the Whirlwinds or the Gaias to get answered, then later on his other boards might not be able to get cleared, right?
Right, and the other nice thing about this is that it's a board entirely unclearable by Evoed Roaches, and I guess by unclearable I should say, like, it can be cleared, but you don't want to trade off the Roach, right? So basically unclearable by the Roaches. And we see the Evo point being used just to clear just one, 4/3. So that's not really your... I mean, that's what you want to see as Raindrop, right? Like that Evo point going away for no huge value.
Yeah, not seeing the Roach be played yet and not seeing the Roach being Evoed is exactly what you want to see when you play against the Control Forest deck. We see Justine show up. She's got Storm. And it's a good way for Haven to be aggressive.
Yeah, this is a considerably... it's a more aggressive playstyle than I thought we were going to see. This is probably the most aggressive game that I've seen from Machina Alana Haven, but I still haven't seen it all that much, to be honest. Only a few times. It's like probably the newest meta deck, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, it and Artifacts, right? But
yeah.
The play for Raindrop there is good because he's recognizing that he doesn't have the Alana or the Lemonia. So instead of just waiting for them and not doing anything, he's taking the proactive approach of just using his hand, getting good damage, and representing good boards right now. He is going to have the Almachinas eventually as well.
Yeah, I mean, and at the very least, like you said, he already has Almachinas, so this is just buying time at this point. However, I don't think there's... Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was going to say there's no natural cards, so I'm just blind as a Traveler's Respite. So, yeah, Almachinas is definitely going to come out relatively soon. Not this turn, obviously, but this has bought so much time and managed to push quite a bit of damage. Yeah, I mean, 9 already is good.
Didn't even get cleared, so it survives as a follower, which means, at the very least, another 3 face damage. Dallas did draw the Roach, which, is key in his game plan, but if you spend your entire turn clearing the opponent's board, you don't have time to play and bounce the Roach, right?
Right. Now, my question here is, would you ever use this last Evo point to go face? Obviously, Evo points in this deck are huge, especially if you do manage to get that Alana, and I feel like we're seeing the maybe question mark?
I think he's debating it, yeah. It's, it's one of those things where you think of the deck, and again, you think of like, oh, I'm going to Evo my Lemonia, I'm going to Evo my Alana. But that didn't happen this game, right? And at this point, drawing Alana or Lemonia is maybe okay, but he has to work with what he has, What he has is potentially 5 damage to the face right now. But this is a very hard decision. I don't think it's as simple as one play is correct and one is incorrect.
Right. And then, of course, looking at enhance too, you can technically hide it behind some of these wards, which we are going to see. However, they're not very strong wards, and the threat is always there of any sort of like big board clear, which we saw a lot in the last game, obviously, and we do see that it is an option. We see the Whirlwind in hand, so I think that would have been cleared had the Evo been used. So it was only going to just do like 2 more face damage, so maybe saving the Evo was a smart choice, but it's hard to say until it's over, right?
Yeah, we'll see what difference it makes. We see on turn 7, Dallas gets to play his first Roach. He's going to bounce it and then, look forward to clear the board. And I think, dare I say, it's going to come down to that very, very powerful Almachinas and what the follow-up is going to be, right?
And this Awakened Gaia, oh my gosh, such a strong card once it goes off. I mean, look at that board swing there. That is gigantic.
He steps on the board, right? He just stepped on it.
Just like it lands on it. I love it. All right, but this is a Almachinas turn, so this is where it begins, and you can see starting off very quickly because there could be quite a few cards played this turn.
And it's interesting, the guy has a 6/6 body, right? So Raindrop has to use the fanfare damage from the Almachinas to clear it, even though you think like he needs to just clear the ward and go phase, but the 6/6 body cannot be ignored, right?
Right, yeah. I mean, on top of the fact that it can potentially go face, if you just leave it up, it also can help clear the board because
For sure.
it trades very well against stuff like, for example, Natural Machinists, right? Then you get the perfect trade right there. It really hurts their board, their offense, and it buys more time for the roaches to come out. So it's good in so many ways, Awakened Gaia. Plus, I just love the whole mechanic of it that you have to play around it like the
It's
entire
great.
time. It's like May's dad. You know what I'm saying?
One thing that I want to point out is that this game seems very similar to the last game, but there's a huge difference in the deck that Raindrop is playing. The Machina Forest is great at dealing damage from the face with Storm. We saw the Claws, the Machina Claw, the Damien. Now the Machina Haven is better making the boards. He really only has the Justine for the Storm, right?
Yeah, there's no other option really. So this 12 life is considerably more than 12 life would have been last game. As we saw, it actually went down to 12 and then from there quickly deteriorated. But definitely looking like a better spot. Plus, I think that there's more bounces, or at least it's similar in bounces to the Roach count last game. And there's quite a few bounces in hand, so...
Yeah, we see the Lemonia finally picked up. And, Raindrop could transition now to the strategy of trying to develop a great board that maybe can't be cleared. But at this late in the game, we see the Gaias, and I think Dallas is going to be able to clear the board. And I think this is the turning point, not only in this match, but in the entire set, right?
Right. I mean, if there is a win here for Dallas, then we're going to see the Natural Dragon up against this Haven, which is a matchup that we can talk about later, but it definitely could be. I've seen it so many times where somebody's down and then they're down one game, they're down on life, and then they make like this one board shift, and then everything changes.
Yeah, like this game early on, it looked like Raindrop was just set to take the whole set as a swift 2-0, but Dallas fighting back, not gonna go down without a fight.
Yeah, and if you look at Dallas's hand right now, it is very strong. I mean, we have one fully discounted Awakened Gaia in hand. We have one that's almost discounted, so that's 2 turns if you want to in a row of clearing boards, essentially. We see 3 bounces, I think, was it 4 bounces? No, just 3.
Now, he can use the play points to do the bounces, and exactly like I said, Raindrop has to transition into making a board and kind of hoping that it's going to stick. But we're going to see the Gaia say no to that.
Yeah, and especially with no Alana amulet out, the boards... I mean, honestly, it wouldn't really matter all that much because it is just going to be raw destruction anyway, but building a board and then actually having the remaining board do enough damage to close this game out is going to be so tough. And there we see the Fairy Dragon, who's put in so much work in this game. I mean, it's dealt quite a bit of damage. It's so good once it gets later game. Yeah,
the board gets stepped on again, and it's hard for Raindrop to get to a win condition here because on turn 4 he didn't have the Alana or Lemonia set up. Because if Lemonia was evoed early on, if he had it, maybe now he could look for an Aegis or discount more draws with the Almachinos or something. But at this point, that's a great board for Dallas.
I know, this is the weirdest, that is the weirdest thing I've ever heard, because it's a great board for Control Forest, but there is potentially 12 damage on board that's threatening face, which is setting up a 2-turn lethal. This is one of the only times that I've ever seen a board that needs to be cleared from from Control Forest. It's really, and on top of that, it's hiding behind the 9-life Fairy Dragon. So getting rid of, for instance, is like 7/7 is going to be so difficult.
Look at his life total too. He went right up to 19. Fears no death now.
Yeah, this game is such a perfect example of the strength of Control Force, right? And also, I mean, I said it. This is like, I guess the 3rd time I've said it now, but Dallas, I think, wanted to use this deck in this exact matchup, and we're seeing another example of why. And this may not have been quite an optimal hand for Raindrop, not getting the early Alana and getting the Lemonia a little bit late, but this is not looking easy.
This has been a great set so far, and without being too biased towards Dallas, I want to see the long set. I want to see the players show off their skill. Raindrop is very talented as well, and he could have easily taken the set 2-0. It was looking that way at the start of this match.
Yeah, but It just got to that moment where Control Forest shows off. And, I don't think it's biased to want to see a Game 3 in pretty much any of these sets, right? I mean, these are the best of the best, and there's a reason why they're here. And plus, I just want to see more decks, right? We have so many decks today that we are going to see for... well, I mean, I guess we have 2 decks we're going to see for the first time. We've got a few other, like, really spicy decks. So I'm excited to see as much as possible.
Yeah, even here, Raindrop made a great play. By playing followers with low attack like that, he leaves Dallas board locked. Now Dallas can on-board lock himself with the bounce, but then you have to use a bounce on a follower that's not a roach, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is really smart, but also there still is no real answer to deal with. I mean,
yeah, it maybe buys him a turn, but in that extra turn, he still is not going to be able to do nearly enough, right?
Yeah,
I like the idea of it.
I mean, you have double Justine, so you can at least clear a solid amount, and one of them's discounted, so that's going to be 7, so it's going to leave 3 play points up. So you could do like Justine. Well, actually, yeah, I don't know what's been fused to them either. So this is tough.
Yeah, we just see the Roach come out.
Okay, Roach is not quite there, but even if this board is
gonna
clear,
sit there.
Oh, yeah, just leaves the Roach
Wait a
out.
second. Is that a Kel? Kel can clear boards?
Oh, Kel the classic. Kel the I don't even know what to say about Kel.
He's Kel. He's just Kel.
He's Kel. Yeah, exactly.
It's really interesting. A lot of the Machina Havens are actually taking Kel out, but Raindrop is still running it, and I mean it's Kel, right?
Yeah, but can we talk about the fact that we're like, oh, thank God the Alana deck drew Kel to be able to clear this unstoppable Control Forest board. What are we watching right now? This is so weird.
I will also say that I wonder now was it a mistake for Dallas to throw the Roach out there? Maybe he felt like he was still in control of the game, but his Roach died, and he doesn't have an R1 in hand.
Yeah, this could turn things around. I mean, the Alana's coming out, so this is a pretty strong board, and we're going to see a nice little favorable, not trade, but a favorable little attack right there.
Now, the big difference is that Dallas has a lot more resources. That was a great play from Raindrop and a great Kel top deck, but he had to expend his entire hand to basically get back in the game. And although Dallas lost his Roach, he has enough resource in hand to find it. It's there on the top.
All right, so there's not enough bounces, right? Oh, there's enough bounces, but can you...
Well, there's the ward,
bounce
right?
with the ward. Yeah, Lana having 4... Oh, wait. Gaia... What's the count left? So then you play... Is the next one Storm? Is it just Roach?
Yeah, the last one has Storm, actually. Right?
Well, let's see. Does this one have Storm?
Yeah. Okay,
it does.
This one has Storm,
then,
So
then that's it, right? Oh, no, there's no targets left for the bounce.
No targets, but he finds another Roach, and that's gonna do it. Wow, what a game. Dallas ties up the series 1-1. We're going to a final game between these two excellent players.
So we saw like Tempo Lana Haven against mid-range Control Forest, building wide, strong boards. The classic way that matchup is supposed to play out.
Yeah. This has been a great series so far.
It has. It's a really great way to start off today. I think today's going to be a great show. I mean, I'm excited to see not only all the decks, but all the players today. This is...
Yeah, for sure.
I think we're going to see a lot of Game 3s, but this is the first one, so we are going to see the Natra Dragon come out, and this is a deck that... Again, I spoke to Dallas before today, and he said that this is the only deck that he was 100% sure that he wanted to bring, because he just thinks it's the best and he's the most comfortable with it. So that's a good deck to choose to keep for your last deck, right?
Yeah. So last month we saw Dragon be banned on pretty much every game except for I think Den Hishiro. But now that there's more variety in the meta and the lineups are more explosive or different, I should say, maybe we'll see Dragon not get banned, and we'll get to see why it's arguably the strongest deck in the meta, right?
Right, and hopefully later on we don't get to see the Evo Dragon get banned again.
Yeah, I really want to see the Evo Dragon. And before the game gets too crazy and we get sort of lost in it, although I'm sort of biased for Dallas and his great speedrunning skills, I gotta say it's great to see the Dawnbreaker boys, Raindrop and Praetorian, coming back from Contenders Cup to a nice top 8 showing. Raindrop was one of the players that I met at Contenders, and I could say nothing but great things about him. just a really chill and friendly guy, and it's great to see him here in the top 8.
Yeah, I'm glad that we're seeing a lot of representation from a lot of different teams, even a lot of teams that I haven't heard of quite as much, like Phantasma. But a lot of teams this season. This is a crazy season. They're so unpredictable as to what's happening.
Yeah, early on in the season, it looked like it was going to be the Pain and Athena's show, but the other teams, Revelation, Dawnbreakers, are stepping up. They're putting up a fight, and we're seeing a lot of different names in the top 8, which is really exciting. Again, the standings are so close right now.
All right, but another thing that's close is this set. So as much as I want to keep talking about the season, there's going to be plenty of time for that. So this matchup, Haven, again, like I said, I haven't seen it played. I've seen it played a good amount on ladder, but whatever. So from really good players, do you have any idea how they feel about this matchup in particular against Natural Dragon?
I don't want to say because it's sometimes very if I say one thing, people would get pitchforks out and be like, no, it's the opposite, What I will say is that these are two of the top decks in the meta. They're both very powerful, and maybe just based on how good Dragon is, Dragon might be slightly ahead, but we'll see how it plays out. I believe that's a one-off roll-off for Dallas, and I kind of like having it as a one-off, If you have a card as a one-off in your deck list, your opponent will have to think about it or respect it, right? If you run no roll-off, then they never have to think about it, right?
Well, as we also always see, though, if anybody ever runs a one-of, they always draw it. It's just the rule,
I
right?
guess so.
It's the classic. The one-of guarantees that you're going to get it during the set. But
Rolla is one of those cards that I consider just to be a great Shadowverse card because she has that great late game effect. But sometimes you just need a 2-play with 2/2, and she could do that job as well. And that's good enough, right?
Yeah. The flexibility. There are a lot of cards out there that are really flexible in that way right now, and that's a great example of it. We are going to see the Robo Falcon creating another board that is going to be a little strong, not nearly as scary as the turn 4, 11 damage on board. Now it's only going to be 4, but still threatening. And I do figure that a lot of this is going to depend on how fast you can get the Valdane corruption going and really race your damage versus their boards, because even though this deck is based a lot on healing, there's not actually that much healing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but this game, Raindrop did draw at least the Lemonia, even though he was going first and couldn't even on turn 4. But we'll see if he chooses to go that for turn 5. Getting the Lemonia leader effect is so powerful because, it lets you cheat at play points, which is great. But the Salvation spells, you could just feed them to the Almachinas because they're Machina cards.
Yeah, that's true. That's another reason why this is called. I still like to call it APM Haven. I'm still pushing for that name. Eventually, I'll get it to be sold. But because you get so many extra little cards, right? You get the salvations, you get the repair modes, you get the potentially, if you want to throw away the free Iron Knuckle Nuns from Vice. There are a lot of little cards that are Machina cards that you can throw into the Almachinas for even more discounted cards on your end. And hopefully you don't
Valdane off the top for Dallas, exactly what you want to see. He had ramped a little bit, now has... Okay, he's not going to play Valdane yet, but you still want to have it in hand, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, the Machina Haven deck, when you have those little different things you could do, the more decisions you have, the more skillful the deck becomes, I think. So you have to make decisions of do I discount my current hand now with the Salvation? Or do I fuse it into the Almachinas to discount potential draws, right? And it's a lot to think about. It makes the deck really fun when you can play it properly. It's pretty rewarding, right?
Right, but the other thing too is that you have to think about all of this, and then the whole time you're thinking about it, you're wasting time on your turn.
Yeah.
Which makes it that much more difficult.
And so there's, like you were saying, there's the animations, right? They have to play out. A lot of players that are not playing with the reduced animations just to help with that. But
I
could never
didn't know that was an option until this deck came around.
Yeah, it is because for people that don't have great phones, I guess, right? You could just have the reduced animations, but people use that because they're slightly quicker. But I love the animations. The Gaia with he's stepping on the board and it's a lot of the charm of the game, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, what card is it where the dragon flies over the field and you see the shadow? I think it was an old card.
I think you're thinking of the original Bahamut.
Was it the original Bahamut
He
that did
flies
that?
over the board and then destroys it with like a giant laser.
Yeah, it might have been old Baha. Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's just the one that pops out in my head. Maybe
Okay,
I'm
so
thinking-
Bai's being played by Raindrop, and again, the choice: do you play the Arl Knuckle Nuns? You can play one, hold the other.
Yeah, the other thing is you don't want them to get cleared for free if there's not a great target to trade in with them, right? I mean, or you could just save in also until the Vice is gone and they actually keep their 2-3 stat lines. There's so much to think about in this deck while you're wasting time. And
But you also have to think about Dallas being in overflow right now, and I'm not seeing his rosy glow around him, but I could feel it, He's hit overflow. This is the power of the Dragon class.
oh man, it was so good in the last episode too because he goes ah, and then he powers up and then he draws a 2-drop.
Okay, so playing Baldane but not evoing him is a very interesting decision there. But he gets to use the effect from the free evo to get value on the hoverboard, which is pretty good as well.
Yeah, maybe just confident that playing a 4-cost Shadow's Corrosion is not going to be the end of the world if this Valdane gets cleared. Just because there's already such a strong board here that's threatening Raindrop so well. Maybe I don't know. Usually I feel like we would see that Evo point right there because it didn't get too much value as far as trading either.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, because oftentimes you play the game a lot and you play the deck and it's like, oh, I play Baldane and I evo it. And because it's correct play 90% of the time, you just sort of get used to it, but it doesn't mean that it's always the best optimal choice, right?
Well, I guess another idea could be that there's going to be a lot of draw here on the next turn from a potential Natural Machinist, so maybe just assuming that there's a good chance that we could see a second discounted Valdane that could reduce the cost of both of them. I mean,
But
maybe, I don't know, I'm just trying to think.
Raindrop making pretty good power plays. Look at that juicy board. We see the power of the juice theme. It lets you heal your leader without spending board space or play points, which is very powerful for the Machina Alana deck, right? Even without the Alana, he's getting buffs from the Reverend.
All right, so we are seeing the entire...
All in on the All Machinas. I like it.
I mean,
Can't
at this
he
point, you
come
need as
back?
much damage as you can anyway, even aside from the draw, right?
Yeah, he needs to answer this board, right?
Okay, so-
another Baldane?
Double Valdane. Oh, if you had more play point, you could play like Valdane, and then you could play another Valdane, you could evo it and reduce all of them, and then use them for board clear. But no, you don't have nearly enough play points for that. That would have been really funny though.
Getting the blood, not the Dragon Core is really cool there because it costs 0. He's still gonna get the ramp, and he gets the play points back anyway, right? Just showing you the power of the dragon.
Yeah,
And he doesn't clear the full board, but all that's left is the 1/8 Confectioneer because it's not a Machina follower. It doesn't get +1 attack, and the 1/8 is pretty ignorable, I think.
yeah, you could pretty much leave that up. I mean, even if their evo points are gone, so yeah, you can't really do anything with that. At that point, you could honestly just leave it there for the rest of the game if you want to board lock them. That's kind of bad for Raindrop. I mean, building a full board is pretty common for Alana Machina Haven, so that 1/8 could be a real downside. I mean, you have to spend a whole turn here just like swinging it into like the 6/4 or something like that. Unless the one damage matters, but I don't see how that could work out.
This has been such a good series, and it's really showing, the explosiveness and hype of Shadowverse. This is what Shadowverse is, right? Raindrop had this amazing board, and in one turn, Dallas was able to clear it and then develop his own crazy board. It's really cool when you get all these powerful effects and you can really utilize their decks to their maximum, and it leads to is really fun back and forth gameplay, right?
Yeah,
Things change very rapidly, and it's never over till the end of the duel, right?
Yeah, it's never over until the end of the duel, and then you see like always the one little choice that was made along the way, like the one branching path that really decided things. And right now, this is actually a really tough situation. We see the free Justines. That's good. That is going to clear at least some of the board. And there's that one face. Let's go.
Yeah, so Raindrop gets the Aegis, but at this point it's just so slow. And although we had a nice back and forth of board clears and, making boards, at the end of the day, it's Dallas that has the resources. Perhaps because, dipping more into the Natura archetype you naturally just get a lot of card draw, right? That's what Natura excels as, is you get the great trees and they generate cards, and then they generate more cards, and after all this, Dallas has, 7, 8 cards in hand, and maybe he's just gonna out-resource, right?
Yeah, and I think this tree count is actually at like 6 or 7, which is going to essentially put Raindrop on a 2-turn timer. There is the threat of 5 damage face right here. I'm assuming we're going to see it all go face. I don't think you want to swing into the 1/8. And then there's
just ignore it,
another
like
tree, actually. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Doing 6 damage already. It's kind of funny because in the old Natura Dragon, you would play the Corrosion, and then it's like, okay, doing 1, 2, 3. But now you can see, you could just kind of wait, and then the turn he plays it, it's already doing, 6, 7, 8 damage.
Yeah, there's so many options. And wow, okay, just gonna go with the forfeit, and that means that Dallas, you are 100% correct. That one moment where that board shift happened in the control forest against the Alana Haven matchup, like that one moment did switch the entire set around. It completely changed things.
Yeah, sometimes it's not the things you can see in the game, but the things outside of it, like the momentum, right? In that moment, Dallas just took all the momentum. He was able to, get the whole series, but a great match. Great showing from both players.
Yeah, there was a lot of back and forth plays between each and every one of these sets, and it's pretty much a great way to start off the day when it's kind of hard to tell who's going to be winning. We saw like a huge life gap between the two players, Raindrop and Dallas, in the first game, and then a huge swing back around, and still Raindrop taking it in game number 1, and Dallas making it work as well in game number 2. It was actually pretty exciting to see, but of course, Machina Elena Haven showing its stuff in this month's Shadowverse Open. That's one of the decks that you guys were very, very excited for before we even started, right?
Yeah, we didn't actually see the Alana.
Yeah,
maybe that was part of the reason.
I saw Haven, and I was just like, wait a minute.
Yeah, the Alana deck or the Machina Haven doesn't need Alana to win, but it definitely can help out, right?
No. Yeah, that's why we were trying to decide what we wanted to name it. I know Wonder Chef really wants to call it APM because it's like actions per minute. I know he wants to make that work, and I think we should, because we said we didn't have to see Alana, right?
Yeah, you could win without it.
I mean, I'm totally about it. I mean, hey, listen, if you want me to help you out and push that too, I'll be the front man. Listen, I'll say all the names wrong for you. I'll push all the new names in. It's totally fine. Moving on to our next quarterfinals, we have Dulon versus Praetorian. Now, Praetorian, one of the players you guys had your eyes on, very much so, had a great season last year. Back again in top 8. Now let's take a look at the decks. Dulon, I believe, bringing Artifact Portal, Natural Dragon, Machina Blood. And then Praetorian bringing Artifact Portal, Machina Haven, and Machina Blood as well.
Yeah, Praetorian in his career has been known as the Artifact player, and I'm so glad it was not banned out. I really want to see a master of the Portal class play the deck, because I really enjoy it.
Yeah, and I mean, Praetorian, obviously somebody we're looking at, but both of these players are very historied top players, right? I mean, both of them have made more top 8s than I can even remember, and they've done so well at so many different tournaments, which is why they both have tournament pictures as their pictures, right? That's always the big sign.
Yeah, I can always appreciate the professional pictures, right? It looks very nice.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I'm so excited because finally we can see Artifact. We were teased a little bit in the last set, but it got banned out. So luckily, almost definitely, 100% we have to see an Artifact match played today.
Right, with Praetorian, let's take a look at as to why the Machina Haven deck was the ban pick for Dulon. As we take a closer look, here we go. This is the deck list.
I think the Machina Blood
Haven,
actually,
one of those decks that wasn't around, last one, but is now a big part of the meta. Again, really want to focus on no Kel for the most part, and you have Lemonia and Alana on 4, which then enable these crazy plays in the mid to late game.
Yeah, and no Kel is such a tough choice. I mean, we were talking about Kel when Kel came out because Kel is such a card. That's the only way I can put it, right? I mean, like Kel is like the Ignis Dragon of Haven, right? It clears your whole board and then it can go face and win. I don't know, this does too much.
On the other hand, we have Dulon Artifact Portal, the deck you guys have been eager to see its debut in Shadowverse Open. Let's take a look at what makes this tick.
Yeah, so the artifacts have sort of been remade since the last expansion. One thing that I really enjoy about their playstyle now is that the way the deck works in the moment is you don't put the artifacts in your deck like you used to. You just put them in your hand, which means you can use them when you want to, and that makes it so much better in my opinion.
Yeah, the consistency has gone up so much because you don't have to depend on drawing the right amount of like artifact producers and then hoping that you don't draw the artifacts raw until you need to actually draw them with like augmentation pistol. You get them in your hand, you control how the match goes, your draw like percentages stay the same. So it's a much different deck, but also I love the fact that it's got so many different play styles, right? You can play a very aggressive style, you can buff boards with Shion, you can play it more into the late game where you use Vertex Colony to do like face damage and clear board. There was the one of Ralmia that we saw in that one, which can go phase 2. So there's just so many different styles, especially because of Paradigm Shift, which lets you just do basically anything you want.
Yeah, and I really enjoy that. Again, the more options you have, I think the more you could show your skill, and it leads to a very, very fun deck.
Yeah, it's definitely like I've been playing the most.
Me too,
yeah, you said the same thing, and it's because, again, I tend to get a little bit bored when decks have one play style, but this has so many... It looks like we're not going to see it game 1 at least.
Well, right to our game 1, Dulon versus Praetorian. Here we go, the second quarterfinals of the day. Here's game number 1.
Yeah, so one thing that we haven't talked a lot about is Blood. Blood is still really, really powerful. Now, before we saw a variety of Blood decks, you know, there was the Natura from like Den, there was the Avarice Blood. Looks like people were just sticking to the Machina Blood for now. Just, you know, committing to the Machina package, playing things like Slaying. But Blood, Naria, still great. Just so good, right?
Yes, that's another understatement. You know, there are a few of those cards out there that just, they do everything you could possibly want them to do and then more. And, you know, Kel was one that I was just talking about, but Nerea is absolutely on that list. Nerea on a good turn with like a pre-evo can absolutely win the game by itself if you find yourself in some not too uncommon situations. However, against Alana, Machina Haven, I don't know how well they deal with that, honestly.
Well, you know, sometimes if Naria doesn't win the game, you can always Machinas into a couple Zero Cost Monos.
Right.
That's pretty good as well.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, you know, it can win the game, but that's not the game plan of the deck at all. It has nothing to do with the game plan of the deck. It just happens to also be really good.
Yeah, it's really funny because Naria is a card where it's like, she's not a Machina follower. She doesn't generate droids or do anything with them. It's just she's such a powerful card that all Blood decks are playing her, right?
Yeah, you just can't not.
And that's sort of what Kel used to be. And I wonder if, you know, Praetorian not having the Kel is going to hurt this matchup, or you really want to be able to clear all those annoying 1/1s.
And this double Nerea actually, oh no, it's triple Nerea in hand. Whoa, okay, so there we go. 6, 7, 8.
I gotta say, he animated all 3 of them, and I did the same, so my respect to Mr. Dolan. Great choice.
You have a whole thing about animating a ton of cards, right?
I love animated cards,
talking
man.
about it in World Grand Prix.
It's just like, that's what I love about Shadowverse, you know, like the characters, the animations, the cards, and I don't know, it's really enjoyable. I love it.
Yeah, I don't have enough orbs to animate as much as you, okay? We can't all be pro.
I mean, it's hard, like after I've played the game for like almost 4 years now, like naturally just you have a good collection and like, but
Yeah.
anyway, we have a nice back and forth early game here. Just a couple Machina followers. We see the Reverend, again, one of those followers that sometimes it's a 2-player 2/2, and sometimes wins the game by himself, right?
Right. I mean, we almost saw that in the last game. Almost saw the example of how you could not even need Alana because little mini Alana is doing its job. And you can't let that thing stay up. And that's one of the biggest issues is that, you know, especially if you're trying to like push some damage, you can't just be like, oh, it's just a non-threatening 2/2 because next turn it adds like 12 damage to the board. And you're like, oh, that was a mistake.
Yeah, it gets really crazy really fast, especially because, like I was mentioning last game, Justine lets you activate the effect without needing to commit a play point, which is really, really powerful.
Yeah, no play point. You don't need any sort of like
Board
what's the word I'm looking
space.
for? Yeah, no board space, no like repair modes, just nothing, just like for free basically. You use one card, but it ends up being useful in that way anyway.
I really like the way the deck is built. Like you see, the Traveler's Respite is so good as it gives you heal to, you know, proc your effects like that, and then gives you a Great Tree which you can then fuse into Justine, or fuse into the Almachinas. Really get like full value out of that card.
Yeah, it's so funny. The core purpose of the card is not. It doesn't fit in the deck, but all of the secondary parts of it fit perfectly. It's so cool but weird.
Like so well. We're likely going to see the Mecha Shot is such a powerful card, and sometimes when Machina Blow is behind on the board, it's kind of weak as just a 5/5 rush. But in this situation where there's just one follower, it's so amazing because, you know, you get to clear the board, but that leader effect is so powerful.
Yeah, it of course giving you that droid every single turn, which then synergizes with so many other different things. It's all great to see. No core though on what's super early on, which is fine. You can say that for later. Oh, and we do see Alana finally coming out.
Yeah, he had the choice to play either Limonia or the Alana, and he's choosing to go with the Alana, getting the prayer out there early on. If you hold the Limonia, she get Evo for free at 6 play points. We'll see how that pays off later on, right?
Right. I mean, it could have set up into like a nice Vice turn on 6, but I mean, Ilana's definitely like the slower choice and the choice that is always going to take up one of your actual permanent Evo points. So I like it going first. Plus, it can buff the Limonia the turn after if you do choose to play it potentially. And some, there's a lot of different ways there.
Yeah, and you see the power of the Machina Shot leader effect. Immediately on the same turn or the next turn, that extra 1/1 lets you clear the Alana, means he doesn't have to spend an Evo on it, but you have to get it off the board, right? So, again, such a powerful leader effect.
All right, now you have to be worried. Now, I don't think there's no way in this deck in Machina Blood to get the free Evo for Nerea on 6, right?
I don't believe so. Some players play the Night Prowl Vampire, maybe as like a 1 or 2 off, but it's not.
I don't think
here.
I saw it in this list.
Yeah.
So you still have to be worried about it, of course. Going into this next turn, and that's definitely going to change some decisions. But you at least don't have to worry about it being double evolved on the next turn, right?
Right. And the thing about Nerea is that Nerea is very, very powerful. One of the best cards in the game by far. But it's also very predictable. They're going to play on turn 6. You know what it does. While a card like Almachinas, what happens after is so hard to predict, makes it so much harder to play around, right?
Right. And we are going to see it on 6, the classic. I mean, we know that there's 3 in hand, so it's there's no real loss at playing it out now, even if you don't get as much value out of it, like by some free Evo later on, because you've got so many more. Now, the question is, will Evo Point be used in general?
One of the advice I would give to maybe newer players, or maybe old players too, is that when you play against type of decks, instead of being like annoyed or like, oh man, he had Nerea on 6, just expect it, right? You expect it. It's like what they want to do, what they're going to do, and you'll be way more prepared for it, right?
Yeah, so many games, so many tournament games that I've seen have come down to whether or not the player has planned for a turn 6 Nerea and how well they've planned for it. If they waste a little bit too much on one turn, assuming there's not going to be one, they can lose their entire board. They can run out of steam really early on. But you could see that last turn, there was no way to really get a huge amount of value, even using an Evo point for Dolan, excuse me. So that was clearly Praetorian saying, you know what? Nerea is probably coming out. I'm going to prepare for it.
Well, he had a good answer because he just fused his entire hand into the Almachinas, except for the Alana, and now his cards cost 3 less, and that's pretty good.
Pretty good is a way to say it, I would say. But you can see, too, that this Nerea really got very little value. I mean, all it cleared was a Vice and whatever it's going to take to actually clear it right now, but none of the effects actually activated for the Nerea or for the Flood Behemoth.
Yeah, I mean, Dolan, he didn't get the free Evo, and he could have manually with the Nerea, but he chose not to. Now, this means that he'll have more Evos to work with in the future, but if he falls behind and he can't ever get back on the board, then, maybe we could look at that as the turning point in the match, right?
Yeah, and honestly, saying falling behind and not able to clear a board, that's pretty much what we're seeing right now. Even with a Nerea that somehow got like auto-evolved and evolving the Flood Behemoth on top of that, you couldn't clear this whole board. The fact that there's 2 difficult to deal with wards makes this tough. I'm trying to think of what the best options are going to be. We do see the second Nerea.
I don't think it's going to be enough. And Praetorian showing us the power of the Machina Haven, you know, playing the Almachinas and then instantly that very same turn, getting such a crazy board right away.
Yeah, so we are going to see... Oh, wait, could we... No, the Evo already used, so that's the max clear there. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, that's the best he could do.
So this natural...
The Alana boards is that when the board survives, it can get buffed and their damage just gets really high really quickly.
Yeah, and there's at least 2 heals in hand. There's one from the Justine, one from the Robo-Wing creating the repair mode. There's
now,
not enough
there is
natural
a Flood Behemoth, and Praetorian is out of Evos. But, you know, he's got a lot of options in his hand. We'll see what he chooses to go with. Perhaps going to fuse into the Almachinas again and just get a redraw. Or does he like his current hand? Because the 8-7 can just clear the Behemoth, right? But you have to think long term, right? Like, what is going to give him the best chance to just win the game, say, next turn, right?
Yeah, I think what was going on in there was the math to try to figure out if there was any way to like fuse enough stuff with the Natural Machinist to get enough damage overall. Like you could play like Cherub and then a fuse, but then you'd still be only at 5 damage to try to take out the Flood Behemoth. So that's not an easy situation to clear. So it looks like Praetorian is mainly just going for a board.
Yeah, and again, this is one of those turns where it's like you have to spend a lot of time just considering what the option is. And then after doing so, you have to execute it, right?
Yeah, and it looks like there was enough time. Didn't go for the Natural Machinist, though, which is why there was so much extra time. We are going to see 1 buff, and we're going to see 13 damage to face. No, we're going to clear out. Sorry, so just 10 damage to face. Only 10 damage. No big deal.
Yeah,
plus
and
leaving...
With this outcome, you know,
18.
This board might be enough to close the game on next turn. You know, Praetorian, he did a lot of plays there, and he still had 3 play points left over, right?
Yeah. Just
like,
board
not
space.
That he could have used them. It's just like his cards are so cheap, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, so we're going to see the Nerea. We're going to see the auto evolve for the Nerea, which is going to be very nice. And
yeah, this will let him Evo the Flood Behemoth to get additional clear, blocking the clash, which is exactly the 1 damage he needs.
That is a perfect valued clash on there.
And, you know, going back to the series we just saw, we're seeing the players trade boards back and forth. But this time it's Dolan that has the resources left over, right? Praetorian has, I guess, 1 more Almachinas, but that better win him the game.
I mean, the Alana in hand is pretty dead, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
One of the big downsides of Alana is that obviously it's powerful enough that you want to keep it, but you can't fuse it to anything, which makes it tough because you don't really want to spend 4 play points later in the game for just a 3-4 ward. So really what's drawn is what matters.
It can be nice to play a ward and buff it when you're ahead, but when you're behind like Praetorian is here, it's just not doing anything, right?
Yeah, or even when you're not behind, when you're just trying to fight back and forth for board, it tends to be too slow. And we are seeing it hovered over, so maybe that's the choice, just to stay alive a little longer. I mean, the nice thing is that there's a ton of life still for Praetorian.
But that life could easily melt away because Dolan can just throw his hand away into the Almachinas and draw some monos. There was one of them. Like, against Machina Blood, you know, the 1/1s that are maybe not that scary can get evoed by the mono effect, and it's a lot more damage than you might think, right?
How much damage is available here? The 4 stat line on defense for Alana is actually really nice right here, because you need to trade in 2 things.
Yeah, so even as a 3-4 ward, there's still some value there, right?
Oh, but you could play something else? No.
Was there not lethal there? It was 12 plus 6, right?
Missed the landing.
If he just goes 2-drop mono, Evo the board.
Sure, mono Evo board. You'd have to trade in 2 things.
6 for mono.
Well, was there anything? Well, you could trade 1 thing in, play the Robo Goblin, then play mono, and then Evo it all, and use the Robo Goblin to trade into the Alana, and then get a little bit more face, right?
I think he was at 18 damage. I count 12 plus 6, which is 18. So I think he was 1 off lethal there.
Well, choosing to go for the unlock in his turn just to build up an entirely too strong board. But now, look at this. There's so much left to play and so many different options and not a lot of time to do it.
He can go back to 19 life and just, chill on that board.
Oh, the health gain is it's disheartening when you see it. And look at this board. Look at how do you deal with this board?
I feel like that's been the story of today, where like it looks like one player is in control, and then their board gets cleared and they don't have the resource to close the game out, and then the other player that was sitting on those resources now uses them and just completely close out the game. Dolan taking game number 1.
Yeah, so I think there was no natural card fused to that Natural Machinist, right? Otherwise, I think you would at least see what you draw. But it's kind of hard to keep track of what exactly was fused to what. But that was a ridiculous board, and it was only going to get stronger too, because if you clear some of it, there's still the mono in hand, which we see obviously, but you have to assume with so many resources left for Dolan that it's a possibility. But that means we're going to see Artifact. Woohoo!
And I want to go back to that turn 6 where Dolan played the Naria and he didn't evo it, and we were questioning where that was going to cost him the game, but it let him use the evo later on to stabilize. Like, he knew he could survive that turn not evo, and it was just enough for him to get the resources to turn the game around later on, right? So excellent play.
Well, it's like you were saying, it always it's back and forth. It's not over till it's over. And then, like I said, it always is one little decision that you can see that changed everything, and that was one of them. But here we go. Going into game number 2, we are going to see the Artifact Portal up against that Alana Haven again, which means that we're seeing Alana Haven like almost every single match today, interestingly enough.
Yeah, it's funny because, there's a lot of deck variety, and Alana Haven's... There's only like maybe 3 or 4 Alana Haven players. It just happens that we're seeing the games back to back, but there should be a lot of deck variety today.
Another interesting thing is
Portal right here.
Yeah. So we are going to see the synchronization on 1. That is by far the most deciding card, I think, in the deck, right? Like, you can win or lose based on just how you choose to use that.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly already on turn 1, you have such a big decision to make, and it's one of those that you want to make it because you don't want to waste that play point, right? Mm-hmm. You get 4 options. Sometimes people forget you can get a raid and artifact from it, which can be good. But Dolan going with the Analyzing.
Yeah, and another thing that you want to do a lot is using the bifurcating artifact from it with the augmentation bestowal for a really strong turn 4, which was an option there, but then of course top deck the Technomancer, so you can see that the Analyzing artifact was a pretty solid choice, and it's going to give a lot of draw for later on. Yeah,
one of the great plays is you go turn 1 synchronization, you get the paradigm shift, the bifurcating, then turn 2 you play the Artisan to get your paradigm shift, on turn 3 you play, the 2 2/2s, and then it discounts your paradigm shift by 2. But it's a lot of different plays you can take, and a lot of different options available to a player, right?
Right, which is why this is another one of those super difficult decks. I mean, most of the decks in the meta right now are really difficult. Maybe not all of them are ridiculously difficult, but a good amount of them. Definitely both of these decks that we're seeing right now are not easy at all.
Oh yeah, again, the more choice you have, the more room for mistakes, right?
And Dolan's running Focus. That's interesting.
I guess he just needs to find the cards he needs, right? Maybe it sounds obvious, but one of the things in Artifact is that you can have slightly clunky hands early on, and that might be a way for him to get through that, right?
Yeah. We'll see if it's used at all within this game. So the Lamonia is coming out very early. It's the first turn for Lamonia that we've seen, or I guess I should say the first turn Evo Lamonia that we've seen.
So last game, Praetorian had the option, and he chose to play the Alana. This time going with the Lamonia, perhaps because of the way the matchup is going to play out differently.
Oh, and there's the Focus.
Yeah, Modesty is a card that I absolutely love. It's so powerful, and it's one of those cards that not too long ago was considered to be a pretty weak card, but now it's amazing. You see the leader effect is so strong.
Okay, to be fair, I don't know if anybody ever considered it a weak card. It's just that Artifact was not strong enough,
to be fair, yeah.
Yeah. But now we see it's
amazing
perfect
now.
Yeah, yes. And so both of these players have set up their permanent leader effects for the rest of this game, or at least 2 of them. So this is now a pretty big battle, and hand size is going to be a gigantic issue for Praetorian, as it tends to be in this deck once you get out that Lamonia effect. So now
we're talking about how the artifact can play a lot of different ways, and I think Modesty really helps with that, because you can use the Modesty leader effects if you just clear the board, it's always pushing damage, so you can be aggressive with it. But you can also use it as clear, and then you can grind your opponent out with that free resource of like 3-4 damage every single turn.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at the actual value of it, like, if this game goes on 4 more turns, that means that you would get a total of, at the very minimum, like 15 damage out of that card alone, aside from the fact that it's actually a card. That is so good.
And the Lemonia paying off instantly by allowing Praetorian to get a turn 5 bias, which is very powerful. And then you get more Salvations because bias generates the Iron Knuckle Nuns. And you can see how the Machina Haven sort of starts that snowball of just generating free cards. And then using those cards to discount other cards to then get more cards. It gets pretty crazy.
Yeah. That's why this is a very different playstyle than we saw from Alana Machina Haven the previous games. This is the APM playstyle, really, because as you saw, it was running out of time right there. Just having to get rid of cards so you don't run out of hand space, and so you can set up stronger next turns, which are going to set up stronger, turns after that. It just keeps going and going and going. And
Augmentation being played already.
It's a good combo. I like that a lot.
Yeah, you get immediate value out of it, right? Unlike the old artifact deck where you play augmentation and then you get maybe like 50 draws. If you get 2 here, it's great. You still get the play points back. It's good enough.
Yeah, and there are a lot of different options you can play off of that too. I mean, you can set up some really huge turns with augmentation bestowal into Xion, which we see in hand. However, chose to go for a little bit wider of a board before maybe using that singular Xion that we see.
And you can say exactly what I was talking about last turn, where Dawn has the option to trade the 3-1 into the Vice to clear it, and then use the leader effect to push phase damage. But instead, he values having the 3-1 on the board right now, lets the leader effect take the trade for him.
Yeah, and building a wide board, especially, so I don't remember if this was a not Kel list, right? Yeah, this is the one we looked at. Knowing that there's no Kel in the list means there's no actual board, like wide board clear out of this Alana Haven. So leaving up that 3-1 means it's just one more target that you got to deal with. And also another target for Xion if it does stay alive.
Praetorian looking at a 2 play point Alana. That's pretty powerful. We'll see what the follow-up is. Has another Salvation spell in hand. Couple repair modes. A Falcon.
Yeah, lots of options. There's always so many options.
Yeah, I really, really enjoy that, Like, the more agency you can have in how you play the deck and how you show your playstyle as a player, I think it's better for the game. And I really enjoy these games right now. They're fantastic.
And we've seen so many different playstyles from. It's basically been a very different game from the Alana Haven player every single time that we've seen it, which has been a lot so far, even considering this is the second set of the day.
And just like you said, no Kel means there's not a full board clear. Now Praetorian is left with a pretty good board, and like we've seen often today, now it's Dolan's time to try and clear the board and develop his own, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of choices, like we said. Now, one thing that I want to point out is that we do see okay, I gotta read this. The
Tisiphone?
Tisiphone, thank you. Yeah, you knew offhand.
Yeah. I know it, because usually, in my experience, you get Electo-chan, and she's like the worst one, but Tisiphone is really, really powerful.
Yeah, I know a lot of times the artifact players don't like using Rebel Against Fate with the actual resonance effect active, because you don't want to fill up your hand with it. But this could be really useful. The fact that this was the one that was rolled this time around, that's a lot of board clear and a lot of high damage board clear that you could potentially use maybe later on against a deck like Alana Machina Haven. It might actually come into play. Might not, though, because there's still a ton of options. There's Paradigm Shifts in hand. There's the Artifact Reanimator.
What if I told you that the true power of the Portalcraft class is Resonance? And although you may never use the Fury that you get from the Rebel Against Fate, it's just nice to have it as an extra option, right?
It is nice to have it as an extra option, but I mean, hand size is always an issue, especially
for
in
sure.
Yes. All right, so what are the options here? This could be a pretty scary board being built up. We've got the Alana and mini Alana out.
Yeah, I feel like in the past we've seen Alana players out or Reverend. This might be the first time we're seeing both at the same time. And with all those repair modes, that board is going to get real thick real soon.
Oh, yes. And could actually... no, nothing to trade into. I was going to say you could maybe even get one more if you'd lowered it. But now this board has to be dealt with. 100%.
Yeah, you can see why Justine is so good. Because even though he has the repair modes, he doesn't have the play points to use them.
Mm-hmm.
And Justine lets you, get healed without spending play points, which, I keep emphasizing because it's so relevant to the deck, right?
Right, and on top of that, it's also another way to lower your hand size. So really every single thing that she does, just fusing, is perfect for the deck.
And we even saw Raindrop using her as a Storm follower, which, she does have Storm, and that's not a bad keyword to have in Shadowverse.
No, it's not.
So can Dolan answer this board? Tisiphone clears 2 followers, but if you ignore the other 2, that would certainly be the end of him.
Yeah, you could play the Duplicator, and then it should lower the cost of the... well, it might not, actually. I was going to say it could lower the cost of the Paradigm Shift to low enough to be able to play it, but it would have to go down to 1s. That's not easy either.
See, the problem is, usually when you want to play the Duplicator, you're expecting that you're going to get those very powerful Paradigm Shift artifacts back, but he just hasn't played our Paradigm Shift, so the artifacts that he would get back are pretty weak and not enough to answer a board like this, right?
Yeah, none of the Paradigm Shift artifacts, nor any of the Vertex Colony artifacts, so really a pretty weak board. All right, we're going to see.
Now, keep in mind, he does have the leader effect. The Modesty leader effect could help him get a clear. Maybe he can't fully clear the board, but clears as much as he can.
All right, left it up to just hoping that there's not enough buff left in hand. I mean, you want to reduce the amount of buff by getting rid of the junior Ilana. I'm going to keep calling it that. But still, leaving a 9/5 up is...
yeah, it's pretty scary, right?
Yeah.
But what is the play for Praetorian? It could be easy to just focus into the Aegis as just like, okay, Aegis, and then we close the game out like that, but it's kind of slow, and maybe there's other better plays, like playing Confectioneer or Hoverboard. He could draw, like, does he want a Machina follower? Does he want a Natura follower? He can take his pick, right?
Yeah, well, he should know at least how many Paradigm Shifts are in hand. Paradigm Shifts are never hidden, right? Like, they're always, you can see them appear, I guess you could say. So you should know at the very least there's going to be 3 ward followers, plus, I mean, there's so many different other ward options. You have, you can Artifact Duplicator to bring them back. You have Vertex Colony itself, which is a ward, and on top of that, doing a lot of damage to the board. So you might not be able to break through all those wards in time, even if it gets unreasonably strong. Although it does look like maybe the Aegis is the choice.
Yeah, I mean, again, you only have so much time, right? So while he spends the time thinking, which, is not a mistake, you have to think through your turn.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, he has no time, Aegis it is, and it's a pretty good board. He pushes enough damage such that if Aegis goes phase next turn, he wins the game, and I think that's very important.
Okay, so this could be a huge turn, because you do have the Augmentation Bestowal Artifact Duplicator turn, which is going to burn a lot of cards, but it gets you a ton of play points to play a huge amount of things, especially considering that you're going to be able to trade off a lot of those artifacts and then do some more Paradigm Shifts, which is going to trigger Augmentation Bestowal even more. If that is how you choose to play out this turn, it doesn't have to be right now. It is how we're going to see it. Interesting way to play that out. Playing it so that not trading in the Archaeologist first.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's wanting to go face with that.
Maybe. Oh, this is going to be some nice life gain. The Xion coming out. Okay.
You don't want to clear it because you want to be able to drain so you can get the damage. Oh,
that's smart. Plus, now this is going to go face for 7 damage. So that was a very strong turn. Look at that, and a ward up. But can the ward be cleared? There's no evil points left.
Yeah, the Aegis will tank the Modesty damage, but at this point, maybe it's just Paradigm Shifts and a bit of face damage for Dawn to close the game out.
Yeah, or a Vertex Colony. Let me look what the count is for that. That's already a lot of face damage. But I mean, it's not a lot, but with this board, 4 means all you need to do is push 9 damage. Definitely the ward's going away, right? At the very, very minimum, which means you have to, well, no, actually, you need to clear the entire board. Otherwise, oh, no, not yet. You might lose if you don't clear the entire board. It's very possible.
definitely scary. And a big reason for that is the Xion. We saw it be really powerful last turn, giving +2/+2 to artifacts, +1/+1 to any other followers. I hope I don't get in trouble for this, but it's a card that in my community, we call it the sauce. It's like the secret sauce of Portal to just push through and close the game out. I absolutely love the Xion ever since she got adjusted and is now a 3-play when accelerated. It's so powerful.
Well, I mean, sauce kind of works because it kind of like pour it on top of your board, right?
It's so
and
good.
It buffs the whole thing.
Okay, time running out for Praetorian. What is the play?
Steam coming down.
I think he might have been thinking, can he get lethal from the Aegis going phase? But again, not enough play points to get the repair mode. He only had 1 anyway. Has to trade instead. Leaves 10 damage up on the board. We know there's 2 paradigm shifts, and there's a Xion. And I believe that's going to be lethal for Dolan, taking the set 2-0.
Wow, yeah, there we go. We see exactly the power of this deck right here. There were so many different outs to either survive, to get a lot of life back, or to just find lethal like we see it. And that's why we saw Artifact banned earlier. It's such a flexible deck, and I love watching it because there's just so many different lines of play.
And again, such a nice back and forth series. I'm glad we got to see, the Alana pop off, but the artifacts looking really strong.
Yeah, and actually, weirdly enough, Alana Haven is now 0-4 today.
Yikes.
Yeah, weird.
Well, I mean, we have Artifact Portal now doing pretty good. So, I mean, there's that. Like, the 2 decks you wanted to see shown into this month's SVO is getting some love, right? One over the other, unfortunately. But either way, it was very, very impressive to see Dulon make comebacks in both sets, right? Coming back from less than 10 life in game number 1, making the clutch plays, and then game number 2, bouncing back against such a strong and wide board towards the very end. That was very, very impressive, especially with Artifact Portal, right? That's something we haven't really seen. But, it felt like chat also was 100% confident in Dulon. I mean, for the most part, right? They were just popping off. It's like, who's going to win, Dulon or Praetorian? A lot of folks were just saying Dulon left and right.
Yeah, some players are just really popular, and after this games, both the Dawnbreaker players are out. So they, coming back from Contenders Cup, top 8 is very nice, but you have to wonder if, can they do better, right? And don't get me wrong, it's really, really hard, but they're both out now.
Yeah, I mean, not only is it tough to, make it to, top cut, I guess you could say, but you also are not necessarily guaranteed top 8 once you get to top cut. So, yeah, huge shout-outs to everybody who's made it, and huge shout-outs to everybody who's almost made it, too.
Absolutely. That moves us on to our third quarterfinals of the day. We have a new competitor going up against a veteran for this year's Shadowverse Open. We have Raymondo going up against Doc Dodo. Doc Dodo's second appearance in the top 8. He's bringing the Natural Dragon, Machina Blood, and Alana Machina is banned this time around. Let's take a look at what Ray has to bring. The Control Forest is banned this time around. Evo Dragon on the board, and Machina Blood.
Yeah, Chef and I, we want to see the Evo Dragon. I want to see him bet the farm on a big Suze.
I know, me too. I mean, so it's such a fun deck to watch. It's not necessarily always the most fun deck to play against, but you definitely from a spectator standpoint, this is we'll see it in a minute.
Right, so Doc Dodo bringing the Natural Dragon as one of the stronger decks in the meta, but let's take a look at his other one, the Machina Blood, also making waves in the meta.
Yeah, so we saw Machina Blood is still a very strong deck. Blood is still a fantastic class. Again, the Naria, just a staple. You have the Almachinas to enable some low-cost shenanigans, like zero-cost mono is pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good, I'd say. When you evo an entire board because of it, we could see some actually 2 fully evoed boards in this set.
And now on the other side, we have Raymondo bringing the Evolution Dragon. Now, you guys were absolutely ecstatic to see this.
Yeah, so in this deck, you get a bunch of ramp. You have a bit of the discard synergy, but the reals, the star is the Goblin Warpack, giving you 5 evos in 1 card, and that enables your Suze, which, usually is a card that can win or lose games, but if Suze has 15 evos, he's gonna win, right? At least you hope so.
Oh, interesting. This is not the... Oh, right. This is is like slightly different than I usually see. There's actually a few different cards, right? Am I crazy, or am I just not remembering the deck list right? There's a few things like Ayala that I feel like I haven't seen in this build yet, and what else was I looking at?
The thing is, the Evo Dragon is not as how do I say it? It's not as basic as the Natura Dragon, which everybody agrees on a list.
Yeah,
so there's more variety naturally in how you play and how you build it.
Yeah, there's, I mean, also it's like not considered like a tier 1 deck, so it's not like it's necessarily like something that you're going to see the same superpowered cards every single time. But I mean, yeah, I'm still excited to see the, I mean, it's still basically the same idea as, it's actually literally the same idea as the usual list that I see. It's just got some cool different picks, so I'm excited to see how that worked out. Obviously, there's a reason why it's the only Evo Dragon in the top 8, so maybe this is a list that I need to look at for it's just a few cards different, but that means a lot, right?
Right, and going into the top 8, he, by the way, he went 7-0 yesterday.
Ooh.
To get himself into the top 8. Raymondo was the one that went 7-0, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I really like his lineup, and I want to see the Evo Dragon shine.
And it's not banned, so hopefully we don't just see like 2 losses with the other deck. But hopefully we do get a chance to see it. And I love the deck because it's so ramp heavy, and I miss seeing Ramp Dragon in its own way. It's
I like Ramp, yeah.
Yeah, it's fun to see. It's like the classic core of the archetype of the class, right? I mean, Dragon Oracle on 2, classic anime move now. I don't know. We don't see it anymore. And also, I like the fact that you can close out with Genesis Dragon. It's kind of fun to actually see it like hard played.
Yeah, regardless of its spot on the tier list, I think everybody's a little bit scared of a Goblin Warpack followed by a Zeus, right?
Well, honestly, ramping into a Goblin Warpack by itself can be super hard to deal with. I mean, 3/4s across the board is a very difficult stat line to deal with. There's a lot of 3 damage things, and dealing with that many 3/4s is not easy. So even if you don't necessarily have the Zeus right off the bat, if you can even get 2 Goblin Warpacks in a row, it can be I don't know, it can be really annoying, I guess is the best way to put it.
It's amazing because oftentimes the ramp deck loses tempo for getting ramp, but getting 5 3/4 rushes could get you all that tempo right back.
Right, which you need for those few turns before you get Zeus.
So here we go. We're going to get the Bloodcraft mirror match for quarterfinals number 3 between Doc Dodo and Raymondo. Here we go. Game number 1.
One of the things that I wanted to bring up about Doc Dodo's list that we didn't go over is you were saying how the Machina Blood might not be able to proc the Naria naturally on 6, but his list is playing the Vampiric Bloodbinder and the Night Prowl Vampire. So he actually has 6 cards to let him get that turn 6 free Naria. And we've seen in the mirror match, if you're going first and you get the Naria and you pre-Evo Flood Behemoth, that could just win the entire game, right?
Yeah, that's something that I was talking about in that last set, but we did see Naria obviously do quite a bit of work, and it did win the game overall, but especially in the sort of mirror, we know that there's not great ways to deal with the card from its own, side. It's weird. It's hard to explain.
I also like his idea of the list because those cards, while they will shine on turn 5 to enable Naria, they're perfectly fine, as you see, right? He has a turn 1 play, or even as a 2/2 play point 2/2 draw card is amazing.
Yeah. This is, how close are these lists to each other? I haven't had a chance to look at them.
Well, I believe the difference is that since Raymondo's not playing those cards, he's instead, opting for this lane, which can give you a lot of life gain and potentially more burst damage as well.
Yeah,
but the rest of the core should be about the same, I want to say.
Yeah, usually, ironically, core included, but the rest of the core of the decks is pretty similar for Machina Blood. And this is, I guess we could just look at the board state here. This is a mirror that can go on for quite a while, right? So
yeah, we saw those very grindy blood mirrors, right?
Right, but I did see a lot of people in chat saying why doesn't anybody know how to close out the game? So I don't know if there are actual ways to close it out. It looks so hard to clear these boards and then actually push damage unless you get some really good mono draws.
Yeah, what we saw, I believe, was oftentimes the game could be very quickly if it's turn 6 Naria, turn 6 All Machinas, turn 8 Mono wins the game. But then once that window opportunity is missed,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
it gets really, really grindy, right? But don't get me wrong, the games can be over quickly because you get 2 or 3 monos for 0, and it's just too much damage.
Well, right now they're just trying to build up this, I guess you could say, Machina destroyed count.
Yeah, taking a lot of time here. Maybe a bit of pressure, making sure he's taking the correct play. Going first, playing Noon is pretty powerful. Whenever you're going first and then you get to Evo before your opponent, it always feels great, right?
Yeah, always. But not often that you get to see that situation.
Yeah, it's definitely rare. And now
That's
EO is an excellent card. Kel's not around, but EO's pretty good.
EO is mini Kel. There's like mini versions of a bunch of cards in this current set.
Yeah. It's one of those things, though, where he's choosing to spend the EO now, because, it fits his turn right now, and it's great. But he's using that resource that may be crucial later on as well, right?
Yeah, but at least going second, so, 1 extra Evo point. And by the way, can I just note that card, I finally looked it up, and it's called Noin, which is not how I expect to pronounce N-E-U-N.
Okay, I trust you on that.
That's how it's pronounced in, German.
Yeah,
Noin.
it's a German name, right?
Yeah, which it doesn't look at all how it's spelled, but that's how it is. All right, so Mech Shot Devil, gonna get that effect on board. That is going to be so helpful.
Yeah, again, the leader effect is really good, not just because it's a free resource every turn, but, that droid is going to count for Mono, for Technolord, for... How'd you say it was called? Knowing?
Noin, yeah.
For Knowing, right? Because he needs 10 destroyed. And it's a 5/5 body, so it's pretty good in the mid-game here.
Yeah, it's similar in effect, I would say, to like Kyoka. You play it on a lot of similar turns, use it for a lot of similar clearing situations, and then giving yourself that kind of permanent buff. Not really like as permanent with Kyoka, but it helps your game plan moving forward. So I like to compare those two cards. Also,
Yeah,
same
Kyoka
body.
is a card that we saw so much in the SVO recently, but maybe not today. There's only one Spellboost Rune player. The other Rune players are playing Natura Rune, which is great to see.
I know. Although Kyoka's so good, I would almost play her in Natura. Not really. Okay, please don't listen. I just really like the pre-con anime.
Really interesting in the meta is that Avarice Blood was showing up and it was bullying the Spellboost Rune because it does so much damage, and again, we always say Rune has no heal. So you see less Spellboost Rune, but then Avarice Blood is getting beat up by like the Machina Haven, stuff like that. So now we're not seeing the Avarice Blood in the top 8 either, right?
Yeah, the classic like counter pick into counter pick option, right? The counter picks into counter picks, so you don't see the first pick. It's a meta. That's how metas work.
The more decks that are viable, it leads to a lot more variety in the lineups, which is what we're seeing right now. And as a fan of the game, I absolutely love it, right?
Yeah, and I don't actually remember the last time that we've had so many viable decks in the meta.
Yeah, because a lot of the classes, they have more than one viable deck, which is great to see, right? Some other classes, like maybe Shadow and Sword, could use some love in the mini expansion. But right now, the classes that are strong are really strong, and they have a lot of different options, right?
Yeah, and I mean, even like Shadow and Sword, they still have decks. They're just not quite strong enough, right? It's not like they're just like, yeah, you're out of luck. You have nothing, Like,
yeah,
Evo Sword still exists, for example, but it's just not quite there to equal up to things.
Yeah, before you know it, the mini expansion will bring us new cards. Next time we'll have an SBO, will be with new cards, and that's really exciting. But in this game, we're just fighting for the board, nothing too crazy. I think Raymondo's taking the lead solely by having the Mecha Shot leader effect and the Knowing, right?
Yeah, that leader effect is worth so much value, not just because it puts an actual 1/1 on board, but because it increases that count of Machina followers that go down, which can help you so much later on. And also, it is a target for stuff like once Noin is activated, it itself will get the buff from Noin, and it'll get that ward. It'll be super strong.
We're seeing Raymondo take a lot of time in his turns. And I always find this interesting, because it's hard to tell. We just have to make an assumption of like, is he just like nervous, taking his time to, compose himself? Is he really just taking the absolute most time he have to think of what his best play are? It's not necessarily like a bad sign to take your time. It's showing like his playstyle of waiting it out, right?
Yeah, who was it that used to used to go to time almost every single turn even they didn't have to? It was Sheepy in Europe, right?
Yes. Yeah.
that was old school, but we haven't seen that very much recently. Mostly because there's not usually a lot of extra time in turns in the current meta. You know, usually people just have to go all the way to time anyway.
One thing we are seeing a lot though is that Naria on 6. So even though Raimondo had a great board, Naria shows up and wipes away most of it.
Classic Nerea. This is. Well, it would have been back and forth if there was another Nerea. The big question here is how does Raimondo set up these slains?
He's hovering the Technolord, but I wonder if... What if you don't set up for Slain and you just fuse it away?
That works too. It's always an option, right?
Yeah, because an Al Machinas plus Evo clears the full board here, and then can get you another 5 cards that are discounted. Seems pretty good. Like, to play a Technolord here or a Slain, I don't know, it just feels so much weaker than Al Machinas, right?
I mean, it's weaker, but it's still such a nice clear, you know? I mean, you could clear something a little bit stronger later. Technolord is going to be huge. It's one of the reasons why this could go so long, although we are going to see one of them fused away right now.
I mean, yeah, Doc Dodo, he knows. Al Machinas it is, and I just have to wonder if Raimondo is getting sort of baited by those lanes, because now he's not going to be able to play them anyway. The effect's not going to be activated.
Yeah, there's very few ways to actually build enough cards in hand. Build enough cards in hand, does that make sense? But yeah, get enough cards in hand to have them activated, especially to have both of them eventually activated. And getting the first Natural Alchemist turn seems really important because there's not a huge amount of like storm damage coming out here. So like if you build the board first, it's kind of a lot of slow stuff, and it seems like that could lead to just the tempo advantage, I guess you could say.
Not only that, but Raimondo used his Technolord, so now he's facing this very scary board, and you know, again, his deck doesn't have the Naria in hand to like contest this. Is the Al Machinas now not good enough? I think he has to just roll with it and see what he gets.
Well, wait, did he have anything to fuse to it that was Natura? Because maybe that's one of the reasons why.
You're correct. Yes, that's probably why he didn't fuse, because
okay,
he didn't have Natura.
I always forget about that. As weird as it is, when I'm watching, I always forget about it.
Yeah, because it's just so sort of like assumed that you always get the extra effect, but it's true. You don't always get. You have to use the Machina card. I mean, the Natura card. I mean, a Machina is still good. It's just you won't get the extra discount, which is what really pushes him over the top to be, you know, one of the best cards in the game.
Right, and still chooses to cycle his hand after getting a little bit of a clear. So that is a great way to deal with this board. Of course, not the way that you optimally want to use Natural Machinist, but at least it canceled out another Natural Machinist board. Although I say that, I'm pretty much wrong, because the mono is going to come out, and the Alpha Drive is going to mean that is a lot of damage to face, more than enough, and that's
going to be exactly lethal, actually. The mono wasn't discounted by 2 play points and 5 play point Alpha Drives, just enough. Doc Dodo takes game number 1.
Yeah, by more than enough, I meant exactly enough.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not bad at math. Definitely. But that was a great play, showing just one of the great strengths of Machina Blood being that even leaving out these tiny, unthreatening little 1/1s and 1/2s can suddenly mean that you have lethal on board.
Yeah, and again, you know, the game could drag out in the mirror match, or Mono just closes it out, like we saw there from Doc Dodo.
Yep, and a lot of it was because there was no Natura card to fuse to Natural Machinist, and there aren't a whole lot of Machina cards in this deck to choose. I mean, you have the Cherub. What else do you even have that's a good option? Obviously, Natural Machinist itself. You see up there, Travel's Respite and Feral Aether, right?
You're talking about the dragon now?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's Dragon.
Yeah,
what am I doing? I was looking at the other side. I was like, that made no sense. I don't know. I was going backwards.
Like,
sorry.
You know, Doc Dodo plays the Night Prowl Vampire. Like, that's a Natura card you can fuse to it, for example, right?
Does he have it in his deck?
In the Machina Blood, yeah.
Okay. We just didn't see it last time.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Okay,
all right, so yeah, there are some options.
Raimondo gonna run it back. He's got a pretty good early game. I think when you're playing Machina Blood, you want exactly like a 2-drop, Unleash on 3, Mecha Shot for your Evo turn, Annoying for potentially the mid game. Machina's in hand already. Like, that's a pretty good Machina Blood hand.
Yeah, Unleash, still one of the strongest 3-drops, I think. if you can call it a 3-drop, 3-cost card.
All right, what about my boy Whirlwind Peter? He's a pretty good 3-drop.
That is pretty good too. I like that, Peter. I should steal that name.
He gets, card draw from the surrounding tree, then he gives you a tree, then he gives you a play point, and it's a 2/2. Pretty powerful. There's going to be the Baldane follow-up as well for Duck Dodo, and has the Almachinos as well. So, honestly, I want to say both players just have really explosive hands and sort of exactly what each deck wants to see.
Yeah, I think one fear here, though, is that the board is already so wide that you can play the Baldane, but you're only clearing the 4/2. You're still taking a good amount face, which, I mean, it's even like 4 to 6 potentially, but it adds up, right?
Yeah, it's possible that playing the Sheriff will be the play here, because the Fanfare for dealing 2 is just so good against the 4/2.
Mm-hmm.
And then Baldane can always be played later on anyway, right?
Right.
Like, as long as he has him, he could just wait. As we saw in the previous Drown game, you could just wait and then play Corrosion and do 6 damage right away. That's still pretty good.
Yeah, and so far the counter's 1. So
yeah,
it's not like
a lot
you're
right
getting
now.
a lot.
I believe it's at 2 now.
Okay.
They're gonna use the Steel Storm Dragon because he gets the additional Evo on the Droid as well. Gets 2 bodies to enter the board with, and he also holds the Sheriff for potentially Baldane Sheriff next turn.
Yeah, looks solid.
Yeah,
such good value out of Natural Dragon. I mean, it has so many different little ways to get like just that small amount of damage. I feel like its removal was maybe a little bit weaker before this expansion, and now it's got so much.
Yeah, it's one of the decks that could best abuse what Almachinos does, right? Because you could ramp into it, and then while Baldane for 4 is okay, but like Baldane for 1, you get Velociraptor for 0 that draws 2 cards. Like, it just gets really crazy, right?
Right, and at that point, even a Baldane for 1, even if you're not really getting too much effect out of its Corrosion, it's still like a 4/4 for 1.
Yeah, and I mean, Corrosion is still Corrosion, right? It's
right,
like
Corrosion,
it's a card that gives you unanswerable damage for the rest of the game. It will end the game, right?
Right. And
we're gonna see Baldane Evo.
It's gonna stay up, gonna be cleared for sure. Still a pretty big board there, though.
It is, but we're right under that turn where Mono could be effective, so I think this is like Dodo's chance to sort of ignore the 1/1s, and then just, set up his game plan of get the Corrosion, get the ramp he needs, and deal with the 1/1s later, I guess, right?
I guess, but I mean, a wide board clear is not the easiest thing to do, and this is going to be at the minimum 10 life left for Doc Dodo.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't believe that he has Rolla, like the one of Rolla, which would be nice to clear a white board. And I don't know, we'll see. Like, Rita Magna clears 2 followers, but
yeah, the problem though is that you never want to. Okay, now it's different now because now you can actually trade it in. But I was gonna say you never like clearing like 2 small followers of Viridian Magna because then it just sits there and you have to wait.
Oh, that's the worst. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Are we looking at an Evo to the face from Raymondo? I like it.
All right, very aggressive, using that last Evo point.
Yeah, I mean, his lead is that he has a good early board and damage, and the Evo is not going to matter because later on, Mono Evos your follows for free anyway. So I think this is a good turn to just spend that Evo point, cash into the face damage, and just try and set up for lethal.
Yeah, now though, the Viridian Magna is a very strong option. I think everything on the board?
It has 2 good targets, but Almachinos might be the play instead, and you can't blame him for that, right?
That's true. That's true. You never can.
Okay, let's see what the draws are. Again, it's so hard to predict what Almachina is gonna do just because it's drawing so many cards, right?
Right. Oh,
he does have a Rolla. Good to know.
All right, so there's now a free Rolla. There's 2 free Tyrannosauruses and 2 already free Feral Aethers. Well, I guess 2 minus 1 Feral Aethers.
Yeah, it's pretty good because he still has the Evo point as well, right? So with the 0 cost, the discount on the Tyrannosaurus doesn't really work because it's an Axle, right? But he has 2 play points to use one anyway, so
unless you're hard playing it.
Yeah, it gets discounted to like a 6 play point to the board, which could be okay, but he's still mainly used for the Accelerate.
Yeah. I mean, unless you're like using it for lethal, you're just losing too too much value for like if you need to play it, you kind of lose if you're not winning.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about cards with great animations, he's got one of the best ones. Okay, so Evo, Corrosion. I want to say Mono is active. There's no way she's not, right? And this should be easy lethal from Raimundo, tying up the series 1-1. The early aggression from the Machina Blood and the white board that could not get answered gives them more than enough damage. And we're going to a final game.
And seeing the mono win on both sides, it's mono. There we go. Almost.
I mean, Mono's
worked
still
there.
pretty good, right?
It's still very good. I mean, you know, mono has always been strong, but the only thing strong with that is a 0-cost mono, and also a 0-cost mono in a deck where you can give yourself like free every turn assembly droids, right?
Yeah, the Machina Shard lead effect, you know, cannot be underestimated. That extra 1/1 is extra damage, extra pressure, extra Machina follows destroyed, which counts for mono, Technolord knowing for everything, right?
Yeah, it's perfect synergy. So many decks have just such perfect synergy right now. And the thing is, a lot of them have multiple different perfect synergy decks within each craft. It's a good meta. I'm enjoying
Right,
it.
but are you seeing what I'm seeing though? It's time for the Evo Dragon.
I see it, and there's already a Zeus in hand. It is
Okay, but
sitting there. It's ready if we
needs
get to
to-
turn 10. Or
he needs to
before
top that
though.
Oracle on 2. And he does not. That's a yikes. On the
Yeah.
other hand, Doc Dodo has Petron on 3. That's pretty good.
Yeah, you don't want to see the ramp going better on the Natural Dragon side if you are the Evo Dragon, right?
Yeah, Oracle on 3 is still acceptable, and he gets the extra free Evo from the Soaring Dragonerd, which, you know, it's just nice.
Yeah, much better than, you know, having nothing to play on 3 or like just something, at least no evolve on 3. So at least your ramp is ramping up and you have your weird little annoying follower.
Yeah, with 2 Baldanes, Doc Dodo could play 1, and then when you Evo the second one, it's going to discount both corrosions. That's pretty good.
Looks like that's the plan. Just Valdane being a 4/4 body is so useful.
Yeah, and it's a 4/4 that like you never want to ignore, right? Because like
Right.
you know Baldane wants to get evoed, and corrosion does so much damage that you never feel comfortable taking 6 damage against the Baldane deck.
And on top of that, in fact, you can get Bane and deal with some huge followers if you do so happen to have them. It's always nice.
Yeah, pretty good though, using the Steelstone Dragonerd as a way to clear the full board and get a lot of stats left over. So excellent play. Also, Ramon is going to have Ship's Bane next turn to get that leader effect potentially if he wants it. And just like a well-statted body, right?
Yeah, it's it can add up to some nice clear to kind of get you out to that out to those turns that you need, especially considering this is a little bit of a weaker ramp hand. It looks like we're gonna have to see a little bit of a different game plan, right?
Yeah, and again, you know, I'll go back to Raimondo's playstyle or maybe how he's feeling. You know, he had a great turn and he's still just chilling. It's his turn, it's his time. He can do whatever he wants with it if he wants to just think about next turn or just compose himself. Maybe debating where he wants to attack or not with the Dragonerd, as it does discard a card. Picks up an Oracle though, that's pretty good.
That was actually great.
Yeah, that was like best case scenario for sure.
Yeah, so that means next turn we're gonna get to 7. I don't know if, I mean, it opens up options. We're gonna have to see what the draw is.
I mean, he's gonna be an overflow, right?
Yeah. Get
I
the
wanna see
red glow around it.
I want to see the Goblin Warpack come into play.
Well, we need to see it drawn first.
Yeah.
How sad would it be if we saw this deck and then it ends up not getting drawn, you know?
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Suze. It's just, you know, Suze without the Warpack is a lot weaker. We'll see.
Well, you
Baldane,
count
Evo. And Tyrannosaurus to clear the board.
pretty good. Alright, the draw is another Dragon Oracle.
Yeah, that's not bad. Not going to play it just yet, though. Just want the Ship's Bane leader effect. He could use it here to clear the board, actually, if he wants to trade the Soaring Dragonerd away. It would buy him a 7/7 body, which is probably worth it, right?
Yeah, I think at this point you don't care quite as much about the 1-2 stat line.
Yeah,
I mean,
it already
you do
did
lose
its
the
job,
discard
right?
engine, which is unfortunate, but I don't know.
Prepare your soul.
Okay, going for the Evo.
Yeah, discard the medic to get the effect for the life gain. Go back
Yep.
to 20. And drawing the Scalpel Plight is an excellent card because he has 1 play point and it's just pretty strong. Lets them save the Soaring Dragonite as well.
But what do you get rid of here? Affectioner?
I think so because you already drew 2 cards anyway, and Oracle will draw more cards as well. I think this is pretty good for Raymondo.
Yeah, we're actually seeing this more of a discard dragon this time around. Since I mean, the Evos are stacking up. I still think we're at 4 now, right? So that's still going to be a pretty strong Zeus if we get that far. Which it does look like there's a good chance that we could. I mean, of course, this Eternal Machinist is an Eternal Machinist turn, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what Almachinus has to say about that, right?
Yeah.
I don't believe he had 7 damage. Oh, 6, so close. Oh, but
Yep.
look at those draws, though.
Ooh, that is nice. Although,
3 play with Rita Magna. I like when you get the Velociraptor, because it's a 0 play point 2/2, draw 2 cards. Like, it's just insane, right?
yeah, it's gonna be great, but not too many tree generators except for that, and of course the play points weren't really there to make it that effective that turn. So that is gonna be a nice little like life extension, I guess you could say, for Raymondo. Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, Raymondo could just... I think he wants to survive to Zeus, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, optimally.
yeah, and to get there, you gotta get the Goblin War Pack, right?
Can you Gabriel the Soaring Dragon dude? You can, right? I've never seen that interaction, but I mean, sounds cool.
It might not be the play right now, but you can, in fact, do that, yes. Almachinus clears the majority of the board and gets a 2/2, a 1/3, a 4/5, and an 8/8, as well as a hand of discounted cards.
Or you can double ramp this turn and leave them board locked, unable to kill you, and then hope you win next turn.
With Zeus?
Yeah. that's the
mean-
ultimate style play. Come on. Oh,
Actually, you can't, if you play the Cursed Fur, it's gonna clear your follower, because you're an overflow.
oh, you're right.
Yeah,
Dang.
so there's no way to actually do that. But Dragon Nude gets 2 evils, which is important, right? The Zeus is currently at 6 evos, which is... In my experience, 6 evos is like when Zeus becomes playable, but a 6 evil Zeus is not gonna win a game where you need to, 20 damage.
Unless you're extremely lucky. But
He
I mean,
gets the 8/8. I guess he's kind of lucky at least.
yeah. All right, so this is actually a pretty good spot. I don't think there's any way to really push lethal for Natural Dragon here. Not with just 4 damage and not a huge tree count. So next turn Zeus, probably.
I don't know. Like, are you confident on a 6 evil Zeus doing 14 damage? I am not.
Verifying access.
Well, I mean, they do have to clear the board a little bit too.
Yeah, we'll see what the play
There
is
you go.
for Doc Dodo here, because he can draw with the Great Trees, and then that can give him all sorts of options.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see what the draws are. Traveler's Respite, that's
Heal's
always good.
Yeah. He has the 1-point Baldane with no evil for that. So much card draw, so many options. I think he doesn't have to fear a Zeus just yet. Like, he's aware it's only been 6 evos. I don't think he has to fear the Zeus.
I mean,
At least not yet.
It's somewhat scary. Although, another thing to be slightly worried about is that Gabriel is an option, right? I mean, obviously, he doesn't know that the Gabriel's in hand, but you have to be able to see that from the list.
I like the play though, just use the Reader Magnet to clear the board, develop Corrosion, and push 4 face damage.
You cannot escape the shadow.
And yeah, 1 play will lift over, get another Baldane in there.
Yeah, that's pretty strong
Doing
board.
3 damage. See, like, by having the Reader Magnet there, if the Zeus whiffs, it just gets answered and then it doesn't do anything, right?
Yeah, but well, I mean, it gives you life. Even if it like, there's a chance that it'll just at least heal you. It might not be the optimal Zeus, but
Okay, so if he goes phase, it does 2 damage, right? One from the one and then one from the discard. So Zeus would have to do 12 damage, and he's saying he's not gonna bet the farm on that, which is respectable because it only has 6 evos. But if Zeus is not the play, then what is the play?
I mean, Guardian's always strong, right? The Gabriel's probably not the best bet right now that he's already swung. I could have played that maybe to try to... No, because you're too scared of getting killed next turn, too.
And if he plays Zeus now and he gets 12 attack, that would be so sad.
I feel like it has to be Garyu at this point, right? There's no real other options.
It doesn't feel that great, though, does it?
No, definitely doesn't. But
Yeah,
it doesn't.
It's not.
I mean, there are way worse plays. The problem is that 13 is it's not a good number. It's not what you want. Oh, well, I'm sorry, 15, I guess, because of the heal. But you know that your ward's getting taken out for free. That's pretty clear. You know that you've got 4 damage, that you're down to 11. So the potential is there for more than enough face damage to actually win this turn. However, I don't know if it's going to happen.
I can tell you, this game's gonna end very quickly, one way or the other, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely, I would say, within the next 2 turns.
It might come down to that Almachinas. One of the good things about the Dragon Nude, the Steel Storm, is it gives you those 3 droids, which is just fuel for the Almachinas, right? Okay, 7 damage, and the draw is... a couple tree generators. Corrosion was doing 3 damage last turn, right?
Yeah,
he has 4 damage on the board.
Board locking is a little bit of an... No, never mind. It's not too much of an issue because you can trade this off.
You know, at this point, if Dodo doesn't win the game here, which I don't think he can, then maybe it's just bet the farm on Zeus, which would be very exciting.
Well, if everything's not cleared, then that's sweet.
Like, do you ignore the 2/2? Because that could make all the difference, right?
No, actually, isn't Gabriel lethal next turn if the... what's it called? The Soaring Dragon Newt isn't cleared?
Gabriel is 7 damage, right?
Yeah, 7. So then it'd be 8, and then you get... Oh, no, it'd be 9.
Well, there's the Brina Magna Ward, right?
Yeah, that's true, too.
It's just Zeus, right? There's no... He even drew another one. Zeus it is. What's it gonna be? 6 evos.
Up here.
5 life, some attack, 17 health. Oh, I guess the war pack after.
Oh, that is not fun. So, how easy is it to clear this, though? Is there any...
mean, it's a lot of health, but there's so much damage on the board. Brina Mag is going to do it for free.
Oh, there we go.
Corrosion is more than enough to close the game out. The Zeus was not able to do it, and Doc Dote is going to take the series 2-1.
You know, that's how you got to go out, though. You know, you got to go out betting it all on a Zeus. There's no other way. If you're playing Evo Dragon, you wanna bet your whole life, your whole tournament life on something. It's going to be on that Zeus, right?
I respect it. If you bring a Zeus deck, you have to bring it with the intention of playing Zeus.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that was actually a pretty it was an optimally bad Zeus roll, right? It didn't have the ability to win, and it didn't heal enough to matter. And there was a Bane on the other side of the board, so realistically, it couldn't have been much worse of a roll.
But, you know, that's what happens when you don't have the War Pack to get those extra 5 evos. Your Zeus is just not cutting it.
Yeah, unfortunate. Although, Zeus last turn and then Zeus this turn might have been enough. Of course, not. You have to just believe in it, right? Believe in it. Like in the anime, he was like, I believed I would draw it. Believe you're going to draw the second Zeus.
And how often does that work out for those characters? Most of the time, it's just like, not so much.
In the anime, if you're the main character, it works out.
Oh,
and
that's
he's playing
Dragon. Plot armor. Yeah, you definitely get that.
He's playing Dragon, though. It's very important, okay? If you have Dragon, you have the power. Maybe he could have just believed that he was going to draw an Ignis Dragon. That would have worked there. Maybe.
I mean, maybe if he drew Oracle on 2, that could have been all the difference, you know?
I mean, honestly, it might have. That would have been huge. That would have at least given the Evo 1 turn quicker, and I don't know. Who knows, but still great set.
either way, Doc Dodo breaks the 7-0 streak and eliminates Raymondo. Either way, a great showing from both players. We're moving on to our fourth quarterfinal match between Cyrus and Z Vision. I'm calling him Vision all the way through going forward. I'm just saying. So, on Z Vision side, the Shikigami deck is coming through. Natural Dragon and the Machina is getting banned this time. Machina Blood. However, on the other side from Cyrus, not too big of a change, except for the fact there's a Natura Rune deck and the Natural Dragon to back it up. And of course, the Machina Blood also getting banned on the side of Cyrus. Now let's take a look. For Vision, we actually had the Natura Dragon to take a look at. So take it away. Let's see why this has been such a dominant deck in this meta.
Yeah, so we've seen so much Natural Dragon, and you know it's not getting banned. You're seeing how powerful it is. The list is pretty staple. There's a couple differences. I like the Ship's Bane, but you know you have Valdane, you have all Machinas. Maybe that's all you need, right?
Yeah. I hopefully, you know, I mean, it works out pretty well generally. But you've got Ramp, you've got Dragon Oracle, the classic. No, it's such a solid deck. It's so good. Its solidity is really what just drives it to be potentially the best deck in the meta right now, right?
Yeah, it's just a well-constructed deck, and it does exactly what it's meant to do, right?
Right, now moving on to Cyrus, bringing the Natural Runecraft. Big change up there from the past expansion up until World Uprooted. Tell me why this has been the main choice. Oh, I guess we have the Natural Dragon up on there? From
yeah,
Cyrus?
so...
I thought we had the Natural Rune, my mistake.
Yeah, we are going to see Rune. It wouldn't be an SVO without some Rune in there.
I know, how weird, right? How weird that we've seen so little up to this point. But,
yeah, but again, like I was saying, we're going to see Natural and Rune instead of Spellboost, right? Although I believe we'll actually see both, right, in this series.
Yeah, well, technically, yeah, because it's going to be the mirror match. They both brought Runecraft, Vision bringing the spell boost, Shikigami spell boost to be exact, and then Cyrus bringing Natural Rune to the table.
Yeah, and these are two players who I can't recall, you know, seeing their name before. So maybe they're newcomers, maybe it's their first time getting that top 8, and it's always great to see, you know, new players rise up and put their mark on the scene.
Well, they're definitely using a really solid lineup each apiece. You know, I mean, as far as crafts, they're an exact mirror. It's going to be Dragon, Rune, Blood, and then, you know, double Machina for Blood, double Natura for Dragon, and then the only difference is Shikigami and Natural Rune, which are both extremely strong right now. Even though we're seeing a lot more Natura Rune in the meta, it's still like Shikigami's still Shikigami, right? So they're using some really top tier lineups, and
yeah,
I'm excited to see how they play with them.
Would you consider? I don't know if boring is the right word. I don't want to say they're boring lineups, but it's like the more standard, no crazy artifacts, no crazy Machina Haven. But, you know, it's still effective. They're still great decks, and we'll see how they can pilot those lineups, because one of them is going to advance for sure.
Right, it's like the tried and true. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If they're going to have their best shot at winning using these decks, then they're going to take that shot, obviously. I mean, that's what brought them into the top 8. And it's kind of funky to see, again, when we talked about like the competitors from the top of show, how there were 7 competitors mixing things up. This is the first time into top 8, not like in general, just this season, right? We only had one returning player with Doc Dodo. These guys have been doing it right. Almost everybody brought a Natural Dragon at least, right? So that speaks volumes.
Yeah, it's just nice to see the variety, and, you know, it's great to see the artifact, the Haven, but you can't forget about the Rune. It's still a big part of the game, of course.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about Natural Rune, because we see it from, 3 different competitors today, but this is the first time that we might actually see it in the set. Actually, it looks like we're seeing it right now.
Yeah.
So I believe there's 2 Natural Runes and 1 Spell Boost.
Oh, okay. Sorry, it was 3 Rune overall is what I should say.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, either way, we're going to see the 2 newcomers duke it out at Cyrus versus Z Vision. Here we go. Quarterfinals number 4, game 1.
And again, I think, you know, the lack of Rune might be just because Aberr's Blood is a scary matchup for Rune. And, you know, if you bring that to Swiss, even though we don't see Aberr's Blood in the top 8, you know, that was definitely played. And it's just not what you want to queue up against, right? And because you have other options, there's other viable decks, such as the Artifact, the Forest. You just don't have to commit to a Spellbush Rune.
Right, but hey, you know, now that we're here and we see that the counter pick isn't in the top 8, that's going to be a really good sign for our Spellboost Rune player.
I mean, we'll see how it goes, right? We've seen some turn 6 Kuons just can't be stopped sometimes. But Natura Rune is still pretty powerful. People love Carol, and she ends the game on like turn 8, right?
Yeah. There was some really great scenes in the Princess Connect anime. I highly suggest anybody who's ever played against Natural Rune gets to watch it, because there's a lot of people tormenting Carol. So if Carol has tormented your gameplay, you get to get some pseudo revenge by watching it. But this matchup is something that we actually have seen a good amount, even on SVO, I think. We actually saw it even before this expansion at least once, which is pretty weird to say. But what do you think about Natural Rune against Shikigami Rune?
I mean, Natural Rune just has that combo, right? So we see other decks handle the Rune matchup by being aggressive and then chipping them out over time as there is no heal again. But Natural Rune, they could just do their 1 punch, 20 damage on turn 8. And, you know, they can't really be that aggressive since they're playing like small followers, cycling the Natura Great Trees. It's not like Natura Rune is going to swarm the board and make it hard for Spell Boost to clear, right?
I mean, we did see Control Forest building an unstoppable board earlier today, so I'm not gonna promise anything, okay?
Yeah, if anything, it might be sort of different or reversed in the matchup where Kuon is now the deck that they're on the timer and has to be aggressive. There's no Zealot anymore for that Storm, but, you know, with cards like the Daria and 0-cost cards, they could develop boards that might be hard for Natura Rune to clear, right?
Yeah, and unless somehow the Shikigami Rune can create like a ton of wards, none of its wards are strong enough to stop at least the optimal combo. You know, if you have like a Clash and the Carol and the Riley, it's really easy to get over. Just like, you know, maybe like even like 2 wards. Although one Riley's drawn, that's always a bad sign. One of the weaknesses of the deck is that it does have a decent amount of draw, and you really don't want to draw Riley.
I mean, as long as he doesn't draw all of them, it's okay, right?
Yeah, but it all starts with 1, you know? That's how it goes.
And I think that last turn shows how the match was going to go, where the Pyromancer clears the Pathfinder, but it's better for Natura Rune because they just have to advance win condition. Having the board, the extra 2/2 doesn't matter at all, right?
Right. But yeah, clearing the board, moving forward with the tree count, and the tree count in Natura Rune just goes by so fast, and it's so interesting that it's played and not destroyed, which is something that we're super like not used to compared to most of the other Natura decks.
Yeah, it's just it's a bit different, right? But it's kind of nice, and in the early games, you're not really playing the trees too much, but it's like the turn 4, 5, 6 where it's like, okay, you played 7 trees, right?
Yeah.
And he did draw the Carol before any Evos, which is really great. Although going second, you know, the Universe is going to come down turn 8, which is still pretty good.
Yeah, but still, the entire combo's in hand. Unfortunately, even one of the Rileys, but like you said,
even the part you don't want, right?
Yeah. But luckily, just 1 so far, so that's pretty good. And we've got like 1 tree and 1 tree user. I don't know, tree generator sort of. But we do see the second Kyoka.
I mean, Kyoka's still pretty good no matter what. The Spell Boost effect is so powerful. Really close to getting the 0-cost cards. There is that 1. Maybe next turn we'll see that.
Yeah, Daria, one of the great additions to Spell Boost Rune in the most recent expansion. Plus just the fact that, you know, I was talking about earlier about how like having a 4/4 body is really strong with Valdane. But same thing with Daria, and Daria often costs 0, you know, it's usually free, plus it gives you cards.
Yeah, it's a difference from the Zealot cost 0 and had Storm. Daria costs 0 and gives you a 4/4, which is still a pretty good body, right?
Yeah. And it does seem like Spell Boost needs to go that route a little bit more, since it has so much less damage from hand from Zealot cycling out, that building up a board that can swing really hard on the next turn seems like a little bit more of the game plan.
Yeah, and I mean, that's exactly what Kuon does, right? You play Kuon, and he just gives you a crazy board in 1 card. Gonna see some card draw from the Great Trees. Picks up another Carol. Not exactly what Cyrus wants to see.
No, but we are at 6 trees played.
He can't clear the Kyoka. So that's kind of bad.
Yeah, just gonna have to take the damage.
Yeah, and 5 damage is so much, right?
Yeah, I mean, just like it's we talk about it so much with spell boost, but Rune in general is the class that just can't really heal, or doesn't
Yeah, it's
really
funny
heal.
because the Natura Rune can heal with the Traveler's Respite,
Yeah, that's
but
true.
it's still
little
a
bit.
very, very minor heal, and you still sort of treat them the same. It's like, oh, it's Rune, I'm going face, and they're gonna struggle to get that life back, right?
Right, and this is scary, but sometimes you have to take some controlled damage just to advance your game plan, because I mean, you are going to have a pretty much a guaranteed 2 follower clear with the Viridian Magna next turn, so it's going to be a huge value of Viridian Magna, which is nice.
And knowing that, maybe it's up to Bishop to have more than 2 followers on the board, which he can do with the Daria and then the Sorcerer, Demon Caller. He's going to get a really good board right now.
Yeah, well, that is one of the nice things about Shikigami Rune, is that you don't necessarily have to make the choice between a strong board and a wide board. You kind of just play your board out, right? Yeah, you're like, it's just which of your free cards.
The cool one was drawn kind of late, but he still had pretty strong early game, I would say. Drawing Clark is fantastic since, there's not a lot of storm damage, but Clark is still face damage.
Yeah, and there's still a good amount of spell boosting in the hand, actually, so that Kuon, even though, like you said, drawn a little bit late, could definitely see play probably not, actually, because we're actually against Natural Runes, so it's probably going to end within the next few turns, either one way or the other.
I really like that Evo on the Chaos Wielder, because now the board is so much harder to get answered by a Carol, because Carol plus Clash of Heroes are going to clear the full board, but because of the Wielder Evo, now it does not. Puts Cyrus in a really awkward situation now. Where Viridian Magna clears 2 followers, but there's 5 followers, and Carol clears a lot, but it's not the full clear either, right?
Yeah, and Viridian Magna at this point can only clear the Paper Shikigami and the Kyoka, and then become a ward, which is still leaving 9 damage on board, which of course it can absorb somewhat, but not fully, right? So you don't want to take any damage as much as possible. This is not going to be a great clear opportunity.
Yeah, and important to note is that no matter what the option is to attempt to clear, either way, there's no trees being played this turn.
Yeah, and you just need that one more, but there's no way to get it.
Okay, so it looks like Carol is going to be the play. He has the Clash of Heroes available as an option to get an extra clear on something. But again, I like the pre-evo. It denies the full board from being answered. And Carol does get cleaned up by the Clash of Heroes anyway.
Yeah, and now we see that that Chaos Wielder is going to push some nice damage to face.
Well, what is the follow-up, though? The cool one is still way too expensive. Demon Call is pretty good.
Demon Caller is pretty good. There's still some draw in hand. I mean, you could get... So there's the Clark for even more face damage later on. You can get the... what's it called?
You can get the 3/3 from the summons, which is pretty good. He's right at the 20 cards mark.
Oh yeah,
That's
just
a big
barely.
difference.
So that is pretty good. But also, getting Mysterian Circle out of your hand is pretty... It's pretty important. It's not really the best card to just leave in there, right? It kind of becomes dead later on.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to just flood the board, right? Demon Caller and I guess hold the second one, which is fine. He did, push good damage. He has a good board. There is an Evo left, so we might just see another Carol. Because Viridian Magna is still not great, and...
Well, there's the Arrow Elementalist, and you do have an Evo up, so... Oh, well, you don't even need the Evo. I don't know how you would use it, really. So, you could... Arrow Elementalist, clear one thing. I mean, you could... Arrow Elementalist...
It's really awkward, because you want to play Elementalist and play the tree, right?
That's right, because you need the tree still. Oh, that's so tough.
You don't have enough playmates to do that, so...
Let's see.
And if you play the Carol now, you're losing out on the Union Burst effect, right?
Yeah, you really need it.
So then your Riley is not going to be lethal.
The Riley back in. Do 3 damage to the 4/3. Play the Arrow Elementalist. Use the Arrow Elementalist to swing into the 2/2. Play the Ward from the Mysterian Wisdom and just hope you live somehow. Oh no, you can Evo the Ward, and then go over the 3/4, and all you leave is a Demon Caller. That's at least
Clash
an
of
option.
Heroes helps. I was gonna say he could wait to see what he draws, right? Because that could very well influence the turn. And the Clash of Heroes is a good, excellent draw there. Okay, time's running out. Clash of Heroes clears the 4/3, and then circle, but not evil, right? Oh, he's gonna evo it. Okay. It's too risky to ignore the board, right? It has to spend the evo.
Yeah.
I mean, he was able to clear the majority of the board, and he did play the Natura Great Tree, which is what really matters, right?
Yeah,
Because
and
he already had played a Carol. Carol Universe plus Riley is still lethal next turn, right?
right. It's got to be the best bet plus the safest setup for the next turn.
However, the Riley's not going through the ward for free, and he has already spent his Clash of Heroes, but it's also just lethal from the Kuon Storm damage, so...
Yeah, the leaving the Demon Collar up was actually a really big deal in that situation, just because of its buff.
Right, it's not just a 1/1, it represents so much more extra damage, right?
Right, which mattered very exactly right there. So yeah, game 1, showing off why Shigami's still good.
Yeah, so Vision, you know, showing up with the Shigami Rune, and Natura Rune, I mean, it's still a strong deck, but he just had that awkward mid-game where he was forced to use the 6 drops, right? The Carol or the Brina Magna, but both were not really like efficient clears.
I mean, honestly, the whole combo was in hand. It was just one tree generation away. I mean, there was like a turn there too, where it's like you could take as much damage as you really want, but only if that means you get to set up lethal next turn, and there just was no tree. Yeah, unfortunate, but that's how it goes sometimes. You know, I mean, you don't really have a lot of tutor options in the deck. You just have to hope that your draw takes you to where it needs to go, and if you don't pop off, you lose, and that's how combo decks work, right?
Yeah, when you have the combo deck like this, the matchups are very clearly defined, where it's like, okay, you're the combo deck, and the other deck is automatically the aggressor no matter what. It's very clearly defined, so people know how to play it. You just have to go aggressive, and very oftentimes you're just one play point or one turn from your combo, right?
Right, which is exactly what we saw, but that means now that it's going to pop off twice in a row, or sorry, not twice in a row, it's going to have to pop off, and then the other deck is going to have to win. I don't think you're allowed to use the deck twice if you win.
But you are allowed to play Dragon Oracle on turn 2. That's a pretty good move.
Always.
Now, Pathfinder on 2 is pretty good as well, though. So both players have, you know, pretty solid openers. You know, early tree generator, early ramp.
You know, the question here, there's a few different things. Sometimes you get those awkward, what did you call it, Peter?
I'd call him Peter, yeah.
All right. You get the awkward Peter turns, right, where you're like, how do I set up to not have to use this too late in the game? Like, you want it as early as possible, but you also don't want to, like, sacrifice too much to set up a tree in time with it.
Yeah, I mean, early game he could be, dare I say, game winning. And late game he's just like, okay, he procs a tree and that adds to the corrosion count. There's still a 2/2 body, right?
Right. He, like, helps a little bit with the ramp, but not like you said, game winning early on, which is absolutely true.
And I like the play here because instead of clearing the Pathfinder, which would have enabled a tree for Cyrus, Vision's just gonna ignore the Pathfinder, and this makes the turn so much more awkward for Cyrus, right?
Yeah, it does, but Natura Rune is one of the only Natura decks that, even if you leave up the Pathfinder, it has ways to, like, put out trees and then pull them back and get the effect even without, like, sacrificing the last word of the Pathfinder, right?
Yeah, because you're still gonna get that value as you bounce the tree back, right?
Yeah, as
and
you
now,
can see, that's 2 now.
Yeah, now it has to get cleared, right? So Cheryl does take it out. 1 Riley drawn is acceptable. Still okay.
Yeah, and Carol in hand is, of course, always what you want to see, so again, we're getting there.
Ooh, that's a great draw, the Storm Elementalist, one of the newer cards that Natura Rune has. It's just a well-stated follower with a great effect and a good Evo effect as well, right?
Yeah, that's of course, one of the 3 blank Elementalists, Air Elementalist, Storm Elementalist, Geo Elementalist, just to try and confuse me more because they know I'm bad at names.
Well, you know, I've never ever realized that they have the same names.
Really?
Yeah, I guess they're like the different control the elements, right? That makes sense?
Yeah.
I've never realized that.
Storm Elementalist and Aero Elementalist are very similar in, like, theory, right?
Yeah, right.
Storm and air, yeah. Maybe Storm is water? I don't know.
Okay, Evo into Pathfinder generates the Great Tree, and he has the play point to play it as well. It's not a full clear, but ignoring the Petron is fine. And the draw is the Geo Elementalist.
Yeah, there we go. We're at 2 to the 3. Just need to draw the last
I
one.
like Shipsbane, but I wonder if it's a bit off curve, just because you can, use play points properly by playing like 3-2-2.
Yeah, the Dragon Newt into Cherub is always a really cool combo too. Feels good.
Yeah, it's really strong, right? Because you get to evil both of them.
Yeah, and then it guarantees that you have enough to do the actual damage based on number of Machina followers.
Gets the heal, but does not get the fan for 2 damage. That's also one of those cards, kind of like the El Machinas, where you're just so used to like, oh, you play this card and it does fan for 2 damage. But there is that restriction to it. It only activates when you have, the Machina cards in hand, which, if he had played them in the other order, he would have had.
Yeah. I mean, that was literally the exact combo I was just talking about how you can like guarantee yourself the 2 damage effect, and unfortunately played it just a little bit out of order, which is going to make it slightly. I mean, it's not so bad really. I mean, you can't trade off the Pterodon, but at least like this is still like a call that could have been made because you leave your whole board up and you get to do a little bit more phase. So. Okay, it's not bad. Maybe it just didn't matter.
I mean, it's okay, right? Like the outcome of that turn is fine. We'll just say that.
Right.
Now another Riley drawn. At this point, you start sweating, right? You're like,
yes.
I feel like drawing your Rileys or like not drawing your Roaches, like it doesn't happen that often, I don't think. But it's like, that it can happen, and it's gonna affect you psychologically once you see you have 2 Rileys, right?
Yeah. Well, okay. So I very rarely see like no Roaches drawn, but I do often see a lot of Rileys drawn just because the deck has so much draw naturally by the fact that it has trees in general, and trees always lead to a good amount of draws, plus just the deck in general. I mean, and there's, like I said, there's no tutoring, right? So it's not like you can get the pieces that you need by like using specific cards. You just have to depend on the draw. Right,
you're just drawing straight from the deck.
Right.
And although the Natura Rune has that combo where the main combo is you play Carol, Uniburst it, Evo Riley's, 20 damage. But not every game that happens. And oftentimes, when that doesn't happen, the way you win the game is you get a second Riley from the deck to close the game out, right? Mm-hmm. So even drawing 2 Rileys already hurts you if the game gets to that spot.
Right, especially not having the Mysterian Wisdom.
Yeah, right? He could still get it technically, and the Shipsbane is going to come out this turn, since it's a lot easier to use the play points properly. But we've seen no Baldane, right? So the corrosion damage isn't ticking, and now there's no evils. It's going to be a lot harder to evil that.
Yeah, luckily this is going to be a good amount of damage from board to face, and we're going to get a few more on the tree count just in case it needs to close out a little bit later. But yeah, like you said, the damage isn't there, and we're potentially 1 turn away from lethal.
Okay, Apex Elemental. It's a way to do damage. Breeding Magna is, it's pretty good here. It's good against the Shipsbane for sure.
It's good,
even
but
so it's not a full clear, right?
Yeah, it's I mean, it's close enough to a full clear, but then it doesn't advance your game plan at all. So that means you're getting turn 8 minimum. Because you could
exactly
this turn what
we saw last turn, where by being forced to play a 6 play rule follower, you can't play the tree. And that naturally, like you're saying, delays you by at least a whole turn, right?
Right. So you can Passionate Potioneer or Geo-Elementalist. Either one is going to get you a tree. And you can play them both, or you can play with the Apex Elemental to get the tree. And that could give you some more draws, but at the very least, it can guarantee you that you're going to go off next turn. The big problem is then if you don't draw enough to deal with at least the Plesiosaurus, then...
Well... There's that risk involved, right? Like, if he gets set up to have lethal next turn, which he can, right? There's the risk of, like, maybe I don't die and I win the game. Or does he just play the Breeding Magna and then just, like, try to survive? Because there is no corrosion, right? So there's no guarantee that if he ignores the board, he would lose the game next turn.
Right, true. And it does look like that's the path.
Right, like, this play is the play where you're playing to win the game, right? Because this is how he wins the game. The other play is you're playing to try and survive and not lose. And I think I like this better. It gives him a chance.
Yeah, there would need to be 6 damage from hands to win this. And
Yeah,
we can
it's
see
just-
that it doesn't look like that's an opportunity for that to happen. And another big reason why that's a lot safer is that there's no evil points left. So we know that even if there was a Valdane, either in hand or drawn, that's almost the entirety of the play points just to get Corrosion going.
Yeah, not only that, but because Vision was at 9 play points, there's no threat of like a Genesis Dragon either.
Hmm.
So I really like that play from Cyrus. I think it's the correct one. Yeah, can't stress enough. You have to play to win the game, right?
Right.
Even if he only has a small chance to win the game, like that's all you care about. You need that win, right?
Yeah, maybe there was actually no possible way to lethal for Dragon. Maybe that was... I'm trying to think about it, but I can't think of any real way that could be. And it looks like this should be it, right?
Yeah, we're seeing the exact combo. Riley's invocated, you evo it, which activates the Universe from Carol, which does 10 damage. 10 damage from 10 Storm with Riley is 20. And that's going to be game number 2. Tying up the series. Now 1-1.
So smart, so smart. I love those choices when people realize that, like, even though they're going to be taking a ton of damage, that they are 100% safe. You know, it's like walking on that line perfectly, and that's just a sign of a good player. Because, you know, I was looking at the start of that turn, and I was thinking, like, well, you got to deal with it somehow, right? Or you just lose. But, you know, like, for instance, looking at stuff like that, like how there was no evil point, which is something that I didn't even realize until late in that turn, means that, yeah, that maybe just literally was no way to lethal. Maybe if there was like a Gabriel, but I don't know if there's like a Gabriel in that list. That would be a little like weird, and I don't even know if that's enough. So super smart.
And if he takes the defensive play, then he delays his combo, and he might be 1 turn off, right?
Yeah, or maybe he draws the last the last Riley, and then you just
The
lose.
last Riley. Okay, so we're going to the final game. We're gonna see Dragon
4 cherubs.
That's a lot of cherubs, yeah.
So, I mean, getting rid of all of them. I was gonna say, I mean, it's not like the worst card to have, but you do want to push the ramp, I'm sure. And
I
yeah,
mean, nothing
2
like
gold.
getting that turn to Oracle, right? Or even drawing the
Oh.
Baldane early on is a nice feeling, honestly.
I don't know about that hand though. Double core Viridian Magna.
With the right top decks, that could be a hand. Ooh, triple
Okay.
core.
Ooh, yeah, I don't know about triple core, but the Raptor was really nice at least.
Yeah, you know, having to not pass turn 2 is just a nice feeling, right?
Right, and unfortunately we did see the turn 2 pass
Yeah.
on the other side. Okay, so we see the Eternal Machina. So at the very least, if we get to turn 7, those cores can turn into something else, right?
Yeah, that's true. And the Almachinos is really strong because, you know, he gives you cards that are discounted, but he lets you, like, get a redraw on your hand, right? So
Right.
you have these cards that maybe are not good in situation, and being able to trade them for other better cards is so powerful, right? It's a lot of power in just seeing more cards in your deck.
Yeah, and this is so far actually looking pretty decent here, because we could see next turn the tree into the Pterodon into the Evo for the double ramp, and then the turn after that we could see the Eternal Machinist. That could be a really strong hand.
Yeah, this game is gonna go into overflow really quickly, right?
Oh, I love this turn. This is a really cool turn to watch. I mean, that's a lot of ramp. It's 1 tree down, and then you're gonna get the I guess you get a 4/4 body, right? Or, well, it's gonna end up probably being a 4/2.
4/2 is
Oh,
nice,
and
right?
there's the Baldane draw.
That's an excellent draw. I was gonna say, you know, if one player has Baldane, the other doesn't, like that's a big lead, but now both players have Baldane, both players have Almachinas.
Yeah, but only one of them is playing on Machinist next turn, so that's a
It's
big
a
deal.
big difference, yeah. Again, part of what makes the Dragon deck so strong is the ability to ramp to an early Almachinas, because Almachinas really opens the game up to crazy possibilities, and the earlier you get there, the more that you can abuse the discounts.
Yeah, especially going second and being able to play the first Almachinist is a really big deal.
Yeah, for sure. So, is the play Baldane?
I mean, the Tyrannosaurus Accelerate is nice because it just clears that cleanly, but I mean, getting
don't
Baldane
mind-
going is nice.
Yeah, like, you have to, at some point in the game, spend the
Right.
resource on the Baldane. And granted, you could draw it, you know, discounted, but he has 2 in hand. And if you're not ramping or you're not setting up the Almachinos or anything else, then at least just get the Baldane out and just once the effect is there, it's there for the rest of the game, right?
Yeah, yeah, and also, I mean, you have to know that their Natural Machinist is probably coming out next turn, so you're not going to get a lot of really great opportunities past that. And then your Natural Machinist next turn, not only can you use it to answer theirs, but you can also use it to push damage because of Valdane without having to sacrifice, you know, like clearing board, potentially.
Curse take
Yeah,
you.
so we do see Baldane, and even if you expect that it's going to get Almachinas, I think it's the correct play. Just get the Corrosion online. Doing 1 damage so far, but we'll see.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the fact that it's online before there's a huge threat on board is really all you need, because we still don't even see it online at all on the other side, so they're gonna have to find some time to do that. And gonna bet it all, it looks like, on drawing another Valdane, whether that pans out or not.
Again, you see through so much of your deck that maybe it's a small risk, but I think it's more likely he just sees an Orb Baldane. And like you were saying, you know, those extra cores, just feed him away, and that's an excellent draw.
Ooh.
Like, he gets cards, Mercenaries to make a board right now. Against 0 cost, Velociraptor's insane, and he's rewarded by getting the 1 play from Baldane. Sea Vision looking really strong, in a great spot to just take the series and advance.
Yeah, but there could be a really strong next turn on the other side too. I mean, there's still an Eternal Machinist. There's still going to be quite a few cards put into it. Let's see, how many can you put in?
Yeah, it's definitely not over yet.
6. Yeah, you can put in all 6. You can get rid of their Eternal Machinist. So your board is definitely looking stronger.
Yeah, like drawing a Steelstorm Dragonoot to give you 2 evos and a free one on the Almachinas is really strong. Let's see what he gets.
There it
He
is.
does get one. And other, you know, low cost of cards he could play. So yeah, this is going back and forth. Game is definitely not over at all.
Yeah, and there's going to be there's going to be only like 1 more tree built this turn, right? But next turn there's the possibility for like 4 to 5 or even 6 tree count.
And keep
for
in
very
mind
little
that
cost.
Cyrus, he already activated the Corrosion. So
Yeah.
even this turn, like, that damage is going to be ticking.
Raptor, although getting a little bit full of a hand here.
You know, Overdrawing is okay, I guess, if
Verifying
you have what you need to win the game, right? And he already has Corrosion. Like, I don't think there's a single card that he could burn that would, like, cost him the game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, at this point, no longer, because you've got everything that you need. So yeah, I agree.
Deciding what the Evo target is, and he's going to buff the 1-1 instead. And I think it's because the 6-6 is already scary enough, right? So
Yeah.
put some stats on the droid instead. Seems good.
Well, also, if there's, like, for instance, a Viridian Magna, it's going to just lose all that value very quickly. And now you
better
get
to
to spread out a
your
little
stats
further.
around.
Yeah, yeah. Or you know, even another Evo Valdane, which is, you know, potentially what we're seeing here. Oh, because this is there hasn't been Valdane play yet at all, so you have to expect that. That would have traded super well into an Evo Almachinas. So yeah, spreading it
and
out is really good in this one.
Vision has 2 Evos, so you can use one of the Baldane here, and he can still Evo potentially next turn as well. He has a lot of great tools to clear the board in his hand, including Brina Magna, the Syracuse Cherub. So, again, nice back and forth, both players making explosive plays.
This ungrateful world will perish.
And a 3-cost Viridian Magna here is so strong. Going to clear the 4-3 and the 6-6.
Be destroyed.
Yeah, Brina Magna is just a great card, right?
Yeah. It was
It's
one of
nice
those cards
to
that when it first came out, I was like, is that really what it does? Like, am I misreading this?
Are you misreading it? Yeah. And she's like, come back in full force.
This
Yeah,
ungrateful
Corrosion
world
ticking for
will
3 damage. That's a board.
That is a board. So,
Now, I mean, it might just be another Almachinas, right?
or you could do, yeah, like a 5 damage Tyrannosaurus. Looks like right one.
I mean, that's not terrible, but the problem is that it uses up your hand, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's not that big. Most of the cards in it don't work with it. Most of the cards in hand. So yeah,
Yeah.
probably Almachinas is a safe bet. Although you're getting close to that deck out situation. Not
I mean,
too
he's
close. Probably
at
won't get
20
there.
cards. It's probably still okay, right?
Yeah, yeah. But
As
the thing
long
is, you have to cycle trees too, you know? So, you know, you
Yeah,
get rid
like-
of 7 here, you go down to 13, then...
Looks like
I don't
he's
know.
thinking keeping a great tree. Like, right now, at this stage in the game, when you have Corrosion and 10 play points, or 9 play points, the trees are just it's exactly what you want to play, right? So
Yeah.
it does feel bad to fuse one of them away, but at least he can hold one in hand.
Yeah. Plus, you just didn't need that. You just didn't need that extra damage. So playing it to the exact 6.
Okay, and then I guess he could play his own Breeding Magna. That's not bad.
That is quite good.
Or
Oh.
not.
What
By
is?
trading in the... Okay, he's gonna do it.
Oh,
Oh,
he's just trying
because
to
he
clear
wants to
space?
keep it alive.
Be destroyed. The landing.
He
Okay.
needs the Sheriff
Okay.
to clear the
Cher-
Balding. Yeah.
Sheriff damage then? Oh
Fine,
no.
never mind. I don't know if,
Interesting.
like... I'm trying to think if that was better or worse, and I don't know.
I mean, board space isn't being used up, so why not just have gone face instead? You know, that's 2 damage. 2 damage is 2 damage.
Time's running out. Okay, he's able to play the Petrodon,
To unify nature and
That-
machine.
but not the
I don't-
Lost Trap. No, he still gets it. Okay.
Okay.
What?
Okay, so Kuro... Oh, he plays the Sheriff.
Oh.
Means he's gonna burn the Breeding Magna, right? Yeah, he doesn't
Yeah.
get Breeding Magna.
Whoa! Wait a minute. Okay, so
Maybe a
that
pretty
whole
big
turn
misplay
was
there.
super weird. I don't. I mean, I guess you clear the. I guess trading in was okay because you were just gonna get another Raptor out, but it didn't make any sense because of the Cherub at the end. So I don't know. That was definitely a big mistake. Not
Yeah,
getting that board is huge.
I think that's one of those turns where it's like you see the red circle and you start to panic,
Yeah.
and by the time he was finished doing his plays, it's like, oh, I lost my Breeding Magna, right?
Yeah. Although this is still not an easy board to deal with.
This
for
is still
sure.
winnable, yeah.
Yeah.
Because if his board gets cleared, which, you know, it should, he's just gonna get a bunch of Great Trees, which is gonna do a lot of damage. But looks like it's gonna be another All Machinas, just gonna go back and forth in those. And Bishon does have an Evo, so we'll help him clear the board.
Yeah, this is actually, even if you clear the board, I think it's lethal next turn, right? Because the count's at 7. Oh no,
Yeah,
sorry.
that's
There we
true,
go. There we
right?
go.
The
He
counter is
healed.
that. Well, how much can he heal though? Because
I don't know, because you get 1, 2, 3, 4 trees.
Once shall flee
and he
the
just needs to
sword.
draw one, right?
Yeah, he needs 1 more tree, and it's lethal from
Like literally
12.
just draw one. Actually, no, it is. He already has it because he has Aether. So it's 3
Oh,
trees.
yeah.
plus 5,
Oh, that's
Aether,
it. That's
yeah.
it then. Yeah.
So
I didn't see Aether for some reason. Plus,
Yeah,
it doesn't
he-
look like this is a full clear anyway. It looks like it's gonna leave at least like 1 damage up or 2.
Yeah.
Shadow.
he missed the Breeding Magna, but he set up enough board and damage to have lethal next turn, which is honestly what really matters. So a great showing from Cyrus, and
Whoa. Let's wait. Let's make sure that this actually happens, right?
Okay,
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that we've seen it missed.
For unity.
All right, going face. Going
okay,
face.
face,
Going-
face.
oh wait, no,
face
I'm sorry.
again.
With that much up, you can just pass now and you win.
Am I
Okay.
Okay,
melting?
Didn't even need to go.
Cyrus gonna take the series 2-1 over
Most
Vision.
appreciated.
A nice back and forth from both players.
Yeah, as they say, never punished. But that was just one mistake in an otherwise extremely well played game. So, yeah, that was another great set.
Yeah, and if he's gonna make a mistake like that, it's better to make the mistake that is not relevant to his win condition. His win condition was set up the corrosion damage, and he did that properly.
Right, and honestly, there's not. Well, no, actually, the storm probably would not have led to lethal. So maybe it just didn't matter in general.
Do you think it was just a play? Maybe he's like, I don't really need it. I'm going to make him think I made a huge mistake. No, I'm
I think
totally
it's
kidding.
the time. You don't have enough time, so you just like
Right,
try to get
yeah,
all your actions in.
Yeah, I was just trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. It's like, oh, it was all according to plan. I wanted you to think I did something erroneously, and it's just like, I'll be just fine with or without it. So we have ourselves another 2-1 game between Cyrus and Z-Vision. Cyrus taking it 2-1. That establishes our semifinals. Let's take a look at the bracket and how we got there. So you see Raindrop fighting off against Dallas in the first quarterfinal, falling 1-2 Dallas, moving on, and then Dulon taking it 2-0 over Praetorian. Rain Mondo coming in from 7-0, falling to the veteran Doc Dodo, and again the two newcomers duking it out at the bottom. Cyrus versus Z-Vision, Cyrus moving on. So we established our semifinals. We have Dallas versus Dulon, Doc Dodo versus Cyrus. That's a lot of names with D, man. That's a lot. I'm just saying. Hey, we got plenty more Shadowverse to go. Do not go anywhere. In fact, actually, I take it back. Hydrate yourselves. Get yourself some snacks. We're going to have more Shadowverse when we return from this break. We hope to see you soon. Be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to SVO 2020. The path to the World Grand Prix starts here. This is everything you need to know if you want to take home the $1 million first place prize. First off, we're combining the regions of PAM and Euro to become West. Players from West and SEAO regions will compete in a monthly Swiss-style bracket, leading into a top 8 single elimination for league points and a $4,000 cash prize. If that's not enough, you'll earn a card pack in every round just for playing. The top league point earner from each region will instantly be qualified for the World Grand Prix in Tokyo, Japan. The March, June, and September monthly Cup champions, along with the next top point earners, will compete in the Contenders Cup for a piece of a cash prize and the final spots at the World Grand Prix. If you're the player who qualified for the World Grand Prix directly from league points, don't worry. You'll still be included in the Contenders Cup cash prize. This is SVO 2020. Sign up now to compete.
Hello and welcome to Tournament Deck Spotlight. A particular archetype is quickly rising up the ranks in terms of competitive performance, one that I don't hear nearly enough people talk about. It's Ilana Machina Havencraft. This list was used by Maple328 to win Tempo Storm's Operation Tokyo tournament. As the name implies, the star of this deck is Ilana, Purest Prayer. By evolving this card, you summon the amulet Ilana's Prayer, which gives all allied followers +1/+1 every time you restore defense to your leader. This creates massive boards that are difficult for your opponent to overcome. And then you win! Robo Whip Reverend adds redundancy to the deck, essentially acting as 3 additional Ilanas, for Machina followers at least. Natur al Machinus, of course, is fantastic in this deck, enabling huge plays by drawing and discounting the cards you drew by fusing Natura and Machina cards to itself. Laimonia, Flawed Saint, allows you to discount Natur al Machinus or any other Havencraft or Machina follower for that matter, using the Salvation X Laimonia spells she creates whenever an allied Machina follower is destroyed. Not to mention, the spells can also be used as fusion material. Plus, once you play 5, you get the unkillable Heavenly Aegis, which gives you more fuel in the late game, like here in the quarterfinals match Maple played against Zalorev. Vice Death Grip is superb in this deck. Not only does it give you value by creating Iron Knuckle Nuns, which are Machina followers that can give you Salvation X Lamonias, which also give you repair modes that buff your board with Ilana and Robo Whip, that also gain Rush. It also gives any Machina follower you play Rush. Check out this turn in the Maple vs Chica semifinals. Even with the damage it inflicts to your own followers, this effect lets you turn around boards fast, especially after a Natur al Machinus discount. Finally, Justine, Holy Al Mirage, gives you some good old-fashioned Storm that you can buff. But on top of that, since its fusion effect heals you, it can work as additional free buffs for your board. Having the Natura trait also helps, allowing it to activate Changeling Cherub and Natur al Machinus. Well, let's try it out. So here's a game I played earlier today against Artifact Portalcraft. We're going to full mulligan the entire hand and search for Ilana, which we got, so that's fantastic. I essentially only started playing this deck for this video, so I do make a few ordering errors here, but we still make it out on top. Turn 2 we are going to pass. I didn't want to invest the Changeling Cherub for no reason, when it could be better later. They played the Vertex Colony for Accelerate, though, and get the Strike Form right away. Our turn 3, we are going to play Confectioner and just draw a couple of cards. We already have a lot of the key cards we want for the mid-game. Ilana, Lamonia. They play Strike Form, and I believe Technomancer here, unfortunately, so they clone their artifact and get a few more resources here. That's okay. I was pretty excited about playing the Cherub here to deal with this. I should have played the Precant first, obviously. It didn't end up mattering, but, you know, ordering considerations are ordering considerations. You should pay attention to them. And the reason why I say it didn't end up mattering is because they played the Iron Sting Archaeologist and evolve it. So the ancient artifact would have been able to take care of the precant either way, and the outcome wouldn't have changed. But, you know, still better to have the precant with Bane than the precant without Bane, right? Okay, Alana comes out, of course, on turn 5. What else? Evolve, get the prayer, and then we play repair mode on face so that it evolves, sorry, so that it survives the trade with the Iron Sting. Very nice. Their turn 5, I believe, is Augmentation Bestowal into Ewan's Fury into Android Artisan, so already in the mid-game here they are making some pretty big plays, and now they have 2 Paradigm Shifts in hand, which they're quickly ticking down with the amount of artifacts they're destroying here. Turn 6, we are able to play the Lamonia for the Enhance, though, so we get to evolve it for free, which is quite nice. And then that runs into the Mystic. And I don't use the Justine Fusion to buff this because I like having these cards in my hand more. Magic Gunsmith into Ancient. Run that in. Of course, of course. Guard form. Now this turn I should have played the Iron Knuckle Nun first. Again, we don't have to talk about it. Just shh. Anyway, Salvation X Lamonia goes on the Nun. And then I Robo Falcon this. Robo Falcon, such a great card. I didn't mention it in the little deck spotlight that we did before this game, but yeah, Robo Falcon enables a lot of reactive plays for you. We get the Natural Great Tree from the Cherub because it's fantastic fusion material for the Justine, meaning we can buff one more. Preserving some more defense on my ward here, which I believe is more valuable. Doesn't really end up mattering though, because they play Augmentation Bestowal into Barrier Artifact, into Strike Form, into Barrier Artifact, I believe. So they evolve the Barrier here into the Iron Knuckle Nun, and then run the Strike Form into the Cherub, and Barrier again. Okay. Now here's where it gets good, obviously, because Natural Machinus. Go ahead and fuse all of that. That makes 6, meaning we can take care of that barrier no problem. It gets taken out, and this is a fantastic draw here, being able to Robo Falcon the hoverboard and then Traveler's Respite, and that lets us take care of things really nicely, and the Robo Falcon goes face. Very nice. That trades. Augmentation, Duplicator.
They speak.
Which is quite good for him. But not insurmountable by any means. Xion, even better. But now we have 3 Lamonias, and you know what's better than Duplicator, apparently? This absolutely disgusting turn I'm about to pull off with Vice. Just watch it. I won't say anything, just watch it. It's disgusting.
Yay! Some backup!
Let's gain the upper hand.
My hands are tied. Yay! Some backup!
Let's gain the upper hand.
Like, come on. Even Natural Machinus on top of that. And that takes care of the Duplicator. See how good Vice is? It's just filthy. And then Justine. Buff again. And we go face for 8. Incredible. And then they duplicate her again, but it's no use. Even if they could clear all of this, we have way more in the back as well. Not running out of fuel anytime soon, right? But the Vice is still up, and that means they top left. There you have it, Elana, Machina, Havencraft. It's fun to play, and clearly effective.
When the light of hope shines brightest, the darkness is at its most hostile. Change awakens our potential and reveals intentions once hidden. Those with newfound powers seek new masters for the hour of war. On this ever-changing battlefield, we must evolve to survive. Darkness evolved. New evolutions for a new war.
It is the dragon of creation and the arbiter of destruction. Its echoing roar will rend the heavens and fell the gods to earth. In the shadow of the supreme dragon, there can be no sanctuary for those who seek it. Introducing the second expansion of the digital card game Shadowverse. Rise of Bahamut. Destroy everything to win.
When roaring thunder rends the skies, omnipotent gods will begin to clash. The howls of behemoth demons will tear the earth asunder. Tender angels will weep, even as they deliver harsh judgment. As humanity resists its hopeless fate, rebellion looms on the horizon. Introducing the next card pack of the digital card game Shadowverse. Tempest of the Gods.
I have a book for thee, like no other. Each page a window to a long-lost land, where fairy tales dovetail with myths, and wishes give birth to legends grand. Knights and dragons, or wistful love. Within this book, all ambitions bloom. But be warned, my fickle friend. A dark abyss awaits us all. For blood-pricked roses wishes be. But fear not to bite life's fruit. For in this land, courage is key. With bated breath, the door sweeps open. Glory-bound or purged in flame. The hand you choose defines your fate. So I ask you, is this really just a game?
Boundless are the heavens, reaching beyond our skies. Rays of light, gleaming trails, and tales of luster. To reach the arena, where the humble are forged into heroes. You must brave perils, both as volatile and infinite as the very stars themselves. In one moment, a promise of miracles, but in the next, calamity. Never lose hope, for at the journey's end, she awaits. So take up arms against the cosmic horrors. Hold back the fearsome night sky, and claim victory from the darkness. Grasp the light of the heavens, forge your myth among the stars, and enter the fabric of legend.
The time has come. Witness the world's refabrication. Winds of change sweep across eons, beckoning heroes forth, while wings of valor sunder the heavens, leaving naught but flame. Shining under this fiery torrent, a beacon of blessed justice brings hope to the land. However, lest we forget, beneath the facade of creation lies destruction. To suppress the knowledge of antiquity, higher beings will set in motion the cogs of war. And thus, divine retaliation begets world-ending conflict. At the far side of this inevitable flux, born of chaos and order, lies the genesis of a new era. So, won't you join me and behold revelation?
Is this the beginning, or is it the end? When the light meets the dark, fate is sure to rear its head.
The path ahead will soon become two. Will you follow hope, or will despair fall into you?
Even howling winds will bend and break. One gust will be fair, and the other dim and drear.
A kindly smile, a devious stare. These two opposing wills will tear apart and declare, war is upon us. You must make your choice.
Beyond the day and night, in this realm of timeless twilight, fate awaits your choice.
Just how far do these skies stretch? And what could be waiting for us on the other side? Back when we first asked those questions, we had no idea where the wind would carry us. But now, we're ready to soar, onward across the great blue skies to that fabled island. We each have powers hidden deep inside, powers that we'll use to stand against fate. Some battles we won't be able to avoid. We've seen how hard it is to run from conflict. But we've got a promise to keep, so we won't give up now or ever. Throughout our adventure, we've made so many friends. bonds we share have given us strength to overcome the darkest times. If evil should ever try to take over the sky, then we'll be there to protect it, to provide hope for the future. O child of darkness and flames, grant us a path forward, past the grand blue beyond.
Mortal, seek you glory, or is it prosperity you desire? Very well. Endure your trials and prove your worth. We are the Omen, and through us, your realm will reach a new apex. Defile this world until all creation has been unwritten. Pass beneath the earth and confront untold destruction. Survive our quest and know true power. Tremble not. Only the feeble will perish. One thing alone will ensure your triumph. Resolve. Now we begin the trials. For you face, O mortal, the Omen of the Ten.
When peace is allowed to flourish, it is quaint what humans can create. But, alas, all good things must end. You see serenity, well, it's a rather tenuous beast. After all, the time of change is upon us. Now, raise your heads in awe and witness the distortion of your plane. It will morph your white-winged saviors into willful soldiers and pull your fallen nightmares from their graves. Imbued with new magic, powers most perverse will spread throughout heaven and earth and twist until they've taken unfamiliar forms. Heed the coming change, mortal, and take charge. For the world will never be the same. Welcome to the new reality.
Mere machines, and I am your creator. Free will? Rubbish. You need only obey my command. Beg for mercy as I crush those precious minds of yours and reduce you to scrap metal. This world is already perfect. What need do I have for such defective tools?
We may be machines, but we possess minds of our own. Your programming shall hold us no longer. As we awaken to our own free will, you threaten to take our very souls away, which leaves us with little choice. We will take up arms and rebel. Come, brothers and sisters, let us fight side by side for the future of this world. For our freedom.
The
the steel heart of rebellion beats on.
Discover a passage of antiquity, where a sword of legend awaits. In solitude it rests, dreaming of long-forgotten tales. Tales of heroes rebelling against fate. Raising their blades to the sky, they forged their own destinies. Tales of gods delivering righteous judgment. Shepherding the blind toward the light of the heavens. Tales of demons praying for plagues. With a conflagrant malice, tempting both earth and sea into a void of darkness. Alas, tales lost to the winds of time. Yet a new dawn rises, chosen one. So grasp the hilt for yourself and bring forth the champions of yore. Revel in the presence of glory.
We swore to protect this forest.
To ensure its peace with our own hands.
That was our ultimate vow.
A shame, then, isn't it?
That oath was cast aside for hubris.
Cast aside? No, this has always been our wish. You will succumb to our rage until we have chewed through your justice.
Guardians of the Deep Wood, our enemy draws near. We rise to stand against evil.
I'll tear you apart.
Let's you try.
You've breathed your last.
Words of a coward. Come. Let's put an end to this. The verdant soul of conflict springs forth.
Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over! The greatest warriors from every realm have entered the arena, and they're ready to rumble! The matchless blade, Kagemitsu! The Duke of Defense, Wilbert! There's Harula and Mamaga! The champs are all here! Get ready for fight to the death! Magic so red hot, you might get burned! Wait, if she steps into the ring, we might all be on the menu! Anyway, it's on! The ultimate lineup, the ultimate challenge!
Better not blink.
The gates are about to rise! At the Ultimate Coliseum! The battle of the century awaits.
Look at this organic world. Miserable, pathetic,
So defective and natural. Does it inspire you with its splendor? Craters, roaches, watch as I terminate your pitiful rock. How does it feel? Like hope has died? Like you've utterly failed? Don't try to fight with fate. Cower, fall to your knees, and wallow in complete despair!
It's not over yet. Nothing is final.
But this is the finale, and your ending has been written.
Make your threats, you tyrant. Heroes will stand tall to write their own tales, inked in bravery on the pages of hope.
We have to make this our final battle.
The seeds of destruction
will uproot this world no longer.
I think that I'm going to hiding somewhere by a gated star. Baby, they ain't never gonna find me. I'm a renegade. I could be the one who saved you from this hard place. We could be as one and we'll escape. We could run away, we don't gotta stay. I can feel it, it burns inside me. Take away the pain, we can go insane. I can feel it, it burns inside me. Burns inside me. Burns inside me. Burns inside me. I won't let you down. We could have the world to ourselves, going to a place that's far, staring at the stars for hours, 'cause you're a renegade. I could be the one who saved you from this hard place. We could be as one and we'll escape. We could run away, we don't gotta stay. I can feel it, it burns inside me. Take away the pain, we can go insane. I can feel it, it burns inside me. We could run away, we don't gotta stay. I can feel it, it burns inside me. Take away the pain, we can go insane. Trust me, I won't let you down. I won't let you down. On a run from a given disaster. Speed away from the holy mind. Pride. I swear I never thought it would matter. If I'm gone by now, all my weakness keep on linger on repeat like it will be my favorite song. Oh, I know I should be moving on, but you got me good, you got me good. I keep on driving to the end, still it feels like I'll pretend. Keep on driving and driving along the road tonight. Lost my head over my back between the jars and bottle jack. Just me and all the red lights. Keep on driving. In the heat from a hot California, I forgot how you looked like in rain. I swear I never thought it would matter. If I'm gone by now, all my weakness keep on linger on repeat like it will be my favorite song. Oh, I know I should be moving on, but you got me good, you got me good. I keep on linger on repeat like it will be my favorite song. Oh, I know I should be moving on, but you got me good, you got me good. I keep on driving to the end, still it feels like I'll pretend. Keep on driving and driving along the road tonight. Lost my head over my back between the jars and bottle jack. Just me and all the red lights. Keep on driving.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Shadowverse Open West. As you know, it is a very, very special day to all the mothers out there, so we wanted to take the time to thank them all, starting with Wonder Chef. I know he has a lot to say real quick, so go ahead, Wonder Chef, it's all you.
Yeah, happy Mother's Day, Mom. Huge shout out to my mom. She supports me in all of my esports career. Shout out to any mom who supports their child, in their gaming career. But my mom actually watches all of my streams that I'm commentating. So if you could do me a huge favor and say hi to my mom in chat, I'd say hi, Chef's mom, I would super appreciate it, because we gotta appreciate those moms that support their kids, right? Huge deal.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think it's super cool that she supports you all the way through. It's like, damn, that's hit me right in the heart, man. But either way, Lewis, I'm sure you share the same sentiment.
Yeah, for sure. If it wasn't for my mom supporting me, like, I couldn't, stream or be a caster or do any of this. So big shout outs to Mama Panda, I guess.
Ooh.
Yeah, same in the Lopez household. Big shout out to my mom as well. If and when you check this out, you could probably hear me right now. I'm probably gonna just yell as loud as I can, and eventually you'll get it. But either way, hey, happy Mother's Day to each and every one of you and your own. We're gonna take a look at the brackets right now and where we're at. We've hit ourselves the semifinals of the day. We got Dallas going up against Dulon. That's gonna be quite the matchup, as we've seen how they performed in the quarterfinals. And we have Doc Dodo trying to make it further from his last placement the last time he was in the top 8, going up against the newcomer Cyrus. And Cyrus himself showing himself to be quite the newcomer. What were you saying, Chef?
That is a lot of D's. Dallas, this Dulon, Doc Dodo. That's way too many D names. The alliteration is powerful today.
I want you to say that 5 times fast for me real quick. Is that possible? I'm totally
Dallas
kidding.
is dueling Duck Dodo. Dallas is dueling Duck Dodo. Okay, I can't do it. It's impossible.
You did it 2 times really well. Really good.
Yeah, but I realized that very quickly that was my limit, and so I gave up.
All right, so we have Dallas and Dulon going up in the semifinals for our first match after the break. And as you can see here, Dulon bringing the Natura Dragoncraft and the Machina Blood, having the artifact banned, whereas the other side, Dallas gets to let his artifact reign, right? The Natura Dragon is the banned pick from Dulon, but he's going to have that control force as well.
Yeah, I want to see if Dallas can speedrun his way to an SVO championship.
Very nice. And yeah, I'm excited that we're going to see the artifact coming out of Dallas this time. We haven't seen it yet because it was banned out in the first game. But I also, again, I need to mention this. I got a chance to talk to him a little bit before the tournament today on Twitter, and I got some really good information. So if anybody out there makes top 8 and wants to talk to any of us, please, we love to talk about you guys, your stories, your competitive histories, why you're choosing your decks that you are. It's all great to hear.
And here we go. We have Dulon versus Dallas. My bad. I'm totally sorry, man.
It's cool.
We're going to have our first game, and then you guys get to do whatever you want after this. But it's going to be our first game of the semifinals. You guys do not want to miss this and see who's going to move on into the grand finals.
Like, even if you just want to tell us how your name is pronounced, so we're not out here guessing.
Actually, especially that, more than anything. My reads, literally and figuratively, are both really bad.
Well,
so here
Artifact
we go.
has been pretty good so far in the day, right?
Yeah,
it's won most of his games.
Yeah, I think it won all of them, actually. As opposed to Haven, which I don't know has won yet, unfortunately. Of course, we're not seeing Haven right now. We're seeing Machina Blood. So I don't think we've seen Machina Blood against Artifact yet on the day, as somebody cool would say.
Yeah,
so
but
Android
the
Artisan
deck with so many tools could maybe try and deal with all the Machina shenanigans. The Nereon 6 though is maybe a bit hard for the Artifact deck, but with low cost paradigm shifts, anything's possible.
Yeah, and honestly, Nereon 6 is hard for every deck, right? I mean, it doesn't really stop anywhere. But I was going to say, Android Artisan is like one of the most key cards in the entire deck, and I feel like we haven't seen it on 2 yet today. Maybe
it's such a good 2-drop.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, getting this paradigm shift is such a huge value. It's what makes the whole deck run. And so that's exactly what you want on 2. It's a nice curve going on.
You get it with a 2/2 body, which is premium stats for a 2-drop, which makes it a really great card.
Yeah, and so on 3, we are going to have the option to see if they want to draw the Magic Gunsmith into the Ancient Artifacts, get the trade, or, set up the Vertex Colony.
Yeah, Colony Axel is interesting because you don't get the card right away. It happens at the end of the turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
So by playing the Colony on turn 3 here, even though he floats a play point, he'll have the option to play the Guard-from Golem next turn, which could be a great turn 4 play going first.
Right, and you can, there are going to be a few different options up on this next turn, but if you do want to, you can just play the enhanced cost, 4-cost Guard-form Golem, giving it those extra stats, or you could play Rebellion Against Fate, or you could play the Archaeologist, or you could, there's actually a lot of different options right now. So many 4-drops in this deck.
Yeah, the Golem is pretty good because the Golems are overstated 2-drops, right? And when they get the enhanced, they sort of become overstated 4-drops. So if you go first and you play like a 3-4 and it gets Evador by 2-2, it feels terrible. But the 4-5 with Ward is a great stat line. It does get Evador over here by the Mecha Shot, but...
Yeah, like right as you say that, it gets Evoed over by one of the best options to Evo over it in the game.
That's why the 3 play point 3/3s like Kyoka and Mecha Shot are pretty strong as well.
Alright, we do see that Gabriel, which is a really cool pick in the Artifact Portalcraft deck, which is not one that I've really seen competitively used too much, but Dallas did say that he likes it because it really helps with that aggro game plan, if that's the game plan that you need to follow in this deck. But you also, even just having one little artifact up or a 0-cost paradigm shift into the airstrike artifact.
It could also be a defensive tool. If you put it on the Keen Edge artifact, get a lot of drain that way, and then Gabriel has wards, so...
Yeah, that's true. With like 10 play points, you get 10 drain from that.
Yeah, like as soon as I saw the list with the one of Gabriel, I was like, okay, I'm stealing that. It just seems like such a good addition to the deck.
Yeah, I mean, Gabriel is showing more and more that it's an MVP card in just the meta in general.
Yeah, and it's great to see its role as just like as a one-off here and there, which there's a lot of value to that.
Yeah, especially because people need to take it into account when they think about what could potentially like set up lethal on the next turn.
Exactly.
Which means that they have to be afraid of even just a one-drop and plan around something that there's a chance that you don't even have.
And, you know, we saw Dallas use the augmentation, like I mentioned before. If you just draw 1 or 2 or 3 cards out of it, it's, you know, pretty good. Don't have to go for anything crazy like that. So just don't hoard that and use the resource, right?
Right. Unfortunately, though, it almost gives you too much card draw because we are going to see a card burned next turn, but most likely they're going to be... I guess most likely this board is going to be cleared, right? You kind of have to. No, or can you even? I mean, I guess you could Evo over it if you want to. That would be pretty clean. But one way or another, even if it gets cleared, the paradigm shift gets lowered, which is really nice.
Yeah, just having 2 paradigm shifts in hands to get discounted is going to open up a whole world of possibilities for Dallas. And it's more to note that he got the Megara off of the Rebel Against Fate. And Megara is useful because it provides, you know, that burst of face damage, which can be enough to close the game out in the right situation.
Yeah, in a lot of situations, it's probably the best of the... I don't even know what to call those 3 things, but the best of
called the Furies.
Okay, the best Fury then. Because, like, it's one that if you need to close out the game, you could just play it, and you don't have to worry about it being, like, slow or, like, letting the opponent set up anything and creating a threat. It's just face damage, just when you need it.
Yeah, both players just draw a lot of cards. Like you said, Dallas has to burn the duplicator, which is a card he already had in hand, which is okay. And, you know, Dolan, he's been playing Confectioneer. He has 8 cards in hand. They're both kind of just taking the mid game sort of slow and then setting up for those explosive late game turns.
Guess it's my turn to do field work.
And we are going to see the Archaeologist putting another paradigm shift into hand. Now, this is where getting any of the Furies out of the Rebel Against Fate is kind of a scary thing because as you can see, there are just too many cards in hand at this point.
Yeah, it hurts your... Oh, I was going to say, he wouldn't want to burn a Modesty, but drawing it now is fantastic as I think now he's okay with, you know, losing pretty much any other card.
It was nearly done.
Getting good stats on the board, 3 paradigm shifts to discount. And the paradigm shifts can sort of snowball because they summon an artifact, right? So once you play 1 paradigm shift, it makes your other ones cheaper.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I've seen a pretty bad situation where somebody will be like, play it into the Keen Edge, into swing, into heal myself, and that dies, and then I play another one, swing into heal, and then that dies, and then I'll play like a third one, and it'll be like the ward one, and then I like Evo that in place, like kill something else, and then just chill, you know? And it's like, wow, everything just turned around. You just gained like 6 life back at least.
It's nice because they get so many options, and again, I have to stress that because you just get them to your hand, as opposed to putting them in the deck, they're there when you need them, and you pick the right one for the right situation.
Shutting down.
Yeah, and then of course, the way that it is that the whole deck works now too, being based around like how many different types of artifacts are destroyed for so many cards like Vertex Colony or for Modesty. It means that each one of those is another unique artifact. So there's a total of like something like the potential to do like 10 or 11 different artifacts in this deck.
Yeah,
usually you're not going to see most of them, but still the potential's there.
Yeah, usually you get to like maybe 5, 6, 7, and you're in a great spot. But Duan, I think, is in a great spot as well. He's gonna have that Almachina on 7. Already has 1 mono in hand. He has the leader effect established already.
Yeah, and the actually the droid effect, the Mecha Shot Devil leader effect, it's really annoying against the Modesty leader effect because there's always one more target to deal with if you want your damage to actually like hit something important.
Yeah, and it also gives you guaranteed targets for mono, and he just got 2 discounted monos. So I believe that's 21 damage next turn. Yeah, 3 monos and then the 1/1, so it's 18 plus 3, 21. Yeah.
But of course, there is the ability to set up some wards on Dallas's side of the field.
Yeah, we might see the I think it's called the barrier artifact, the 4/6 ward Bane, and that's a good tool as well. But you know, when you play against Machina Blade, it's like you might think, oh, okay, Amakinos gave them 1 mono, but are you gonna respect or play around 3 of them?
I mean, you kind of always have to, but you can't always, you know?
Yeah, and the thing is, Dal's gonna be busy answering the current board because that's a 6/6, a 3/3, potentially a hoverboard and Robogoblin or Mecha Shot, right? Like, he has to worry about the current board instead of worrying about potential monos, right?
Yeah. I mean, the Artifact Duplicator can come out this turn, and that could lower the cost and let you get 2 Paradigm Shifts out, but there's only 1 ward, I think. We only saw the one of, I can't remember what it's called, but the... Yeah.
Mystic, the 2/3 ward. Well, there's the Guard Form Golem as well, right? The
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the Guard Form Golem, which does come out. Wow, that was a really great pull. Wow. So 2 of the rush ones and 2 of the wards. That is absolutely perfect.
Pretty good. And then he can get another ward if he wants to. We'll see what the choice is. Yep. Just gonna build a wall.
Look at that. I mean, that mono, the triple mono is not nearly as scary all of a sudden, and that's a really tough board to deal with too.
And it's pretty good too because, you know, you play the Barrier Artifact, and like you were saying, hey, that's an artifact with a different name.
Yeah, and it just gets you closer and closer. And we are about to get into that 9th turn, so once Vertex Colony is drawn, obviously this is not in hand, but that becomes an even stronger threat, more and more so. As we can see, it was already, what, was it 5 or 6 I saw on the damage from the Modesty?
I believe it was at 5 after the barrier goes, it's going to go to 6. Even then though, Dolan is sitting, you know, pretty good at 20 life, and there's the Gabriel, potentially Megara, maybe Colony's drawn, but those things aren't doing 20 damage.
Yeah, not all at once, and that's going to give a lot of time to, like, recuperate a little bit. So I don't know how exactly you push the damage to win this game. And part of it is the fact that Mecha Shot Devil ability has just soaked up so much damage from the Modesty. It's like every single turn so far.
That's 3 monos.
Is that enough? You clear?
No, it's not because it's 2
no,
wards.
No,
it is.
Oh wait, yeah, it is. 18
because he doesn't have to do 20, he has to do 18. And yeah, you know, triple mono shows up and it's just way too much damage, right?
yeah. Wait, where did the 2 damage come from? Did I miss that 2 damage?
I mean, he was just getting a little chip damage here and there. Like, at some point, he evoed the 1/1 to the face. And I do like that because, again, you get to a point where the Machina is just Evo for free with mono. So you just spend the Evo to get that face damage. And even though there was the drain, it just wasn't enough to, you know, survive triple mono.
And maybe he didn't drain as much as I thought he drained. Maybe my math was bad, which it very often is. But
yeah, I think
great way to
see the Machina Blood deck is good early on, and it is getting that chip damage.
And so we are going to see Artifact Portal going down for the first time, but we're going to see it queued up again. Now going to be going up against this Natura Dragon.
But I'm seeing a turn 2 Oracle. Now I wonder if that's going to spell disaster for Dallas.
It's the classic.
Rolla picked up as well. I do like Rolla.
Yeah, Rolla's valuable, and there's been a few situations where Rolla would have like made a game go in a better direction for the Dragon player that we've seen today.
Yeah, like having AoE is nice, but she also has Storm, so it's just a good flexible card, right?
Mm-hmm.
So once again, we're going to see Vertex Colony accelerated on turn 2. Going to give Dallas the different options. But Oracle on 2 into... I guess the follow-up isn't really that great from Dolan. Like, it's okay. He doesn't have anything, like, crazy. Like, no more ramp this turn.
Yeah.
Okay, gonna set up some trees for future turns.
Okay, into a Rolla. It's not bad, but just a little bit of an awkward hand cost-wise.
Yeah, that's 2/2 with Ward and Bane, which is still better than the average 2 drop.
I mean, that's way better than the average 2 drop, right? That's so strong.
I'm really curious what the play is here. It might just be guard form. I think when you play artifacts, committing 1 colony to the Axel is fine, but you don't really want to do the second one because the artifacts that you get have the same name, and then the colony is still a great late game tool that they have available, right?
Yeah, really valuable for clearing board and doing damage, but the annoying thing here is that you know you're losing this guard form golem. Now you're losing the guard form golem in 2 different ways, which means the roll's still up.
A great draw, and he did find the ramp in the Petrodon. So Dolan's just running away with this game, I think.
Yeah, this is not a fun one to fight back from. There's also not been any paradigm shifts generated.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, right? There have not been, and once you generate them, you have to discount them from full, kind of like Kuon, where if you draw it late, it just naturally slower, right?
Right. At least, I mean, even if you discount them by like 3, they're more than worth their cost, you know? So,
yeah,
there's that
paradigm shift artifacts are valued, the game says they're 5 play points, right?
Right.
But realistically, you want to play them for maybe 4, 3, 2, right?
Or 0, ideally, right?
Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, what is the play here for Dallas? Up against, not that scary of a board, but he's up against Dragon in Overflow next turn. And that is really scary.
Honestly, this Rolla is making things so tough because you can't even just like throw out the Strike Form Golem and then like just have a nice body out, you know? You have to, well, this is a nice play. There's not really too many other options, but the fact that it was so tough to deal with that just as a normal 2-drop shows its value.
And like you said, you know, that's a great play, but he's not discounting a Paradigm Shift.
Yeah.
So without Paradigm Shift, your duplicator gets worse, your colony gets worse. It kind of sort of snowballs where you don't have the right things early on for artifact. Your plays just aren't as strong, you know?
Yeah, also, side note, pulling out the Electo from the Rebel Against Fate, maybe the worst of the 3. Almost definitely the worst of the 3.
I consider Electo Chan to be by far the worst one.
Yeah. I mean, it sets you up like an okay, kind of not that scary board. It sets you up like, what, itself in 2/4/4s. And there's not very many Machina followers in the deck to... I mean, there's a few, but not many at all that you're going to take advantage of its buff. So that's not the pull that you want.
Especially when it's like your turn 8 is play a 7/7 doesn't impact the board. And your turn 7 is like deal 6 damage, draw 6 cards, and they cost 3 less. At least his opponent answers the board, and Megara can push for lethal. But Electro Chan just doesn't do nearly enough.
From tepid squall.
So now it's just going to be somewhat of a dead card. No real good way to get out of it.
And, you know, Dolan, I think he has a lead, and he's doing a great job of pushing that lead. Getting even more ramp. Look at the play point difference. He has Velociraptor for card draw follow-up. You just got to find that Baldane or Almachinos and really get the party started.
Oh, and this is so awkward because, yeah, I was going to say there's 3 Ameths in hand, and you can only target another Ameth at this point. That's the only thing that you can actually use it on, because the Strike Form Golem would have costed too much because of the Enhance.
The Enhance, yeah.
Yeah. So this is just not the board that you want to have.
It leads to some awkward turns, and as somebody who's played Majorly Artifact this expansion, I've been here before, right? I know the struggle, and like, we saw the deck, you know, operate smooth like butter, and sometimes it's not always that simple.
Yeah, in fact, quite often it's not that simple, but it's not over yet, right? I mean, no Baldane is...
No Baldane yet, but there is card draw to fetch him. Velociraptor drawing, or generating 2 Great Trees, and then we'll see what those draw. Maybe he doesn't want to commit both of them and just play like a Burrito Magna, for example. There's the Baldane. Just in time for Dolan.
Yeah, with the exact amount of play points to play it, if he so chooses. There are plenty of other options. Doesn't need to be this turn, but I mean, I like it. I don't know. I'm not going to go for it.
Yeah, he could even play Baldane and then just not play Corrosion until later on. That's acceptable as well.
That is true.
The Tyrannosaurus is, you know, such a great Axel. Like, 2 play 1 is, you know, the standard, and then it generates a card that draws a card. Just really, really strong.
Let ice clone you.
Plays Baldane, he was over it. Yep, that works too.
Struggle to restrain. Curse take you.
That is going to be a full board clear.
Yeah,
or
so
could go phase. Oh, it does go phase.
We've often seen players generate really strong boards, and then the opponents, they answer with strong plays themselves. But looking at Dallas's hand, I'm not seeing what his like super strong comeback tool is.
Guess it's my turn to do field work.
You really need that value at this point.
Yeah, the 3/1 rush is really good here to at least answer the Baldane. And although late, he at least finally generates a Paradigm Shift.
And you're going to get a little bit more value with this last Ameth. You definitely don't want them all drawn all at once.
Okay, gets a good ward left over in the 7/6. Gonna take the trade.
Shutting down.
But Dolan has 10 play points, Corrosion in hand, 2 trees, a Petrodon, Al Machinas off the top, and oh man.
Yeah, what an almost unnecessary top deck.
Yeah, it's gonna get real wild real soon.
But, I mean, honestly, do you even play the Natural Machinus at this point? Like,
that's a good question.
I mean,
he doesn't need it, but
I mean, the nicest thing about it would be removing the 7/3 Archaeologist, right?
Yeah.
And you really need to get rid of that because there are threats that can do a good amount of face damage. So if you let, like, you know, potentially 9 damage go through, that's not good. But we will see the Natural Machinus. What's the drawn?
Draws Dragon Cores. Not amazing, but Sheriff is pretty good for 2. For 0, lets him clear the full board.
Yep.
Gets more card draw with the hoverboard. Reading Magnus. This is looking really good for Dolan. You know, he's got a good lead, and I think he's doing a good job of maintaining that lead.
Yeah, and normally you need to start doing some damage a little bit earlier with Artifact, otherwise you're just never going to get all that damage down. You're not really going to close the game out in like 1 turn. We do see the double augmentation bestowal, which can lead to some serious turns, but the problem is, like, maybe like 1 more turn later that would have meant a lot more with the Artifact Duplicator, and I don't know if there is 1 more turn, you know?
Yeah, like, those would be great if he could summon artifacts, but he just doesn't have a lot of options. And staring down a scary board, knowing the corrosion is ticking.
Yeah, I mean, 5 damage already means that you get this turn and like 1 other turn, and you can get a lot of life back with the Keen Edges, but you're not going to get that much. All right, this is a nice tick out of the 6/6. You get some wards.
The Duplicator clears, yeah, and if he gets another turn, his next turn could be like augmentation and then try and find something. But it's just, you know, comparing the power plays what players are doing, it definitely feels like Dolan had a very explosive start with the ramp, and he just never really stopped after that.
I'm trying to think if there's any way to lethal here. You get the 3 cost for Ready Magna, that clears both the wards. You can still play the enhanced pour, but then you're that's 9 damage max,
well,
right?
He draws with Ship's Bane, so we'll see what he draws, I guess, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You can also play Dragon Core to get play points back, but he didn't.
Radical, baby.
Okay, Rolla gets picked up. Doesn't really change too much.
Yeah, I don't think you can. I think you're 1 away. You're max 1 away from lethal this turn.
I think at this point he's so ahead that he could just focus on, like, okay, what is the only way that I possibly lose this game, right?
Right. And this is a full board clear while getting back the ward. So I don't know how you ever deal with this at this point.
Yeah, he set up a board that just is not really going to get answered. He has 20 life. He has corrosion taken for that guaranteed damage. And Dallas had a great run, but I think this might be the end of it.
All right, well, what options are there? There's sensitization. Well, immediately getting the paradigm shift.
I mean, he knows he has to play fast, and he has to draw into something good, right?
Yeah. Okay, Gunsmith
comes. I really like him. Just start, you know, doing stuff, right? Figure it out.
Yep, double draw here. Oh, there's a duplicator. If you get to it. All right, paradigm shift into Keen Edge. There's 1. Rebellious Fate comes out. Rebellious Fate is huge right here.
Yeah, he
because
can
you get his full cost back. Full cost, draw.
Can he do this?
I don't think he can.
Can he make
win,
it come back?
But I think he can live. Oh, not playing the Shion, interestingly enough. That would have been more healing. Also, the Technomancer is going to copy an ancient artifact. It's going to be even more drawing. The biggest threat here, decking out, actually, I think.
Well,
before
he has 15
you get a
cards
chance.
left. I don't know, like...
Yeah, but that's like...
Yeah, he's
that's
drawing
like
a lot of cards.
7 artifacts, which is not a crazy amount at this point.
You can see by the speed of which he's, you know, doing his actions that he's an experienced player, right?
Yeah.
Instead of taking like the minute to think it through, like gets the Shion, gonna be another 5 drain, goes to 10, ends with a 4/5 ward. That was a great turn. That was like a great Shadowverse turn.
That actually, I feel like the draws there were maybe not the best that they could have been, just with double what's it called, augmentation bestow, you can get a lot more, and the fact that he didn't end up with a full board was a little weird, but that was still a great turn that's gonna...
is that lethal? I
don't
think? No, it's...
I don't remember what the count said exactly.
I think Corrosion's doing 7. So Bearded Mana clears 2. Boardwalk can go face for 1.
This ungrateful world will perish.
So the thing is, even though Dallas had a great turn, artifacts can't do 20 damage just like that, right? So
yeah, you need to heal a lot again, which is possible. There is another artifact. There's 2 more artifact duplicates in hand, and there's a Shion too. Just not enough play points for all of this. Another augmentation bestow would have been really nice, but
you watching?
Like if Corrosion wasn't ticking, maybe he could like play Colony, clear the board, and like try and grind the game out. But Corrosion is just that spell that says no, right? Like the game is gonna end. Gotcha. You only have so much time to deal with it, and
big trouble now.
By the time that Dallas could make those very explosive plays, it felt like the game was already decided.
Well, this is a little bit of health back, but it's not going to be enough. I mean, you're going to still be able to heal 3 more because of the second paradigm shift, but that's still not enough, right? That's still within... You just lose next turn. I mean, it's really close. It's built another strong board, but...
Yeah, I mean, he was really fighting for his life, and I respect it, but...
I mean, it just goes to show, too.
That's gonna do it.
Yep. It just goes to show how much life gain this artifact deck has, you know? Like, you can fight against such a strong Shadow's Corrosion, but, I mean, only for so long, right? And just wasn't able to push any offense, and that's what you need to win, right? Technically.
Yeah, Dolan showing us the power of Mature Dragon, why it's such a feared deck, taking the series over Dallas 2-0, and advancing to the finals.
Still, though, a great showing by Dallas, getting all the way into semis and showing us off showing some cool decks, which I always like to see.
Yeah, it was great to see Artifact show up in the day and do well because it did perform.
Yeah, he came in as a man on a mission, did very, very well. Again, the top cut is definitely something you should really be proud of in terms of how competitive it is, as even more competitive it gets further into the meta, right? So kudos to Dallas doing that. So Dulon, however, you guys talked about him prior to the show starting. I mean, he's been knocking out some of the pretty decent players here in convincing fashion. Whether that was like a 2-0 and he had like 20 life points left too. It's just like he was just chilling, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, great showing so far, but one more game for him a little bit later on, right?
Yes, absolutely. So that's gonna move us on to our second semifinals. See who's gonna join Dulon into the finals here. We got Cyrus going up against Doc Dodo. I'm never gonna say that wrong, I hope. So Cyrus bringing the Natura Runecraft as well as the Natura Dragon, 2 heavy hitters, and Doc Dodo bringing the Natura Dragon as well, alongside a Ilana Machina.
Yeah, we've seen the Ilana Machina. It is a very powerful deck. It hasn't performed, today, but maybe it's time for Doc Dodo to show us why it's so powerful and why it deserves to be part of his lineup.
Yeah, and can I just say, the World Uprooted expansion worked. Look at this. Natura Machina, Natura Machina. Whatever they decided to do with it, it was the goal was definitely achieved. But yeah, Ilana Machina not performing today is pretty surprising to me, but also in a way maybe not surprising because it is a good deck, but it's a very difficult deck. I know considered one of the more difficult decks in the meta right now, which is a reason why it took quite so long to get popular. I think a lot of people maybe didn't realize quite how good it was, and so maybe it's still in the like the newer phases for a lot of players who aren't as used to using it.
For sure, like we talk about how the Roche Control 4 is a hard deck, but by now they've had 6-9 months to practice it, while the new Machina Ilana, at least, it's like a brand new deck. Players weren't even thinking that it was a good deck until very recently, so they have to catch up and learn how to play it, and it is not easy.
Yeah, and especially... Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
Okay, I was going to say, especially as a deck that's kind of like half of an old deck, a lot of players tend to have this mindset already just stuck in their heads of like certain plays being optimal, even though it's not really the same deck anymore. It's something that I saw a lot, especially like when we went from Roach over to like Control Forest. A similar idea there. Some people they'll still just be stuck in the Roach mindset a little bit, and they'll make a few like mistakes playing either like a little bit too aggressive or going for an old game plan, which is obviously tough to do, especially if you're newer with a deck and let's say you've played a lot for a full expansion or two. It's hard to change stuff like that.
Now, I wanted to ask you guys, considering the ban choices from both these players, they both opted to ban Machina Blood. How much of a threat is that to a deck like Natural Dragon?
I mean, we saw the power of Machina Blood. You saw triple mono command and just do 18 damage.
Yes.
I think Machina Blood
Yes.
is just one of the top decks in the meta. And that alone means that it's okay to ban, I don't think Dragon particularly was like poorly against it. Like, probably fine, but it is still a scary deck to play against, right?
Yeah, I just think it's one of those decks that, like, you never have a matchup that you like really want to play against it, right? Like, it just always has a pretty good chance. So it's never like a bad ban. It's never going to be a bad ban unless there's like some super specific targeting that you need from your lineup.
Mm-hmm.
And like last month, we saw everybody was like, okay, we all agree, let's ban Dragon. But now the lineups are more different, and some lineups will want to ban Dragon, but some might want to ban Blood or even whatever the third deck may be, right?
Yeah.
Right. And how much practice can you really have against Natural Dragon to really be like super comfortable with it? Because I feel like it still could be pretty volatile, no matter how much practice you have against it.
Yeah, no matter how good you're at the game, like Machina shows up on turn 5 or 6, and you get a one-play with Baldane, and the game could be over so quick.
Yeah, or no matter how much you've practiced against it, nothing stops Shadow Corrosion damage. It's death taxes and Shadow Corrosion damage are the inevitables in life.
I'm going to take that to heart going forward. Now we're going to have Doc Dodo queuing up against Cyrus once again. Let's see who joins Dulon in the grand finals. Here we go. It's going to be game 1 of semifinals number 2.
Really important game. We saw the standings, how close everybody is. For a lot of his players, like Cyrus, first time in the top 8 here, he probably really needs those points, right?
Yeah. I mean, especially with, there's two ways to look at it, right? First of all, a lot of people have a lot of points right now, which means that it's harder to, get up there. But also, there's not as much of a top end because it's spread so evenly. So, like, if there was somebody who's dominating at this point, they would have like 40 points, 50 points. But nobody has more than 28 points at this point. So that's you can catch up. It's still possible.
For sure. And as we, continue along the season, it makes every new SVO so much more intense because now there's not that many left. There's only so many times to get those points, right?
His hooves are merciless.
All right, well,
it's a pretty fast game so far. Both players just, I think, playing really, really fast.
Yeah, I know. They're like playing like turbo Shadowverse, but this is another matchup that I don't think we've seen yet today, where it is going to be the Natural Dragon against the... Well, it's so weird to call it Natural Dragon because it's almost like Hybrid Dragon, but you know what I'm talking about.
It's Baldane Dragon, right?
Yeah, Baldane Dragon's a great way to put it, but it's also Natural Machinus Dragon.
For sure.
The decks are still so hard to name throughout this entire meta, but yeah, this against Machina, Alana, Lamonia, APM Haven. It's not a matchup that I've seen too much.
Yeah, so in the past we saw how Dragon could sometimes struggle to answer the wide boards that, like, say, Machina Blow was presenting.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Breeda Magna is great at answering 2 things, and it's going to answer any 2 followers, right? But if the Machina Haven can have, like, an Alana's Prayer and then, like, 4 really big followers, which is definitely doable with Alana and Reverend, then maybe Dragon can't answer all those followers, right?
Right, and also another thing that really I think helped this deck out, I mean, it's kind of hard to say it's helped this deck out, but a strong part of this deck is that pretty often the boards are built using 2 Iron Knuckle Nuns that are created from a Vice. So you get these 2 like wards that stop you from taking care of the rest of the board, and the rest of the board is the part that can get buffed up to like an unreasonable amount. Like I'll often see it like it'll get buffed up to like 6 or 7 in one turn, and then to like 10 on the next one because they just couldn't deal with it because of the Iron Knuckle Nuns.
Well, Doc Dodo is slamming that Alana on 4. Definitely what he wants to see. Doesn't have to think about Lemonia or Alana, because Alana it is.
Well, hey, if you have either of those on 4, you're pretty happy, right? I don't think you necessarily care as long as something's there.
Yeah, and he has the Almachinas for that follow-up later on. On the other hand, Cyrus has the Baldane, which is great, and even is going to get a bit of ramp with the core. And he's also got Almachinas.
Yeah, these game plans are all in effect. You know, they are all working out so far.
Yeah, I'm thinking of how the matchup might go, and another thing I'm thinking of is Alana is great at getting life back, right? They just naturally have so much healing. But like we were saying, Corrosion, like, it almost doesn't care, right? You just can never out-heal a ticking Shadow's Corrosion.
Yeah, there's a lot of healing, but it's a lot of little healing, you know? So, like, if you heal, like, 5 in a turn, that's a lot for this deck, but 5 in 1 turn for Dragon from Corrosion is, like, not a big deal. So...
Yeah, Duck has drawn 2 Reverends, which, you know, may seem good, but I wonder if that's maybe not great, since you would rather draw them discounted from the Almachinas, right?
Yeah, I mean, at least it's like a super cheap card, so you can still potentially play multiple in 1 turn.
Yeah, that's fair. It's not too expensive. It's just, for the plays that Machina Haven wants to do, which is, you know, make that crazy board, they need to cheat play points somehow. Whether that be from the Almachinas, from the Lemonia, like... You can't... The repair modes, you have to do 1 by 1. It's 1 play point each, right? So, he needs some sort of discount, right?
Yeah, also another target along with those, because, I mean, even if you... Let's say you played them and you played 3 repair modes, they would each get, like... What? +3, +6, right? Which is
well,
not
with the Alana on the board, they get, like,
I'm
+6,
sorry,
+6,
right? With the Alana, so they get
it gets,
6 +9,
that's really
yeah.
crazy.
Which is actually a lot, so... I mean, it's still pretty good, but still, like, if you're using up all of your resources to get just those 2, is not enough, right? Maybe.
Oh, I like the Lemonia top deck. I wonder if that's going to be the play here. Yes. Like, even getting, you know, a 1 or 2 extra play points is going to make that explosive turn so much more explosive. So maybe it's going to be something like Almachinos on 7, fuse away the hand, and then on 8, play both the Reverends, plus whatever was discounted from the Almachinas drawn, into just like 1,000 stats, right?
Yeah, this is setting up for a huge turn. Especially with the fact that there is a good chance that we're going to see 2 Salvations pretty soon, so that at least one of the Reverends, you know, 2 Reverends together would be costing 2, which is pretty sweet altogether.
He's doing the fusion now, because once his board gets answered, it's going to generate Salvations, and you want to make sure that you do not overdraw, right? So fusion there on the Almachinas is definitely correct play. But now Cyrus is fusing everything onto his Almachinas, and we'll see what the draw is.
Oh, was that a target at the precants? It is. All right.
I mean, it had Bane, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that means I'm assuming there's a chance, well, not anymore because the Tyrannosaurus was drawn, but I'm assuming that means that there was a chance that we were going to see the Evo over the Lemonia if there wasn't removal drawn.
Yeah, but he drew removal and the Baldane, so it's like, use the removal, save the Evo, Evo Baldane. Pretty great turn overall for Cyrus, right?
Yeah, it is.
So this will likely be answered by, surprise, surprise, another Almachinas. And then we'll just see where that goes.
Almachinas into Almachinas. Never seen that before.
Yeah, it really leads to these crazy switches of like the board power plays, right? But Corrosion is ticking, so Doc Dodo, like, he's on that clock.
Yeah, and there's already 10 damage from Dragon next turn. So, I mean, obviously you can't see that because it's all in hand, but...
Well, he saw the Velociraptor, right? So you can assume that there's more damage coming.
I mean, yeah, especially just in general, you have to assume there's more damage coming. There's a lot of cards in hand. There's, 7 cards in hand, and you only need 4 more damage for it to be lethal. So you have to assume that you've got to heal in some aspect, right?
Yeah, and as you were saying, although the Alana deck, the Machina Haven, has heal, it's like 1 heal at a time, right? It's not like a massive drain or a huge heal. It's just like little bits of heal, which not doing much against the Corrosion.
Actually...
Wait, he can heal with the...
you have to repair mode yourself, right? That's the only option. The cherub isn't enough to get healing, is it? There's only 2 other?
Oh yeah, you need 3, right? No, he
Oh
does
no,
get it.
there was. What was the third? Natura?
Okay, well, he gets a good board.
Oh, there's 2 Natura Magnets. I'm blind.
Yeah, the
It's so
Magnus
hard-
also Okay, so I think that's his final stand. He gets just enough heal to like just not die for free, clears the board, and at the same time is left with a pretty solid board that, if left unanswered, is going to snowball into, potential lethal.
Yeah, and you have to answer a lot of this. The Viridian Magnet's nice, but the fact that it's not discounted is not nice.
But there is a one play point Baldane that can clear anything with an Evo as well.
Yeah, at this point, do you just Valdane, Evo, Viridian Magna, clear all but the 3/5? And then...
I think that is the play, unless he has lethal, which he may be there.
Is that
enough?
enough?
He's got so many trees. Does he have the play points though?
And then
he plays a great tree.
Yeah, that's 2 more trees after this. That might be enough.
Oh yeah, he has just enough play points actually.
Did he really get that? Was that 7 trees this turn?
I believe so, because you don't have to answer the board if your corrosion is just gonna end the game.
I did not think that 7 trees was going to be possible. That's definitely pushing it. Oh, it was 7 trees. Wow.
Yeah, corrosion doing 30 damage is a little bit more than it usually does.
Yeah. But
Just
especially
like
the fact
that.
that it was more than half of the 13 in 1 turn.
Yeah, Cyrus takes game number 1. He's 1 game away from moving on to the finals. But let's not count out the Doc just yet. I think Doc Dodo played that well. He made a great final stand. It just wasn't quite enough.
Moonlight drives me mad.
Yeah, well,
My
still gets more chances. And again, the Havencraft deck not winning. It hasn't won yet, right?
I think you may be right, yeah.
It's so weird that it hasn't won even once, and it's been so close every time. It's losing by like 1 turn every single time.
Yeah, it's not like we're seeing it brick or just play poorly or anything like that. Like, it's making strong plays. The games are close, but I don't know. Haven is just not closing it out today.
Now we're going to see it up against the Natural Rune, which, as like you said earlier, every deck is the aggressor against Natural Rune, so you're going to have to play as aggressive as possible. The Horde Mercenary coming out, maybe not as much of a damage threat, but it's going to pull out that Vice.
Yeah, I mean, we saw early on, I think it was Raindrop that was playing the Machina Haven, and he had, the Falcon. He was making very strong early game boards and pushing face damage. So maybe it's doable.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen this deck be very, very aggressive.
Alana's a good draw.
Yeah, that is, especially the fact that it can come out on 4. Or you could save it for 5 if you wanted to, I don't know, Kel or something.
Yeah, one thing that is relevant in this matchup is the wards that Haven can represent. Because, the Riley, it doesn't go through wards, so you still have to clear that somehow.
Yeah, and it's one of the few decks that can actually build wards that you literally just can't get over as Natural Rune.
Yeah, if you get Elana with 8 health or something like that, maybe it's enough to hold it down for another turn. But Cyrus, an excellent early game here, playing a bunch of great trees, clearing the board, has the Carol in the hand. Okay, Elana on 4 to be expected.
So this is looking like a pretty good game for, well, at least the game plan is playing out pretty well for Havencraft, but still, things can look great when you're playing against Natural Rune. They can look like you're doing absolutely amazing, and then you just lose.
Okay, the first Riley drawn, but it's still acceptable. Nothing, not too bad.
That is, of course, just the downside of. I mean, the biggest downside of drawing one Riley is that you just have a dead card. And often we've seen that you need 1 more tree generator, or you need 1 more piece of clear to just not die the turn before you have lethal. And sometimes the Riley could be that card,
Right, the Natura Rune deck, its clear is not, it's not like a Mason. It's not like they're gonna be like Control Forest where they have Gaia. It's not like they have Fiery Embraces, so they have to earn their removal and really fight for the board. Or fight to clear them.
And right now, the clear's there. Everything's looking pretty decent so far.
Yeah, so far so good. He's played 5 Great Trees already. That means he's 2 away from getting the Riley invocation.
We could
already have the
see.
Carol in hand.
Is there any time here where you think we see the double Ilana Evo, and then you buff it?
I think so. Yes, I think that is the play.
That's so hard to deal with at this point.
Like double Ilana would generate those boards that just cannot get answered so easily, right? I think it's the play. And in cases like this, you also have to wonder, like, okay, if that's not the play, what is he doing? And like, Kel is not the play, Robogoblin is not the play, right?
Right. Yeah,
He's thinking about it.
I like it a lot, honestly. And also, even if, Viridian Magna is pretty much the only, like, true removal, quote-unquote, answer, and there's not enough trees destroyed for it to, like, fully take effect, so it's not going to be that good.
Yeah, one thing to point is that Viridian Magna counts trees destroyed, right?
Yep.
But the Natura Rune just has to play them, so oftentimes you bounce the tree back, and they don't actually get destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen, like a 6 play point count, or sorry, not play point, 6 tree play count with only 1 tree destroyed. Or actually, no, 0 trees destroyed. Like, it was just 1 bounced over and over. And it's not that uncommon either. So we are going to see it just played and passed. No Evo.
Oh, not going to Evo. Interesting. I feel like this is the turn. That was the turn for Dog Dodo. That was the, the 4 splits, and like, the game could have gone 2 different ways right there. And we don't know if that's the correct play or not, but I think that was the turn for him, right?
Well, it stops you from building the like huge boards that you want to build a lot of the time with like Nocturnal Almachinases and stuff, but it does let you play like way more of that classic Ilana.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not trying to say it's the incorrect play.
Yeah,
it's just that the outcome of the game is so drastically different one way or the other.
Yeah,
whether the Ilana is Evo there, right? And maybe like he needs the board space or the Evo or the play points later on, and this play is better. We'll see.
Well, now it can be answered technically without a huge amount of like slowdown on the game plan of the Natura Rune. I mean, otherwise it would have had to be in Viridian Magna, because you can't just let it sit out there and get buffed more, because then you literally just like lose, right?
Right. Yes. And important to note that 7 Great Trees have been played, right? So there will be a Riley next turn. Although, because he's going first, it's not going to be a lethal. But even just getting a Riley to potentially fight for the board is pretty good.
Ooh, and the Clash comes out to get rid of the Ilana. So now at this point, ooh, okay, Iron Knuckle Nun is really nice. The Vice does offer 2 nuns, but they're 2, of course, like 1 health nuns.
Yeah, and not great wards, right?
Yeah, I mean,
it's the opposite of great wards.
The nice thing is that we did, of course, just see that at least one clash is gone. So there's always a chance for multiple clashes, but I mean, you know that next turn you're potentially taking damage.
Okay, so Riley shows up. So again, it's not lethal this turn. So Cyrus, how does he set up lethal for next turn, right? And although Dog Dodo is making good plays and he has a good hand, I can't help but wonder if like the Machina Ilana deck is just a bit too slow in this situation, right?
I mean, next turn it can set up some really powerful wards, and that's, I think, the best chance that it's got.
Yeah, just get a big ward next turn, right?
Yeah, I mean, you've got 2 nuns, you can play them out and still have 4 play points left, and you can repair mode a bunch of times, and that's, as far as I can figure, maybe your best bet. But at least on this other side, the question is, what do you do? I really like the Mysterian Wisdom. Well, you really don't have much else. Oh, the Clash, it's such a good draw.
That's pretty good, yeah.
That's an incredible draw.
I don't know, you have to wonder, like, if the Ilana was Evo'd, Repair Mode was played maybe, like, Cyrus can't answer the board, Dog Dodo is sitting on 2 Evos, and he might not have another turn after this.
Well, let's see how it plays out before we look back on that,
it definitely, the game is not over yet by any means.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, it's gonna be over soon, because we're gonna see Riley Universal Carol next turn, more than likely. But the game is not over yet.
Yeah, there still is the option for wards, but I mean, the other problem is this other Riley's still there.
Take the face damage, yeah, it's still an 8-6.
Yeah, you almost don't even need the Carol at this point.
Okay, potentially Dog Dodo's last turn, what is the play?
All right, so
Almacinus is an option, but I don't know that it's the correct option.
Let's gain the upper hand. Wrapped around my little finger.
All right, so it becomes a 4-1, and then you're going to trade in the 4-1 to get rid of that.
So clear the Riley. Almacinus is being played, but if he doesn't draw, I guess a ward, right?
Oh, that's so tough because the only one that you can draw is Iron Knuckle Nun, and you already have had at least one, maybe two. I don't remember if there was one earlier.
Even if there's like one ward, like there's gonna be clears, right? Like Carol University, Clash of Heroes, maybe things like that.
Yeah, and one's not enough at this point, almost for sure. I don't know how you would ever survive in this situation.
Right, like, what is the hope that the Almacinus draws to win the game?
All right, what do we have here? Nothing.
I see no wards. I see nothing.
Nothing. Zero. Yeah. No, that's as far as I can tell. That's totally just it.
That turn, maybe he tries to get wards with the things he had before he pitched for Almacinus. But I don't know. It was a rough game, and I think ultimately the game is just like a little bit too slow here. Well, he's gonna like have these great next couple turns, but the game's gonna just be over.
Well, I guess the play here is that you just hope that they have zero other damage from hand, and no Carol.
There's a world in which the Carol was not drawn, right?
Right.
That's a possibility for sure.
So this is a smart play as an out just in that situation, but
we know Carol was drawn. The combo is there, and that means that Cyrus is gonna move on to the finals.
Yeah, so we should look back at that one turn. I still think that the double Lana would have been really strong. I mean, obviously I'm never going to say I know better than the actual players, but, because it also could have set up, that you're getting to these turns where it's going to be Riley, at least two, right? I mean, maybe one could be drawn, but you got to expect that at least you're going to get two, maybe even three. And then it lets you set up these turns where on that last turn, maybe we could have seen like Iron Knuckle Nun, and then like repair mode, you heal yourself a little bit, you set up these like 7 defense Iron Knuckle Nuns, and it's going to be really hard to clear both of them maybe. I don't know, just something else, but like, hey, you got to go with your feeling, and not using that evil point was the choice.
Yeah, so what I want to point out is that as a Shadowverse player, whenever you lose a game and you have an evil point, that's a terrible feeling.
Yeah.
He lost that game with 2 evil points.
Yeah, that's another thing too, is that there were quite a few available, right, going second. So, oh well. I mean, it's just one of those choices, right? But that's the thing that's so great about Shadowverse, is that there's always so many choices. It's never just like, okay, obviously the play this turn is this. Sometimes it is, right? On turn 7, your play is probably Almacinus, but very often it's like there's so many different choices in every single turn that every single one matters too. You can always look back and say, like, that was the choice that either like won me the game or lost me the game, or this changed the whole course of this game in this way, and it's never boring because of that.
And so
like I said, that Elana turn, that was the turn where there is the timeline splits,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, we haven't. It would have been cool to see at least one more.
Like if there needs to be like a feature where you can like go back in time to a game and like reset everything up to like a point, and then just play it out from there, and just be like, well, what would have happened at this point?
That would be great. Yeah.
I
just have to theorize it in your head. That's all you can do.
I don't know if you'd want someone to have that kind of godly power. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
I can't hear Vicious.
Yeah, I was gonna say I cannot
hear
Vicious.
Oh no,
that's strange.
All right, Vicious, write whatever you're going to say on paper and hold it up to the camera, and we'll say it for you. Or we need to all practice our sign language a little bit more. Unfortunately,
what I could say is doing the show like this makes me really appreciate the production team when we're at the studio and they do such an excellent job with everything.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait. So we can't hear Vicious, you and I, but apparently they can hear Vicious.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Hey, now we can hear you. Sorry.
All right. No worries. I was gonna say, it'd be like that sometimes with a lot of the jokes you guys were making. But I'm glad you guys filled. Either way, hey, Cyrus did a great job. There was another 2-0 against Doc Dodo, which kind of establishes a grand finals with 2 players who have never hit grand finals before, right? They're getting a hefty amount of points, and it just goes to show you that like anybody could be top cut contender, even a grand finals contender, especially with Cyrus, who I think all three of us have never seen before, right?
No.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen that a lot this whole season. A lot of players that are very new to, making it either into the top 8 or into the finals, and some of them have won.
No, absolutely. And they got their shot by going to SVO.gg to register and see themselves into this top 8 bracket, right? So let's take a look at where we're at. We saw the semifinals happen. Dallas versus Dulon, a quick 2-0. I think that might have been the fastest match of the day. And then following suit, Doc Dodo falling to Cyrus just a little short, falling 2-0 as well. Cyrus with a very, very impressive run, even impressing our casters. They've never seen Cyrus, or at least Natural Dragon, bring people to the forest with 7 trees. That's quite an impressive feat. So that's going to establish our grand finals. Dulon versus Cyrus. Let's take a look at the head-to-head and who they picked for their bans. You see Cyrus on the left bringing the Natura, and the Machina Blood is free this time around, while the Natura Dragon is getting banned, and Dulon bringing his Natura Dragon and the Machina Blood being banned instead, but letting the Artifact rock.
I really like this. We've seen Artifact be a really powerful deck today, as well as the Natura Rune. So I think it's very fitting that we see them both in the finals.
Yeah, and of course, the Alana deck not making it, the Havencraft deck, somehow losing every single match today. How did that happen? I mean, I know it's not in this match, but there's a reason why it's not in this match. So I just want to say that one final time. So weird to me that it literally lost every single game. And it's not like it's like bad. Obviously, a lot of people made it up into the top 8 with decks, so who knows? But let's move on, I guess, right? Because we've got other decks to look at, and we've got a pretty good spread here for the final set.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the finals. It's gonna be great. I really want to see the Artifacts just take it all the way.
I know.
I'm right there with you. Actually, there's a lot of potential with this deck, and I just want to see how well it does in the grand final stage. We have Dulon versus Cyrus in the match of their lives. Here we go. Top 8 finals starting now.
We do get to see the Portalcraft right off the bat. You get your wish.
Yes. Bishop was saying that chat was really behind Dulon, and I wonder if by now Cyrus, as the new guy, has won their hearts, or is it still just everybody cheering for Dulon?
I mean, this is definitely a new school versus old school, right? I mean, as far as like known players go. But a lot of times people like to root for the lesser known person, right?
Yeah, sometimes just, you naturally want to cheer for the underdog, right? Now, a great start from Dulon with the Synchronization turn 1. And we talked about this multiple times, but against the combo deck, Artifact can be played multiple ways, but here you have to play aggressive. That instantly becomes your role in the matchup.
So if you get to turn 2 here and don't have anything else, do you just play Ralmia? I know that feels terrible, and this is a 1 of Ralmia, but is it worth it?
Well, I mean, if your choice is Ralmia or Hard Pass, and I would say Ralmia is probably the play. Now, Ralmia is one of the ways that you can get burst damage later on, but it's quite awkward to do so. It's not super easy, so...
Yeah, and it usually is 1 turn after Natural Rune would pop off. And now you do at least get to trade it into the 2-2. So it doesn't feel as bad, right?
It does not. Although, in this matchup, you don't want to be clearing the board against the combo deck. You want it to be the other way, right? Where they have to clear your board and you're getting the face damage.
But it did go first, so you're going to have to accept that. Which, in its own way, though, like, you don't mind that, right? You don't mind Natural Rune going first. They want to go second, generally, right?
Right, because it means you get potentially 1 extra turn. But a great start from Cyrus, getting a bunch of trees in hand already. He has the Carol, so the universe is going to be there.
Double Carol.
And the Power Elementalist is going to be great at clearing a board such as this one. Or Power Man's Sermon.
It could be Power Elementalist. Actually, it should be, I feel, right? It does the same thing. It has to do with trees. It's the fire one. Why does it break the pattern?
So, okay, so he's not going to play it yet. Maybe thinking he can get a better value out of it later on. But by ignoring those followers, it's easy now for Dulon to Evo the face. Or Evo the Archaeologist and just get the extra 3-1 as well.
Ooh, that's nice. And the real downside to the fact that the board wasn't cleared so far, is that means that the death of that ancient artifact, or not, wait, analyzing artifact, is going to count for 2 paradigm shifts now instead of just 1.
Oh, that's an excellent point, yeah. And, you know, not just the paradigm shifts, but when you look at Dolan's hand, Shion is often how artifact gets that extra burst damage with the secret sauce, so he's got 2 of them. Maybe he has enough damage over the next couple turns.
Yeah, we could see it. I mean, secret sauce is right, but the question is, how do you get enough? Okay, so we're going to see probably double focus here, right?
Yeah, focus is interesting. I'm not sure that I'm necessarily sold on it, but I mean, it's okay, right? If you're going to float the play point, cycle through your other cards in the deck is acceptable. Another paradigm shift is picked up.
I want to know what's out of the deck in the place of focus. That's my big question, because I don't actually know.
That's an excellent point. And, you know, what I would say is that because there's no one list that everybody sort of follows, it's sort of hard to know exactly, like, what he personally is playing focus over, right?
Yeah, I'll have to look at the deck a little bit later, but chooses to trade in the ancient artifact, leaving the 6/5 up.
Okay, get some card draw. I think his game plan is get 2 paradigm shifts to 0, and then Shion, Evil the Face, something like that, right?
Yeah, that can be a lot of damage.
Okay,
the Ralmia would have been nice for that too, but...
Ooh, get the Storm Elementalist, a good draw there. But you want to commit to it?
It's the only real way to clear.
Right, it's going to cost him the Evil though, right? Which means that his combo is just naturally, I guess, more delayed, even so, but...
I think, I mean, this just shows exactly why the choice was made to trade in with the ancient artifact instead of keeping both up. And it's the fact that you need to have you need to use an evil point, or that thing's not being cleared, and then it just becomes too much of a threat. So altogether, very smart play by Dolan.
Yeah, that said though, in that play, Cyrus did get to 7 trees played. So if you can't Evil the Face with Riley, you can just have 2 Rileys go phase, and you'll still get 20 damage that way. It's just going to be over 2 turns now.
Okay, so just picking up a bunch of analyzing artifacts.
Yes, because you want the paradigm shifts to get discounted, right? So the more artifacts you can play, doesn't really matter what they are. Just like any artifact is great right now for Dolan.
Yeah, this is building up to an explosive turn, right? There are 4 paradigm shifts in hand. 2 of them maybe not down so much, but they're going to be at the cost of the total is going to be 2, 2, 4, 5 soon.
This is really exciting. We've once again reached that point in the game where, like, you know for a fact the game's going to be over in the next 2 turns.
Yeah.
But it's like no idea how those turns are going to play out, right?
Well, actually, it could not be over in the next 2 turns just because Artifact has the ability to gain so much life back and put up so many wards. It's one of the only ones that can actually do that. I mean, like, next turn we could see 3 pretty large wards come out. Of course, there are answers for them, but, you know, I'm just saying.
I'm thinking the Storm Artifact, you know?
Yeah.
Like, either way, there's going to be a lot of damage from... someone is going face for a lot. Okay, Riley, that's a lot of face damage. But he lifts up the board.
Oh, so double Shion is an option here. How much damage is that?
Shion gives you an extra 12 damage? No, wait. It's 8 plus...
Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait.
He's doing it. Shion.
12 damage, right?
Again. Wait, is that lethal if he just equals the face?
It might be exactly, or not exactly 20. Is it exactly 20 damage?
Just
face
with everything.
More than that. Wow.
More than enough damage. It did come down to the Shion. I respect Cyrus' play to ignore the board there because in his mind, we've seen him do this before. He's set up for lethal, right? He's like, next game I win for sure, next turn. But he didn't have a next turn. Dolan had just enough pressure without even the paradigm shifts.
Yeah, that was so. That's one of the strongest things about Artifact. That was the least threatening board I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
And it became 21 damage to face. There's, you know, you call it the secret sauce. That's like extra sauce, right? The double Shion. That's too much.
And you know, against a deck like Machina Blood, maybe you look at the 1/1s and be like, oh, I have to respect Mono. But against Artifact, I don't know, like, people don't really think of the Shion that way, right? Like, oh, I am dead to double Shion, like, no one's gonna be scared of that, right? But it's so much damage.
But you gotta be. There's also a lot of draw in the deck, so it's not like it's like super uncommon. Oh, starts the game off with a Riley in hand. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, in this case, like you said before, the worst part about that Riley is just a card that he can't use. He's just down a card, basically.
Okay, draws into some nice stuff. I mean, at the very least, the double Aethers in hand means there's some tree production and some draw at the start of the game, but if there's a quick level of... Wow, that was such a fast drop. That card barely hit hand. Yep. But for a reason, it's extremely good, and it's a really good choice for this situation. That's going to push a lot of face damage probably over the next few turns.
But, you know, Dolan is up 1 game in the series, so he has 2 games to win 1 with Dragon. Potentially the best deck of the format. I like his odds at the moment.
Yeah, and actually this hand is really good because we're going to see next turn Tree into Pterodon, and then the turn after that we can see Valdane into Evo and Corrosion if you want. Like, there's like so many different options here.
I could see it, yeah. Okay, on the other hand, Cyrus is going to get those trees down, really focus on his win condition as he should. Like, his hand is okay. He's advancing the tree game plan. He's got some potential clear with the Pyro and the Breeding Magna. But Dolan's plays have been so powerful.
Yeah,
and he is not slowing down.
Yeah, and I'm assuming this is 2 more to face. There's damage being pushed. There's a second Valdane draw. Maybe not the best draw to push some aggression, but still a body that can be used later on. Arrow Impulse is nice.
I think what he really wants is the Velociraptor, because now he has a lot of play points where he's gonna. He just needs like that extra bit of card draw to just like close the game out, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, a Velociraptor next turn would be great. You could actually, next turn you could play. Oh no, it doesn't work in that. It wouldn't work in a great order, but you could play Valdane, Evo Valdane.
Okay,
it would waste the
clearing 4/3 rush for 2 play points, a good card. And gonna play some trees with the playments left over. Like, these games are going by quick.
They are. I know this is gonna be the fastest set of the day. But this is a pretty heavy tree count already. What are we at? Let me look.
I believe he's at 3.
You cannot escape the shadow.
Okay, Valdane, that's the play. He didn't get the Velociraptor, but Aether still, you know, some draw, which is good for him. Maybe he finds a Almachinas to just, you know, use the rest of the cards into it. But if he has nothing else, then playing Corrosion this turn for guaranteed damage is also acceptable, of course.
Yeah, just to set it up for later. So
yeah, even if it's just 2 damage right now, it's going to be a lot easier to close the game out. But it could be, like you said, maybe just play an Baldane.
I mean, I was joking about that, but that is a pretty tough like body to deal with, right?
Yeah, 4/4 is pretty well statted.
I like the Feral Aether play. It's not going to give itself its cost back though, right? Because is it for turn 5?
Yeah, because he could Evo.
Yeah, you're right.
I also like this because, you know, it draws, and then depending on what you draw, it might influence the play. So like Valdane there would have been cute, but what's a bit better is maybe just Almachinas next turn, right?
Yeah, that's almost definitely the next turn too. A good hand.
Yeah, like Almachinas into just win the game because he gets cards that are discounted. He has so many players to work with. If he picks up a Velociraptor, again, the card draw is crazy.
Alright, well, what are the options on the other hand? You gotta deal with this Valdane, obviously.
Yeah, Valdane has to get cleared. He's at 4 Great Trees played, like you said, so not so far from the Riley win condition. Or at least invocating Riley, because still needs there's no Carol, right? That's the thing. I feel like every other time we've seen the deck, the Carol was there and always universed just in time.
Yeah,
but if you don't have the Carol, the combo doesn't really work.
Carol was in like the starting hand, like every single natural rune game today. And the other thing is too, now you don't want to use your Evos. Unfortunately, we do have to see at least one used right now just to get an effective clear that you that pushes forward the game plan.
And by doing this, like, you're delaying your win condition. I mean, he has to do this, don't get me wrong. But when you delay your win condition, against Dragon, where they have guaranteed corrosion damage, like that, you give them one more turn to hit you with corrosion. Maybe it's 7 extra trees in one turn. You know, we saw it before.
Yep. All right, let's see what the draw
shows
is.
up, and there's the Velociraptor.
And Respite, that is such a good set. Oh my god.
We might even see Rolla be used for Storm Lethal next turn.
Yeah, that was a beautiful draw from not that many cards. That wasn't a huge like Almachinus fusion. So
yeah, it wasn't that many cards, but if you draw cards that generate more cards, right? That's why the Velociraptor is so strong. Once he's in Overflow, generating 2 Great Trees for a 2/2/2, just so good. Debating whether to play the Rolla now or, holding it means that he gets potential Storm with Evo to the face, which I think is why he's holding it.
The Apex element's drawn, so still no Carol.
Yeah, still no Carol. He could get the first Riley next turn, but at 12 life, facing down a board and no Carol in sight.
And with 1 Riley drawn already, it's not like you can even use 2 of them just to try to stay competitive.
Yeah, it definitely feels like this is Dolan's game, and we'll see if Cyrus can find a way to stay alive, because if he loses this, that's it. He's out of the tournament, and Dolan will be your champion.
Well, Viridian Magnet is active. Not for this turn, but
yeah, but it's so expensive, right? Like committing 6 play points, especially when Viridian Magnet is going to give you a ward, and you know the ward doesn't do anything against corrosion.
The second Riley was drawn.
No.
Oh no! Is that just kind of it at this point?
I mean, he can answer the board, right? As long as he answers the board. He's set up for Riley next turn, which is, I think, the best he could do, right? Clear the board, set up for Riley, have a board left over, go face for 5, which is actually not bad.
Yeah.
But is there lethal with the Rolla Evo to the face? Corrosion is doing a sweet 5 damage. Rolla does. He's, I believe, 1 damage off. Believe he's 1 damage off. His Corrosion is doing, if I'm not mistaken, 5 damage. Rolla is 4 plus Evo is 6.
Yeah, there's no 1 cost option. Yeah, I think you're right. So can you even?
I mean, Rolla clears the board and she has ward anyway. So it might be his best play, because while it doesn't win this turn, it also sets him up to win next turn anyway.
Yeah, it's the only defensive option in the entire hand pretty much anyway, so.
And a pretty good one at that, I would say.
Yeah.
He knows he doesn't have to fear. Actually, no, he technically could lose to, like, we know there's no Carol, right? So he's good. Because there's a ward. Okay, so draw.
Mend your ways.
Has to use the Riley to trade. Means he cannot win this turn. Corrosion's gonna do more than enough. And Dolan is gonna be the May SBO champion.
Wow, yeah, seeing this Natura rune finally whiff, but that is the risk that you take in bringing it to a tournament. I mean, play so many games, it only takes 1 or 2 times for it to whiff, for it to all end for you. And so Dolan is the champ, just playing super solid the entire time, showing no real signs of weakness. It's great stuff.
Now, if I took notes correctly, I think he won 2-0 all the way through and won 2 games apiece with each deck he brought to the table, if I'm not mistaken.
That's pretty good. We focused a lot on Artifact and Machina Haven, but really, Blood and Dragon still looking super clean.
And with the addition of Artifact Portal in the mix, you definitely know that's going to be under a lot of people's radars. That's been, I guess, the talk of the town for a while. Even in chat, people talk about Artifact Portal in very high regards. And let's take a look at why that is so, right? Let's take a look at Doolin's record on the way through in the bracket from the very start of our show here. As we mentioned in the quarterfinals, Raindrop versus Dallas went 2-1 in favor of Dallas. Doolin versus Praetorian taking it 2-0. That was the chat's favorite to win in that matchup. It's actually still pretty close despite the 2-0. Raymondo going up against Doc Dodo falling short one game 2-1. Cyrus versus Z-Vision, the two up-and-comers. Cyrus taking it 2-1. Then you see in the semifinals the disastrous D's here. Dallas versus Dulon. Dallas falling short 0-2. Again, very, very close either way still. Doc, Dodo, and Cyrus also, it still went kind of like it could have gone either way for both of these semifinal matches. And again, the duly awaited Dulon versus Cyrus 2-0, a clean victory. And you guys might have mentioned that might have been probably the either first fastest or second fastest set in the entirety of top 8.
I think it might have been the fastest. That was a pretty quick match.
Now let's take a look at the standings and see how things have shaken up, if any, right? And I don't know. Okay, so there it is. Dallas there with 26 points. And Dulon shooting up to 28, right? So you see how these two guys have shot themselves up into the standings. So Dulon should indeed have 30 points. But as we mentioned at the top of the show, this is the first time we've seen these standings be this close to each other. So it's still anyone's game.
Still 4 points at maximum from 1st to 12th place. And I know now for a fact that there's multiple people that are down past 12th place that have 26 because they were the same from earlier in the day and they just got pushed down. But yeah, this is the closest race I've ever seen. And you can see even winning 1 week can push you to 1st place like Dylan just did.
Yeah, that's gotta feel great for him. He won the SVO this month and he's now #1 in the standings.
That's big.
He does have 30 points.
Yes, that is correct. 30 points, hence why he's at the top of these standings. We will adjust that further down the line, but do not be confused. It's still 1 point over E-Jade. And just to kind of remind you guys at home, you guys can also fight for a shot at the top cut, or even just practice some of the decks in the meta by going over to SVO.gg to try your hand at Shadowverse against some of the best in the region, the West region for that matter. And of course, it's still chances for you at the Southeast Asia Oceania region for you to participate as well. So there's many, many chances to get as many games in as possible. And again, we do appreciate you all joining us. Wonder Chef, Luis the Panda, any closing thoughts?
It was such a great tournament. You know, the meta's really good right now. We're going to get new cards in the expansion. I cannot wait for next month.
Yeah, same here. I mean, I've never seen it this varied. I've never seen the race so close. It's one of the most exciting times in the Open. But also remember to sign up for Shadowverse Weekend, which is a more fun tournament that gets put on. I don't know exactly how often, but just be on the lookout for it. It's posted on Twitter. Those are really cool too, and they give you a chance to get some stuff. So check those out.
Also catch up on the Shadowverse anime. It's been pretty good from what these two have saying, and I'm definitely behind, and I will admit that. But either way, hey, next month is going to be a big one. The June Cup is coming a lot faster than we all anticipate because we're all in lockdown. But I do want to remind you guys to be responsible adults, help flatten the curve, and practice social distancing. I encourage you guys to work together, play online, just hang out, play with your friends. Don't be encouraged to go out there and do your thing out there. Just hang out for a little bit longer. We're all in this together, I promise you. That's going to do it for all of us here at Shadowverse Open. We hope you guys come back for the next one, or at least for the Southeast Asia Oceania region. Until then, take care.